Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part what if Deku was born with a cursed blood quirk. Here is short summary. Izuku was born with a quirk, just not the kind of quirk he wanted, or the kind that was liked by those around him. Now he has to find his place among the heroes, with a curse that seems fit for the darkest villain. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Inside the principal's office, located in the depths of UA, Toshinori Yagi sat on one of the two couches present while staring into a cup of tea. The pro-hero felt like a child again, being reprimanded for doing something foolish. All the same, he did feel guilty after considering the stupidity of his actions. I'm not saying you should give up your hero work, Nezu reaffirmed, taking a sip of his own tea, but if you're really serious about teaching here, I need you to have a different set of priorities now. Time and place come to mind. When Toshinori had entered the room, already forced back into his emaciated form, the quirked animal had just shaken his head. He hadn't even needed to use high spec to know what had probably caused the number one hero to still be at UA instead of the USJ as scheduled. Seeing as the two then had the time, Nezu had decided to give his rookie instructor a rather detailed lecture on responsibility and foresight. I know, Toshinori said, voice petering out when he realized he didn't quite know how to word his justification. I just can't ignore crimes though. The pro-hero's rather weak explanation earned only a heavy sigh from the quirked animal. Sometimes the principal wished the symbol of peace would use his brain a little more. But you have no issue with ignoring the fact that there are other heroes around. Nezu's questioning rebuttal caught Toshinori off guard. Most of the crimes you prevented today were petty little things better left to other heroes, sidekicks, or in some cases, even the police. The quirked animal caught the skeletal man's hesitant look and locked gazes with him, almost daring another excuse. Well, Toshinori hedged, hindsight rendering him unable to find a good way to refute the principal's words. It was always hard to do so when the quirked animal was right. What about the car accident? Nezu sat back, nodding slowly. The emaciated man relaxed slightly, a flicker of hope coming to life in his non-existent stomach. Ah yes. The car accident, the principal's adorable tone of voice made Toshinori smile. That smile disappeared when the quirked animal flatly continued with, it looked to me like the local rescue squad had everything under control before you arrived. It was no use, Toshinori decided, he wasn't going to get out of this well-deserved dressing down anytime soon. The pro-hero supposed the principal was right though. He really should allow the next generation the chance to take over his job while he trained his successor. He just hadn't understood how difficult it would be to just step aside. Meanwhile, at the USJ, in the air above the artificial lake of the flood zone, a swirling portal of darkness tore through reality, spitting out two individuals. These reluctant travelers immediately dropped to the depths below, and unprepared for their repositions as they were, sent up geysers as they struck the water's surface at odd angles. When she was able to right herself, Tsuyu looked around through the clear marine environment in the hopes of spotting either Izuku or one of the zombie girls. Instead, the only recognizable body was the disoriented and currently drowning figure of a blonde wearing a rocker jacket. Denki Kaminari would admit he'd screamed in horror when he felt the darkness wash over him, beeping him away. He'd also admit he hadn't stopped screaming until the point his back had slammed into water, and that was only because he'd have drowned faster if he hadn't. The third thing the blonde would admit, was that he really wished the day wouldn't get any worse. Oh shit, where the hell am I? Kaminari's distressed thoughts screamed in his head. He couldn't even tell up from down he'd gotten so turned around while sinking. Trying, and failing, to stay calm. He opened his eyes to look around and see if another of his classmates had been thrown in with him. He instantly regretted doing so. Oh beep, beep, beep. Swimming toward the blonde like a missile was an ugly villain that looked like a cross between a shark and a scuba diver. Even from their current distance, Kaminari could tell the criminal's bite would be a horrible way to go. The electrical student redoubled his efforts to swim, anywhere, but gained no noticeable results. It was obvious he wasn't going to escape in time. Not like this. Not like this. Kaminari mentally shrieked, losing hope at the sight of the villain opening his super-wide jaws to bite his head off. I don't want to die. A beep. At the last possible second, a green blur collided with the criminal, stunning both him and the blonde. Taking a second to shake the hysteria from his mind, Kaminari realized the blur was actually his froggy classmate. In one fluid motion, Tsuyu used her powerful legs to double-kick the villain deep into the lake while propelling herself towards the struggling blonde. Wrapping her tongue around the electric hero wannabe, the frog girl quickly brought the two to the surface. Are you alright, Kaminari-san? Hero, Tsuyu asked as soon as their heads were above water. Said blonde was too busy coughing and hacking water out of his mouth and lungs to respond right away, the experience leaving him shaken. Realizing they were alive and breathing air, the electrical student turned to his classmate in adoration. Thank you, Kaminari shouted, trying to hug the frog girl. His attempts were instantly met with being tongue-tossed into the air and onto the yacht behind them before he could make contact. Gahaaaa. Ow. Climbing onto the ship, Tsuyu began to consider all the information available, her mind going into overdrive. She desperately wanted to know what was happening everywhere else, and where her cinnamon roll had ended up. Being under Izuku's control had given her access to certain knowledge about the green-haired teen she'd never be willing to share with others, specifically sensitive information about the side effects of his quirk. For example, she knew the zombie girls were, even now, able to find their master. It didn't matter how far the distance or number of barriers between them, he was like a beacon. It was a skill she wished she still had within her. Ah, thanks for saving me, Kaminari said with some shyness when he noticed his froggy classmate nearing him at the yacht's railing. He was thankful for the few seconds to breathe and calm down she'd given him. And, sorry about the outburst. I didn't mean anything by it, I'm not Mineta. Tsuyu turned her expressionless gaze to her classmate, scrutinizing the blonde the same way she'd seen her mother do to a rival attorney once. The frog girl knew very well that Kaminari was nowhere near a pervert like their midget of a classmate, but at the same time he was even farther away from being a saint like Izuku. There had been multiple occasions where she and the other girls had seen the blonde position his hands in almost hopeful preparation for Momo to collide with him whenever the mature girl walked or worked around him. And his hands hadn't been aiming for PG areas. It was more like they'd been positioned toward places their class president would be able to use her quirk the easiest. Izuku had never, and would never, do something like that. In fact, the cinnamon roll went out of his way to keep his hands from even accidentally touching somewhere he shouldn't. Even though he was free to hug and touch her whenever he wanted, the green-haired teen always made sure to never disrespect her body. The electric hero wannabe, meanwhile, shifted uncomfortably under the unblinking examination. Was it something he said? It's okay. I understand, Tsuyu said in her usual monotone after letting the moment drag on for an instant more. But we're not out of danger yet. Hero. The blonde immediately whipped his head around at the announcement, eyes darting across the water frantically. What do you mean? Kaminari asked, just as a large number of villainous faces broke to the surface. They were surrounded. Oh no, there must be a dozen of them. The hero wannabe's scream of panic led Tsuyu to make an even less flattering comparison. She was sure that Izuku would have already had a firm grasp of the situation by now, and probably 5 plans to overcome their adversity besides. As it stood now, it seemed like it was up to her to take the reins and think up a plan. It was times like this that made the frog girl grateful she'd been blessed with intelligence instead of conventional beauty. Calm down, Tsuyu said, trying to project calmness and determination. She didn't need the electric blonde to fall apart and leave her with dead weight. We need to brainstorm on how to overcome this. The best way to do that is to pool our strengths and weaknesses. The blank look her classmate was sending her way did not encourage the frog girl in the slightest. Okay, Kaminari trailed off, obviously unsure where or how he was supposed to begin. The amphibian teen held back a sigh. She knew it wasn't the blonde's fault, battle planning wasn't his forte, but she missed Izuku even more now. My quirk allows me to do pretty much everything a frog can do, Tsuyu started, attempting to show her classmate what she wanted him to do as quickly as possible. There was no telling if the villains would attempt to board the yacht or not. My tongue can extend up to 20 meters when last I checked, I can leap really high, my hands and feet can stick to most surfaces, and I can spit the toxins in my stomach pretty far, although, they're not strong enough to cause more than a light rash right now. According to the later updates in Izuku's analyses of her quirk, the toxins in her stomach probably functioned much like those of real frogs, and depended on her diet for their strength. That meant if she wanted to try and weaponize her spit, she'd have to ingest certain natural toxins and see if they amplified her own toxicity. It was too bad she hadn't had time for experimentation yet. Well, I discharge electricity, Kaminari started, unsure how to word his skill set without making himself sound like a worthless idiot. Then a massive clawed hand of water sliced the yacht in two, causing their only means of staying away from the villains to begin sinking. I can discharge up to 10,000 volts. But afterwards I won't be able to think for a while. And I can't direct the discharge. And, watching the electric blonde begin to panic, Tsuyu felt her eye twitch. The frog girl had to wonder how an idiot like this managed to pass the written test if he couldn't even see the glaringly obvious solution to their predicament. And what do we do now? Kaminari asked, finally succumbing to the need to breath over panicking. The hero wannabe looked one moment shy of attempting to hug his classmate again, seeking one last comfort before facing death. Tsuyu's only response came in the form of a none too gentle kick to the blonde's rear, sending the teen head first towards the water, and villains below. For the next 10 seconds, lightning danced across the lake in beautifully arcing bolts. The accompanying screams of pain of over a dozen villains only added to the performance put on by the super move. Same time, conflagration zone. Surrounded by hell on earth as he was, a casual observer of Shoto Todoroki in this moment would have never been able to tell, but the heterochromatic teen was pissed. Some hopped-up villains had invaded his school's rescue training grounds, split their class up, and, judging by the disturbed looks he was getting from the criminals in front of him, planned to maim if not kill them. It was almost enough for him to consider using his quirk's full potential. Almost. Todoroki-san, called a nervous voice. The teen in question didn't answer verbally, but he did cock his head to the side ever so slightly. We're kinda surrounded. What are we gonna do? There was a muffled sound behind Shoto, like a pocket or pouch had been dug into, before a second voice chimed in. Don't sweat it, Zero. We're going to do what 1A does best. The doughy voice of Rikido Sato loudly proclaimed. The dual-colored teen could almost see it as his giant classmate slammed his fists together with a grin on his sizable lips. We're going to kick their asses. The declaration was followed by the sound of a face being stuffed with some sort of food, though knowing Sato's quirk, Shoto wagered it was a confection of some sort. Do not be overconfident, came the calm voice of Mezzo Shoji. Arrogance is as much an enemy on the battlefield as any opposition. The tentacled teen stepped forward until he was next to his dual-haired classmate. The two quietest members of Class 1A, bar perhaps Koji Koda, gave each other a nod, acknowledging the situation. The two teens behind Shoto and Mezzo nodded to each other, walking up and falling into battle stances as the heterochromatic of the group stared flatly at the villains arrayed against them. This is not an efficient use of our time, the dual-colored teen thought to himself. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he raised his right foot. Simultaneously, in the ruins zone, trapped in the dilapidated remnants of what looked to be a simulated penthouse suite, Eijiro Kirishima had only once before hated himself more than he did at that very moment. He'd foolishly charged in after Ojiro to take on the mist villain, and in doing so had only succeeded in getting the two of them transported to some random location that, oh yeah, was teeming with villains. The criminals were literally coming out of the walls, what walls the penthouse still had standing that is. The crumbling framework of the structure the two teens found themselves in offered little resistance in the face of the quirk-powered attacks. The heroes in training had to constantly shift their attention around to ensure no sneak attacks succeeded. Man, this is so unmanly, Kirishima shouted as he clotheslined a villain that had tried to rush him. At his back, he heard the martial artist of the class land two substantial sounding punches to his own opponent. How ya holding up Ojiro? The tailed teen was cursing his foolishness with every counter he employed against an attacker. He was ashamed that his selfish desire to show his classmates how a true hero did things had landed him and his red-headed comrade in jeopardy. "I'm fine, Kirishima," Ojiro assured, muscular tail tripping, and then swatting away, a hapless woman with tiger paws for arms. "Please forgive my foolishness. I fear my impetuousness might have endangered us all more than we already were." Confused at his classmate's remark, Kirishima thoughtlessly brained an extremely short villain that thought his height offered him some advantage. He should have relied more on the buzz saws in his forearms instead. "What d'ya mean?" The redhead shouted over the war cries of a trio of villains that charged through a hole in the wall next to him. Hardening himself, the team laid out all three assailants with a punch each. "Wait, you don't think?" Ojiro nodded, grateful for an apparent lull in combat as no new villains appeared. "I don't think we were the only ones dispersed," the tailed teen affirmed, thinking back to the mist villain's words. The rolling bank of black fog hadn't stopped when it had hit him and Kirishima, he was sure of it. "I think the rest of our class was separated too." Kirishima grit his teeth, sudden worry threatening to overtake his usual battle confidence. If Ojiro was right, then everyone else was probably facing off against a horde of villains too. And that meant there was no rescue party for them, everyone needed rescuing. With no warning, the only hitherto untouched wall to the suite exploded. Scrambling back, the two teens stared in bewilderment as a giant of a man with an elephant's head and physique stomped into the room. Trumpeting, the villains stampeded toward the heroes in training. Unsure if their collective might would be enough to stop such an assault, Kirishima grabbed Ojiro by the shoulder and moved to dodge when a familiar-smelling liquid dripped onto his cheek. Reacting quickly, the redhead wiped the fluid away before throwing himself and his tailed classmate to the side right as the ceiling collapsed. "Yahoo!" came the exuberant cry of a voice Kirishima would know anywhere. Coming through. As the dust settled, the two embattled teens were greeted with a sight for sore eyes. Standing on top of the now debris-covered and unconscious elephant villain with her hands on her hips was Mina Ashido, grinning widely. The pink-skinned girl gestured to a pair of floating gloves next to her. "See Toru," the acidic teen said, waving her hand about the room, "I told you the stairs would take too long." "Mina," Kirishima shouted, charging up to the young heroine in training. "That was so manly I can't even believe it." Said trainee turned at the sound of her name being called, smile growing even wider when she saw the culprit. The pinkette launched herself off of the downed villain and soared right into the waiting arms of her red-headed friend. "Kiri," Mina shouted back, allowing herself to be spun once before tapping a shoulder to be set down. The acid user noticed her tailed classmate still on guard. "So you guys got sent here too?" Kirishima and Ojiro both cursed, their previous hypothesis had just been proven correct. The entirety of Class 1A had most likely been scattered across the USJ. "Guys," called out Toru, whose gloves were now floating by the hole made by the elephant villain. "I think we have a more immediate problem." Clambering over to their classmate, the other three heroes in training collectively gasped. The hole opened up to the outside, a world of broken buildings and shattered city streets. And everywhere the students looked, there were villains. Instead of cowering, the four members of Class 1A steeled themselves. They weren't going down without a fight. Elsewhere, same time, Izuku stood, or rather, balanced his weight on his remaining foot as he looked down at the villain on the ground. The mist man was frantically clawing at the foam covering his neck brace, desperately beeping in as much air as possible. It was a pitiful visage for a powerless fool, one at his complete mercy. Mercy he wasn't inclined to grant at the moment. With no sign of remorse or hesitation, the green-haired teen raised his pistol and took aim at the last visibly functional piece of the respirator. "Izuku-kun, no!" Ochako's scream of anguish pierced the air as the girl tackled her class's vice president, finding it surprisingly easy to take down the green-haired teen. "Heroes don't kill people." The villain, grateful for a moment of respite, rasped in as deep a breath as he could and focused on creating a small portal to flee. As reality warped under him and he sank to freedom, the mist man was glad that death was not going to be added to his schedule for the day. After all, he still had a job to do, assuming his leader had a way to repair his damaged respirator. Izuku shoved the anxious brunette, smothering him to the side, and retook his aim, only to find that the villain had slipped away during the few precious seconds he'd been distracted. God beeping damn it, Izuku muttered through teeth clenched in pain. The curse earned a gasp from the anti-gravity girl. Tears began to fill the brunette's eyes as she took in her normally innocent and sweet classmate that now looked frustrated he hadn't been able to commit murder. Izuku-kun, Ochako started, pausing at the incredulity of the idea that the green-haired teen had turned dark so suddenly. Heroes don't. You shouldn't have stopped him, cut in 13 through labored breaths. He was about to neutralize the villain that caused all this damage. There was no need to intervene. The brunette turned to her injured teacher, confusion evident on her cherubic face. Neutralize? Ochako asked, an inkling of guilt taking hold within her. Not kill. The space hero, trying not to move their body, raised a shaky finger and shook in back and forth in the negative. It was clear the pain from being victimized by their own quirk was slowly sending them into shock. Didn't you notice? 13 asked. Those bullets, they're capture rounds. Quite innovative, by the way. While the foam bullets were in fact non-lethal in nature, like anything else they could still be used to kill if used correctly. Izuku, being the one who conceptualized them, was better informed than most of that fact. He'd known what he was doing when he'd aimed for the respirator, and it wasn't neutralization. But there wasn't any reason to inform others about that. With the immediate threat gone, the green-haired teen decided to address the next objective that needed seeing to. Tae-chan, Izuku called out to his first partner, who immediately closed the distance to his side. Med kit please. Ochako moved to object once again as the zombie girl reached around and pulled out a small box from her supply pack. Surely 13 needed more than a simple med kit. But before the brunette could get 3 words out, her eyes landed on the green-haired teen, more specifically, his physical state. The normally bubbly teen's words caught in her throat. The sight was so horrible. Izuku-kun, your foot. Ignoring the screams of dismay in favor of opening the kit now held by Tae, Izuku took out what appeared, to his 2 observers, to be protein bars. Just as quickly as he could unwrap it, the green-haired teen wolfed a bar down, hardly stopping to chew. According to Hatsume, by following Inko's recipe, with a few additions courtesy of her own advanced cooking techniques and wonderful babies, the inventor had managed to pack 3 whole days' worth of nutrition into a single bar. Oddly enough, the Pinkett had actually immediately advised caution when eating one afterward. Honestly, it was the blandest thing Izuku had ever tasted, but it worked as they'd intended. Almost immediately, the horrible hunger pangs that had plagued the green-haired teen only seconds ago quieted, only for blinding pain to assault his senses as he felt his right leg begin to rebuild its missing appendage. The hero in training had never lost a limb before, making the sheer agony of first bone, and then muscle, being reconstructed from scratch a new level of suffering for him. Izuku couldn't contain the scream that burst from his lips, the shooting, searing torment too much coming so unexpectedly. Mother beep er. Ignore the pain, the green-haired teen thought to himself fiercely, turning that same willpower that had allowed him to stand earlier to the task of saving those important to him. For Su-chan, for Lily-chan. Ochako's mind couldn't process what she was seeing, enough to not even know what to scream. The brunette felt numb, the sight of a pulsating mound of flesh growing where her classmate once had a foot not even making her nauseous. Izuku-kun. Here, Izuku grit out, pushing the med kit into Ochako's trembling hands. Treat 13's wounds. At first, the brunette was confused, believing that the green-haired teen's pain had muddled what he'd meant to say. Hadn't he intended to say she should treat his wounds, not the pro-heroes? A grunt of pain from her classmate, and a small but visible growth in his leg's mound of flesh, had the anti-gravity girl moving toward their injured teacher without a backward glance. Anything to keep from watching that nightmarish mass of a regenerating foot. Now, where could they have been sent? Izuku pondered, enduring the increasing pain at the end of his leg with gnashed teeth and slow, heavy breaths. As soon as the thought had passed, he felt something like a familiar pull to the left. There, Lily-chan. Turning, Izuku saw the simulated disaster of the landslide zone. Believing in a hunch was iffy at best, but until he had a better, more logical idea, it was the best shot he had. The green-haired teen knew if he could reach the plaza, then he'd have an open view of all of the zones all at once, making noticing the locations of his dear ones that much easier. It'd still be a small chance, but it was better than nothing. Besides, if he could help their gruff teacher out a little, then the chances of everyone surviving would be all the higher. Now, to address his two current hindrances. Where exactly is your back 13-sensei? Ochako muttered to herself as she unrolled a length of medical tape from the kit. I can't see anything inside your suit. Izuku tossed his pistol to the brunette, the well-made tech not even scratching when it struck the ground. Uraraka, I'm leaving this for you, the green-haired teen said, making Ochako's eyes grow wide. Hold it firmly with both hands when aiming, and make sure you don't shoot anyone who's not a villain. The anti-gravity girl eyed the gun as if it were the most dangerous artifact in the world. Knowledge of its non-lethal capabilities notwithstanding, the idea of using a weapon was hard for the brunette to grasp. In spite of that hesitation, since directly fighting a horde of villains was beyond her, she'd force herself to use the thing if it came down to it. Where do you think you're going? 13 asked, watching the boy manage to fully stand with the help of his zombie. Aizawa-san said. He said to remain together, Izuku interrupted through gritted teeth. Since that can no longer be accomplished, I'm going to assist him. Our chances of resisting until help arrives will increase if I do. The space hero hated to admit it, but the kid was right. Eraserhead was the only thing keeping the horde of villains down in the plaza from fanning out and picking off their students one by one, and if the man didn't get help soon, even his superb skill would be overcome. Come to think of it, the zombie girl would make for a versatile meat shield down in that mess. Izuku-kun, Ochako called out weakly, extending a hand toward the retreating teen. Unfortunately, she lacked the courage to offer her help. 13 raised a gloved hand and patted the brunette's knee from their place on the ground, offering a cold comfort. Let him go, the space hero said, finally accepting this was their best option at the moment. With that disposable meat shield, he's got the best chance at aiding Eraserhead. Izuku nearly cracked a tooth. He clenched his jaw so tight as he stepped up to a now kneeling Tae. The pain didn't cause this, however. The green-haired teen hated how everyone just assumed that Tae was a mere tool, something to be discarded after use. Gently leaning into the zombie girl's back and wrapping his arms around her neck, the hero in training grumbled as he sank into his angry thoughts. Tae, meanwhile, ensured that the green-haired teen was as comfortable as humanly possible as she reached around and cupped her hands beneath his legs. He deserved nothing less for being a real hero in such a crisis. Elsewhere, in the downpour zone, in the small, dry space provided between a tree and what was left of the wall it fell on, Koji Kota shivered. This wasn't caused by the excessive chill of the never-ending rain, nor was it due to the fact that moments ago when he'd peeked out, the teen had seen over 20 villains coming his way. No, Kota trembled where he sat because of what was about to happen. Out in the perpetual rain, Fumikage Tokiyami stood atop a power line stripped of its load, the height of the structure giving the raven-headed teen all the view he needed of the approaching horde. Keep thy wits about thee, Aoyama, Tokiyami shouted through the storm down to his shaking classmate. The French-Japanese teen looked half frozen to death, but had adamantly sworn he'd stand with his avian classmate. His reason of shining a light of sense on Tokiyami's bet nor should it get out of hand was much appreciated. Our enemies fast approach. Minutes later, when the group of villains, numbering 27 total now, arrived at the faux cul-de-sac their scouts had last seen their prey run toward, they halted their march. Standing at the center of the half-circle of homes, glaring darkly back at them, was a teen with the head of a raven. And what the beep do you think you're doing, brat? A pot-bellied villain bellowed out, slightly out of breath from all the chasing his crew had done. The raven-headed student only blinked in response. To the surprise of the villains, from the murky shadows of the cul-de-sac came a shining beam of light, no, a laser. Instead of striking anyone in the horde, the shining lance flew over their heads and struck a van that had parked on the curb behind them. The vehicle exploded in a shower of fire and smoke much larger than seemed normal. Before the criminals could react, another laser shot pierced the SUV that had been stationed opposite the van. This vehicle exploded as well, adding even more flames and smoke to the air. Now tense and expecting another attack any second, the villains looked from the now burning blockade back to the raven-headed teen before them. Nothing about the student had changed, except the unquenchable fires now behind them had cast an enormous shadow behind the boy. A shadow, with eyes. Tokiyami raised his arms up, a lonely showman in the howling storm. "Welcome, villains," the raven-headed teen greeted, just as the seemingly harmless shadow behind him literally picked itself off the ground and towered over the horde. To our dark shadow, emboldened by the unnatural gloominess of the downpour zone and now the heavy shadows caused by the sputtering flames of the vehicle fires, had grown to a massive size. The Quirk entity grinned, a glowing crack in its shadowy form so wicked in appearance a few of the villains actually flinched back in raw terror. Tokiyami, feeling he and his partner had set the mood enough, spread his hands wide. Revelry in the dark. Meanwhile in the landslide zone, the group of happenstance consisting of Momo, Jiro, Lily, and unfortunately Mineta were recovering from their slight disorientation on muddy, crumbly terrain. The four appeared to be unhurt, and as much as they thanked the heavens for such a boon, as well as ending up together, the three teens plus zombie cursed their luck upon realizing that at least 24 or more villains had surrounded them. "Don't worry, Lily-chan," Momo soothed before declaring with as much conviction as she could muster, "your big sis will protect you." The mature teen hastily created a metal pipe and handed it to Jiro before producing a bow staff for herself. The punk rock girl moved so that she was almost back to back with the creation user, squeezing Lily behind them. The zombie child was understandably terrified of the situation and huddled near the two girls frightfully. "Oh, big bad big sis looks so responsible," one of the villains jeered, taking his time to scan the barely covered, not to mention well-developed, body of the meat before him. "What do you say, boys? Think we can come up with a deal so this one can protect her dear little sister?" Between the wolf whistles, laughs, and openly disgusting leering, Jiro had never been more gratefully that her body hadn't hit the puberty jackpot. At the same time, the punk rock girl knew that dubious benefit only went so far, and had to fight the nauseous feeling that came at the very thought of what would happen next if the two of them proved unable to prevail in the coming battle. Maybe why you should, stuttered Mineta, the midget inching closer to Jiro's leg. Let them play with you." Wham! Predicting what the little pervert was about to suggest, Jiro wasted no time in knocking him out with a strike to the head. Honestly, the punk rock girl wondered why Momo even went through the trouble of removing the solidified foam from the midget's mouth. It had proved to be quite a waste of nail cleaner. "It's do or die, yao Momo," Jiro said, sliding into a battle stance. She gave a quick glance back to make sure Lily was still with them before deciding to sandwich the zombie girl between herself and the more developed girl for more protection. "I got your back." Lily watched with fear as the circle of villains tightened around her group. The criminals all looked so intimidating, so evil. The littlest zombie wished her new big brother was here, but didn't blame him for her current situation. There was no way anyone could have predicted this. She knew he'd come for them though. She'd seen him trying to reach her before they'd been separated by the Misty Man. "What am I supposed to do?" Lily wailed in her mind, trying her hardest to come up with a way she could help. If she hadn't already been deathly pale, she knew her knuckles would be white with how tightly she was clutching the object in her tiny hands. "Oni-chan said I was meant to be support." And then, Lily actually looked at what she was holding, the sturdy and not cute in the slightest SMG. When her new big brother had explained to the little zombie what support meant, he described it as someone who helped others by making their jobs easier. This was usually accomplished by cheering them up, passing them tools they required, being helpful and caring, and if the need arose, sharing their burdens and assisting with their job. The weapon in her hands was a non-lethal capture tool, meant to slow down and incapacitate bad guys. It could also be applied as sealing foam, when needed, against cracks in walls or support columns. If she could use it to impede the criminals, even a little, Lily believed she'd give her new big sisters a much easier time fighting to protect her. "Come on, Lily," the littlest zombie psyched herself up by shouting in her head, "this is just like an action movie. Just another stage." From the back of the congregated villains, a larger and more menacing form stepped forward. The other criminals swiftly gave way to this newcomer. "All right, boyos," the large rogue boomed, calling the attention of his peers. "Looks like there's several holes that need filling and we don't have any time to low." Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta. The sound of rapid gunfire filled the zone, causing the approaching villains to cringe back and freeze. That is, except for their big gun, who was now covered in quickly expanding and hardening foam. In seconds, he fell to the ground, unable to move or escape. The beep was wham. The uncouth villain's next words were lost to the voluptuous girl who swung her bow staff full force into his head. Next to drop was the criminal beside him, who dropped like a sack of potatoes to an around-the-back spin of the staff to his groin. The well-developed teen stood over her quarry with a fierce glare directed at the remaining criminals, the fire in her eyes a telling sign as to how difficult they would find it to bring her down. "Women we may be," Momo stated, spinning her bow staff a few times, "but we are not defenseless flowers to be plucked." Lily held her weapon at the ready, gladly utilizing the fact that her undead body would not tremble in fear. She took a step to the side, no longer under the cover of Jiro's shadow. "Lily is a hero now too," the zombie girl shouted, taking aim at a random villain. "Lily can fight." Jiro smirked at the displays of courage her fellow ladies were giving. She couldn't let a call to battle like those go unanswered. The punk rock girl tightened her grip on her pipe, ready to defend her friends against the filth that dared stand against them. Although, she kind of wished Tokiyami and Midoriya were with them, the two dark boys would have easily scared the ever-loving shit out of the trash they were fighting. Meanwhile, at the plaza, still pushing full throttle, Aizawa felt as if he'd been knocking out villains for hours. The veritable carpet of dozens of unconscious bodies littering the ground paid credence to this thought, but the pro-hero knew it was just in his head. The fighting wasn't even what was stressing him out the most, to be honest, nor was it his depleting stamina or the ever-worsening itch in his sore eyes. No, what worried the gruff teacher the most was that he'd lost sight of the one invader that had concerned him most. He'd only taken his gaze off the fountain for an instant, but it had been enough for the mist villain to disappear. In his gut, the pro-hero knew his students were now in trouble. And he couldn't do shit to help them at the moment. Damn it, Aizawa cursed under his breath, unable to spare even a second to check on his kids. Why are these idiots so damn persistent? Movement by the fountain caught the embattled pro-hero's attention, and he turned his head. From a hastily closing tear in reality, the mist villain had reappeared, looking severely injured and short of breath. Aizawa immediately cursed again, a young woman with skin covered in reptilian scales like a snake's taking her shot to get by him. The gruff teacher threw a roundhouse kick at the villainess, but the woman contorted her body around his leg like it was second nature and kept her momentum going. She was almost to the stairs. Boom! It was an incredibly loud and bright flash that erupted in the woman's face, not only stopping her dead in her tracks but also sending her flailing backwards. When she landed, the villainess appeared to already be unconscious, though the wretched look on her face screamed pain. The villains that had remained standing so far froze, gazing with no small amount of fear at the two new arrivals now standing at the bottom of the stairs. One, a green-haired runt riding on the back of an extremely pale girl, held a brutal-looking shotgun in one hand. "Midoriya," Aizawa addressed his problem child, using the momentary respite only the natural fear of a shotgun could produce to his advantage. "What's happening, Sit representative?" Tae gently bent down, unloading Izuku by the stairs, before taking up a defensive stance between him and the villains. As Aizawa looked over his student for injuries, his bloodshot eyes landed on the pulsating mound of flesh that was growing from where the green-haired teen once had a right foot. The pro-hero immediately knew there was no good news awaiting him. "Situation went to shit, sir," Izuku reported flatly, pumping a new round into his shotgun's chamber. The maneuver successfully caused the villains to flinch back again, gaining them a few more precious seconds. The mist villain took us by surprise. Mashiro Ojiro and Eijiro Kirishima attempted to intercept, but his warp quirk scattered them and most of the rest of my classmates across the facility regardless. I failed my mission." "We failed, Midoriya," Aizawa corrected, quick to shoulder the blame. It was unfair to allow the team to believe he was solely responsible. I was distracted for a second, but that was enough for the villain to manage to reach you. The tired pro-hero quietly wondered to himself when getting distracted would stop resulting in those close to him getting hurt, a memory of blood-soaked seafoam hair flashing before his mind's eye. Aizawa pushed the ever-present guilt down, retaking his battle stance. The pro-hero absently noted that the zombie girl was now by his side, growling menacingly at the villains. The way the undead wielded her crowbar spoke of broken bones for whoever ended up in her sights. Space Hero 13 was also injured in the skirmish, but their life's not in immediate danger. Izuku continued his report while taking aim at a villain who'd twitched. I had Ochako Uraraka tend their wounds and stand guard up there while I came down here to provide any assistance I could. We have a better chance of surviving until backup arrives this way. Boom. The villain didn't twitch again. Back up, the gruff teacher asked, marveling at the effectiveness of the non-lethal ammunition. As his homeroom teacher, he'd been given access and inclination to read all of the specs for Izuku's weapons, but still. The pro-hero was extremely glad he'd allowed the green-haired teen to bring his inventions to the rescue trial. Tenya Iida managed to escape the building with support from Tae. Izuku's speech pattern finally caught Aizawa's attention. The green-haired teen wasn't sounding like himself, but with the current crisis underway, there wasn't time to analyze the possible issue. The pro-hero filed the observation away for later though. Perhaps a visit to Hound Dog would do the boy some good after this. I'd rather you return upstairs, Aizawa tried, before noticing the remaining villains had finally gathered enough courage to renew their assault. The green-haired teen merely lowered his weapon in response, not batting an eye. That option is no longer available, sir, Izuku declared, citing a target. Tae, cover sensei. Avoid breaking his sight line. Tae's responding grunt and nod were quite the reassurance to the gruff teacher. Now, as he was forced into the fight once more, he knew that any that managed to sneak by him would have the unlucky fate of facing off against a remorseless undead with inhuman strength, and a crowbar. Izuku wasn't being completely honest with his teacher. While it was true he fully intended to provide fire support, his true intention was still to scan the surrounding areas. No doubt he wasn't the only one who'd noticed the spectacle caused by the surging electricity coming from the flood zone, Kaminari's handiwork no doubt. The display probably meant the aquatic villains were taken care of for now, but more importantly the green-haired teen knew for a fact that the easygoing blonde wouldn't have been able to come up with a response like that on his own. And while he wasn't one to disparage his classmates, Kaminari also wasn't one to be courageous enough to pull off a stunt like that by himself, which meant he'd been assisted. Only 3 names came to Izuku's mind, only 3 people, who were capable of not only literally throwing their classmate to the sharks, but also would do so knowing it would be the best solution. Tsuyu Asui, Fumikage Tokiyami, and Kyoka Jiro. Keeping an eye on the flood zone, the green-haired teen expected to see any one of these 3 appearing any minute, poking their heads up from the faux shoreline. If it turned out to be Jiro or Tokiyami, he'd team up with them to find Tsuyu and Lily. And if by some miracle it was Tsuyu he saw, Su-chan. The name almost sang through Izuku's mind, his heart flipping in his chest. There, at the edge of the zone, right where he'd predicted, he could just make out the small figure of the beautiful frog girl, herding a wasted blonde to dry land. The green-haired teen scanned the area, watching as Eraserhead and Tae made short work of another group of the amassed villains. Taking the moment as his best chance to leave, Izuku vaulted over the stairs handrail. The landing amongst the bushes was painful, but he beeped it up and proceeded to move as fast and silently as his newly reforming foot allowed. Back by the fountain, Tamura Shigaraki watched the pitched battle between the grunts he'd managed to scrap together and the underground hero, now supported by some militarily dressed woman. While he did so, his hands were busy helping his ticket out of this shithole. "That is the one?" Shigaraki asked, decaying more of the foam that was suffocating the mist villain. "Doesn't seem too bright." Still unable to shake his head, the debilitated villain waved away the observation with a hand. "I don't think she's a student," the mist villain replied through labored breaths. "Maybe part of the staff." Shigaraki chuckled at the news, decaying the last of the foam with his quirk. A spike in difficulty then, the handsy villain said, an unseen but deranged smile on his face. Take a moment for your cool down to finish, Kurogiri, and watch how I break the game. Aizawa hated to admit it, but he was at his limit. He couldn't keep his quirk activated long enough to be effective, and it was only the uncertainty his goggles gave his opponents that was keeping many from openly attacking with their own. The gruff teacher would admit though, having a zombie girl at his back was making things easier. Even so, he was beginning to allow more villains to reach her, something he couldn't afford. And as reliable as the zombie girl was turning out to be, the level of autonomy she showed still bothered the pro-hero. There was no hesitation to attack, no pauses before assisting him, but it was clear to anyone with eyes that the undead was showing signs of emotion, of anger. Her inhuman strength, while strictly non-lethal, was so barely contained it was a pretty sure bet that a couple of the villains she'd struck would never walk again. Wait, where's the giant one? Aizawa panicked, having turned to look at the fountain for a second. To his left, he heard the sickening sounds of bones snapping. The large beast, man, thing had inexplicably appeared beside the zombie girl. Without even a hint of effort, the monster backhanded her with enough force it sent a shockwave through the air. The sight of the girl being flung through the air like a ragdoll by a blow that would have killed any living hero without a reinforcement quirk distracted Aizawa for a second. And once again, that second's distraction led to his suffering. Game over, hero, Shigaraki announced behind his face hand, holding the elbow of the gruff teacher. In seconds, the joint decayed to the point it was extremely close to showing bone. Aizawa grunted at the pain, barely containing a full-blown scream of agony. Cocking his free arm back for an unavoidable counterattack, the gruff teacher found he couldn't move it. Bewildered, the pro-hero looked back. The monster had appeared behind him and enveloped his arm in its beastly grip. With an effortless twist, Eraserhead's good arm was shattered, leaving him at the mercy of the villains. On the shore of the flood zone, Tsuyu watched appalled as her homeroom teacher was mauled by the terrifying man-beast. It had been horrible enough to see Tae-chan, in all her kick-ass battle glory, be thrown away like that, her body broken, but at least she hadn't had to worry about the zombie girl dying from it. Aizawa-sensei though. Yay, Kaminari blurted out, his brain still fried. Tsuyu only covered his drooling mouth with her hand in response. Thinking better of that, and the drool she might get on her, she dropped her burned-out classmate against a convenient boulder and took a few hesitant steps toward the plaza. The frog girl hated to admit it, but there was nothing she could do at the moment save pray for a miracle. Unbidden tears began to form, leaking trails of sorrow as she was forced to watch the signature goggles of her sensei being ripped off his face without a care and thrown away. Then everything only got worse. The monster, using only a single hand, began to smash Aizawa's head against the concrete. The resulting sight and sounds of a skull cracking and blood spurting was a heartbreaking scene to witness. It was a sad reminder that villains never played by the rules. Tamura, Kurogiri spoke lowly from the ground, an unspoken warning in his worried tone. The mist villain still hadn't managed to gather the strength to join the fight. At least he could breathe easier now. The handsy villain only scoffed from where he stood, rather enjoying the sight of the underground hero being reduced to fleshy mulch. I know, the brat escaped. The cavalry's probably on its way as we speak, Shigaraki eventually answered, still watching the man-beast maul the pro-hero. If you weren't our way out, I'd kill you for that by the way. Tsuyu barely managed it, but she'd heard the short exchange between the villains. For a moment, the frog girl believed that was it, maybe they'd leave without inflicting more pain, without taking any lives. It seems we weren't enough of a lure for All Might after all, Shigaraki continued, disappointment clear from his tone. Then, much to Tsuyu's horror, the villain turned to stare directly at her. But let's leave a couple dead kids as a gift anyway. The overwhelming nature of the malevolence held in the lanky villain's gaze was something Tsuyu had never experienced before. It caused her body to freeze in dread and her heart to catch in her throat. In that instant, the frog girl knew how she was going to die. She'd seen what happened to her sensei when the villain had grabbed his arm. Shigaraki leapt at his newest victim, wide-open hand aimed at touching the short girl's face. He was feeling so euphoric at the idea of how All Might would react to seeing his students' dead bodies, his hidden maniacal grin nearly caused his dry lips to bleed. Izu-kun, Tsuyu's watched as her life flashed before her eyes, years of love and adversity that had made her who she was passing by in a blink. Then, her vision settled on a new scene, not a memory, but an unbidden wish. It was an elopement. An older version of her stood in a rather plain office with two shadowy witnesses behind her as a grown and dreamy-looking cinnamon roll signed his half of the marriage papers with a red seal bearing his name. They were both smiling, such warm smiles of love. No. Izuku's scream reverberated through the area as he shoved Tsuyu down out of harm's way, taking her place as Shigaraki's hand landed exactly where he'd aimed it, just on an unexpected target. The frog girl could only watch with ice in her veins as the villain took a firm grasp of her savior's face and even behind the dismembered hand covering him, Shigaraki's poorly hidden surprise was clear to see. There was no dust, no decay. Taking a chance, the white-haired psychopath took a quick glance at Eraserhead to see if the underground hero had pulled off one last surprise, but the pro-hero was still being held down face first by his bestial assailant. There was no interference from that Quirk going on. Instead, there was only an awkward moment of silence as the murderous villain stared dumbfounded at the first person he'd ever encountered that hadn't disintegrated at his touch. Surprise, Izuku hissed out as he pumped around into his weapons chamber, causing the unlucky Sonova bitch manhandling his face to glance down at the shotgun now pointed at his own. Mother beeper. Boom. Shigaraki was blasted at point-blank range. The flare of the miniature explosion nearly blinded him, the thunderous bellow nearly deafened him, and the sheer force that launched him backwards into the air rattled his brain so hard he wasn't able to tell up from down. Landing a handful of seconds later, the villain just barely managed to hang on to consciousness. Instantaneously, the man-beast crushing Aizawa released its grip on his head, appearing between the downed Shigaraki and the heroes in training. Its dead-eyed gaze stared straight ahead while it performed its second-to-primary mission. For a split second, looking up at him as he stood guard over her, Tsuyu could have sworn Izuku shone with a glowing halo around his curly-haired head. Once again he'd come to her rescue like a gallant hero, this time blasting away the villain that had intended to end her life. Even the large weapon her savior wielded complemented his current level of badassery perfectly, and then he stumbled, struggling to remain standing even when he used the shotgun as a crutch. Izu-kun. Tsuyu had never moved so quickly in her life as when she raced to Izuku's side, keeping him standing. Something immediately worried the frog girl, something that she shouldn't be able to feel just by having her arms wrapped around him in support. "You're burning with fever." The shout, while well-intended, pushed the injured Shigaraki over the edge. He was in agony and those damn kids were worried over a little high temperature. He'd give them something to cry about. Nomu. Shigaraki wheezed from where he lay, the world still spinning. Kill those damn kids. The Nomu's head snapped toward the only two kids it could see, and an instant later it was upon them. Everything seemed lost for the heroes in training. All Might was seeing red. Throughout his storied career as the symbol of peace, and even before as he climbed the ladder to such a lofty position, he'd faced every kind of villain imaginable. He'd taken down white-collar types that preferred to act through clean and quick operations. He'd set straight misguided youths who'd never been shown their power came with responsibility. He'd squared off against the dirtiest filth imaginable that only wanted to see the world burn. But at that very moment, he was facing the type of villain he considered his personal worst, one that specifically aimed for those under his care. "How dare you?" All Might growled, his electrifying blue eyes quickly catching sight of an injured 13 being aided by a fearful Uraraka, but none of his other students. Stepping forward, the mighty pro-hero almost snarled when he recognized the bloodied form of Aizawa at the bottom of the stairs. Ochako had never had to try so hard to keep from crying. The number one hero had finally arrived, and the brunette kept repeating that fact to herself to stave off the tears. Everything would be all right now. It had to be. Down in the plaza, Tsuyu couldn't care less that All Might had arrived, though it did register with her. The only thing occupying the frog girl's mind at that moment was the fact that her cinnamon roll was currently fighting to remain conscious, and he was burning up. "So, the final boss has finally appeared," Shigaraki said as he tried to stand. His legs still felt weak, and it felt like his brain was throbbing. We can't very well run away now without giving it a shot, can we? The moment he managed to stand up straight without wobbling, the handsy villain was immediately thrown back to the ground, this time by the shockwave caused by a massive blur moving at such inhuman speeds even his face hand lost its grip and flew off his face. Scrambling to his knees, Shigaraki saw that even Nomu had been thrown off balance as the blur passed by in less than a heartbeat's time. "Yay," the still derped Kaminari asked from his place by the bottom of the stairs, now sitting next to Tsuyu and Izuku, the two having been deposited at the short-circuited blonde's side by the blur. Before the three stood All Might, the symbol of peace cradling the mauled Aizawa in his arms as gently as his muscular form allowed. The great hero's head was bowed at the sight of the man he held. "Aizawa-kun," All Might nearly whispered, his heart almost breaking as he took in the horribly mangled face of his coworker and realized he wouldn't be getting a response. "I'm so sorry I'm late." The faintest of rasping breaths gave only the barest of comforts that the underground hero was still alive. The gruesome and extensive damage, however, threatened even that boon. "Izu-kun," Tsuyu was similarly breaking apart at the moment due to the state of the boy she'd come to love, a love she'd still yet to voice. "Please." Now away from the infested waters of the shipwreck zone and no longer fearing for her life, Tsuyu was able to take the time to take stock of the injuries that plagued her cinnamon roll. The still pulsating, half-formed foot was the most grisly of his visible wounds, if only because it still lacked skin to cover raw muscle. There were also numerous scars of varying depths that had yet to fully heal. And that's when the frog girl's chaotic thoughts sparked an epiphany. It was no wonder Izuku had such a horrible fever, his regeneration must have finally hit a hard limit. Gently supporting the green-haired teen's head in her lap, Tsuyu noticed more evidence to support her hypothesis. There were white spots in her cinnamon roll's hair, locks that had been half disintegrated when the handsy villain had tried to kill him. And since his glasses had fallen off when All Might had moved them, the frog girl could see his eyes were flickering between her beloved emeralds and ominous rubies. Izuku's blood couldn't keep up. "Stay here and move them to safety when you can," All Might ordered as he carefully laid Aizawa by his students. "I'll take care of the rest." The number one hero turned away to face the remaining villains, completely missing the glare from the frog girl. Tsuyu held her tongue, fearing that if she spoke her blunt nature would blurt out something regrettable to the pro-hero. Instead, she busied herself with comforting her savior any way she could, even if it was just threading her gloved fingers through his hair. Seeing that All Might was no longer watching them, Izuku began to squirm, palming his pants pocket. Tsuyu noticed the action immediately, and helped the green-haired teen pull out what was inside, a protein bar. There was no doubt in the frog girl's mind her savior was probably feeling starved, his quirk needing additional nutrients to get back to full power. "Here," Tsuyu murmured, feeling guilty that Izuku was most likely in his current position because he'd overtaxed his quirk to save her from certain death. "Again. Please, heal." As Izuku began to scarf down the bar, Tsuyu took the opportunity to turn her attention to the confrontation unfurling before them. With her savior in such bad shape, someone needed to be his eyes in case he required information for planning. If anyone could improve their chances of survival besides All Might, it'd be the green-haired teen in his mind. All Might, taking steps that cracked the very ground he strode upon, had now reached the lanky villain. The symbol of peace had walked right around the man-beast, the monster appearing to be in a daze and unaware of what was happening. "Father! Father!" Shigaraki screamed, noticing a familiar weight was missing from his face. Collapsing to the ground, he crawled with one arm toward the dismembered appendage, the other covering his unmasked appearance. Upon reaching the hand, Shigaraki tenderly picked it up. The action caused All Might to pause, the unexpected emotion throwing the pro-hero off. "Father, I'm so sorry," Shigaraki muttered, dusting off the severed limb. Satisfied he'd done what he could, he placed the hand back over his face. The lanky villain then turned to the symbol of peace, a truly psychotic look in his one, visible red eye. Such willful violence, as should be expected from a government agent. Shigaraki proclaimed, standing through the pain racking his body. "It's no wonder that brat felt the need to blast my face with a shotgun." All Might kept his face passive, but internally he was appalled by the idea one of his students was using firearms. At least he knew that if Aizawa had allowed their use, they must have been modified to be non-lethal. Deciding to file that information away for later, the number one hero turned his attention back to the job at hand, saving everyone. Is that what UA's teaching kids nowadays? The lanky villain continued on, barely withholding his glee at being able to stab the symbol of peace's pride. Violence of any kind is acceptable as long as it's against villains. Sounds to me like the system's corrupt and needs a reboot. You speak as if you're a white collar, like your actions are justifiable and deserve no retaliation, All Might rebutted, knowing full well the kind of person he was dealing with, the pain and suffering he'd already caused. But the truth is you don't believe a word of it. You're nothing more than a deranged psychopath who's thoroughly enjoying all of this madness. Shigaraki laughed. He couldn't help it. So his psychological play hadn't worked out. He couldn't care less. He still had a job to do, and a game to break. Feeling that she'd seen enough, Tsuyu returned her focus to helping Izuku recover, safe in the knowledge that All Might would never fail them. After all, no matter how small, there had to be something that she could do to help the green-haired teen. Her savior had just about polished off the gross-looking bar, and while the white spots in his hair had disappeared, his fever hadn't lessened at all. Izu-kun, Tsuyu whispered softly, holding back her tears and growing fear. She refused to fall apart. Her cinnamon roll didn't need a damsel in distress, he needed a capable partner. In response to the gentle words, Izuku cupped one of the frog girl's cheeks with a tender hand. I'm here, the green-haired teen weakly responded, his eyes finally settling back to their original emerald. The hero in training had no way of knowing how thankful the girl whose lap he laid in was for that. Before Tsuyu could lose her grip on her emotions, a bottle of water miraculously rolled up to her feet. Looking around, the frog girl quickly spotted the culprit, a still mangled Tae. The zombie girl, who'd managed to regenerate an arm back to working order, seemed focused on crawling back to her master. And even then, as broken as her body was, she'd still managed to dig out and throw them one of the few supplies that had survived the vicious attack against her. I hope she's not in pain, Tsuyu said as she opened the bottle. Figuring Izuku might be thirsty as well as hungry, she turned to hand it to him, only for the green-haired teen to snatch the water from her hands and pour it over his head. Bewildered, Tsuyu looked back to Tae, though the sight was beginning to churn her stomach. As much as she could praise the zombie girl's determination in the face of adversity, the idea of enduring such a state was simply unimaginable. Even the wounds she'd received during the battle trial attack hadn't compared to that. I needed that, Izuku gasped out, as if the water had been ice cold. We need to move. The green-haired teen's grunt came on the heels of his foot resuming its regeneration, a sure sign the second protein bar had already begun to kick in. Tsuyu, taking her savior's hand in support, truly didn't feel like moving was the best idea for the injured cinnamon roll. However, she also knew that staying so close to a battlefield carried even worse odds for further injury. With a firm nod, the frog girl prepared herself to help carry the green-haired teen, and somehow their mauled teacher, to the stairs. That was, until Izuku grabbed her arm. Not that way, the hero in training grit out, turning to face the landslide zone. That way, Lily-chan is, that way. Lily-chan, Tsuyu cried, understandably worried. The adorable zombie girl was probably scared out of her mind at the horrible situation she found herself in, undead condition notwithstanding. A sharp, rattling intake of breath broke both teens from their concerned thoughts. Am I, Ria, came the unexpected voice of their beaten teacher. Heal me. Aghast, the green duo stared wide-eyed at each other, each unsure of what they'd just heard. Surely Aizawa hadn't said, Sensei, Tsuyu asked on behalf of a shaken Izuku, knowing this might overtax his quirk again. You said, all, GHT, do, ow. Aizawa's words were slurred and spoken through a mouthful of blood, making them even harder to understand for the frog girl. Then Izuku shook himself from his stupor and filled in the blanks. All Might, doesn't know. The green-haired teen probed, now looking much better. His flushed cheeks still spoke of an unbroken fever though. Suyu stood in awe, amazed that her savior had been able to understand such garbled language so easily. And, as Aizawa's power of speech slipped away, Izuku's eyes widened at his teacher's warning. It was just like one of the scenarios he'd thought up. One of the invading villains had a quirk that specifically countered All Might. But, that couldn't be the whole plan though, otherwise why attack the USJ? Why not at any other time? There had to be something else, perhaps a combination of quirks from numerous villains. I understand, Sensei, Izuku acquiesced in the face of such a threat. The green-haired teen took out his trademark penknife, only for the blade to slip from his weakened hands. Izuku almost missed the blunder, his mind already reimagining the scenario in his head. The man-beast, with its massive strength, would most likely be used to hold All Might locked in place for a short period of time. That was all that would be needed for the Hanzi villain to capitalize on the opportunity and aim for disintegrating the number one hero, or parts of him. Even just taking out All Might's eyes would render him crippled, the same for losing an arm or leg. Any such wound would surely cause the pro-hero's downfall. That meant, there was no time to waste. To help All Might, Aizawa needed to rise again. Izu-kun no, Suyu said forcefully, nearly shouting as she reached for the tiny knife. Her savior couldn't lose any more blood. Izuku intercepted the grasping hand with a gentle yet firm hold. Looking up, the frog girl locked eyes with the green-haired teen. Su-chan, Izuku said, voice solemn. I need you, to draw my blood. It's the only way to save. Carolina, smash. The resonant battle cry of one of All Might's signature moves caught both teens' attention. Before the eyes of every conscious witness, All Might shot toward the lanky villain, arms crossed in an X shape. But the instant before the attack landed, the man-beast appeared between the pro-hero and his target, tanking the entire blow. The mightiest hero's attack was rendered completely ineffective. What the? All Might's shock at his strength failing so spectacularly was cut short as he was forced to bend backwards to avoid a grapple from the monstrous villain. Using his momentum, the number one hero back-flipped to gain some distance between himself and this unexpected factor. Suyu turned back to her savior, her heart breaking. The thought of him hurting was untenable, but seeing the symbol of peace struggle against the man-beast confirmed there was no real alternative. Swallowing her reluctance down, the frog girl helped Izuku over to their severely injured teacher. Picking up the penknife, Suyu raised the blade to cut into the wrist of her beloved cinnamon roll. Meanwhile, in the landslide zone, Lily took a moment, in between shooting up villains, to watch as Momo and Jiro laid into their foes with head or groin strikes. Her big sisters were devastating with their staff and pipe, and already over a dozen criminals were either unconscious from head trauma or crumpled in pain holding their smashed privates. Quite a few had fallen victim to her surprising skill with the SMG, resulting in a half-dozen winding up as cocoons of foam. That left just a half-dozen evildoers to deal with before they won. We can do this. Oni-chan is going to be so proud of Lily. Lily thought excitedly as she took aim at another villain. The littlest zombie always took care to aim for the most dangerous-looking ones, or any that got close to or behind her big sisters. Unfortunately. Click click click. Lily almost dropped her tool in horror. Of course it would run out of ammo, it had only been meant as a prototype test model. Actual, full combat was far beyond the thing's capabilities. The villain Lily had been aiming for took notice that his aggressor was in a predicament, and took the chance to bull rush her. Panicking, the little zombie girl pulled a desperate move. She threw the SMG at the charging villain, full force. Wham! The criminal dropped like a rock, unable to even cry out in pain. Lily had completely forgotten the fact that her muscles could now generate truly brutal levels of strength, definitely more than when she'd been alive. Nice aim, Lily-chan. Jiro cheered as she beamed yet another villain, leaving only 4 to be taken down. Retreat, Lily-chan, Momo shouted immediately after, taking down another criminal and dropping the countdown to 3. Let your big sisters protect you now. Lily was only too happy to agree, nodding and backing away from the remaining attackers. She had faith in the skills of her new big sisters. Then she felt it, something was tugging at her. Oni-chan, Lily murmured, turning to look toward the plaza. She could feel it, the source of her unlife. He was suffering, fighting, Oni-chan needs me. The littlest zombie stepped in the direction of the plaza, only for an unseen force to yank her up by the hair hard enough for her feet to leave the ground. Okay. That's enough bitches. The empty air behind Lily shifted as Momo and Jiro froze, the vague impression of a woman discernible from the refracted light. The spotty invisibility flickered once more before ending, revealing it was indeed a female villain that had snatched the little zombie girl by her hair. The criminal had long and thick tendril-like hair that fell limply around her, and although it was now black in color, the two heroines in training had seen the mane as it shimmered into sight as their foe's quirk lost power. Drop your weapons or the pipsqueak here won't live to even dream of puberty, the villainess threatened, wrenching Lily closer to her rough figure. Lily-chan, Momo screamed. The sheer anguish the mature girl felt for allowing some filthy villain to touch her adorable little sister was plain to see on her horror-stricken face. The villainous tsked as she wagged a finger at the teens before her. Using that same finger, and the sharpened nail that tipped it, she dragged it down her captive's face in a macabre imitation of a soothing gesture. Didn't you hear me? The villainess taunted, tortuously moving her talon-like fingernail closer to her captive's mouth. Drop your weapons and let the boys here play with you, or you can stand there as I show this little runt how to have a good time. Momo trembled, unprepared for the severity of her first hostage situation. Her usually brilliant mind refused to think straight, and no strategies to get out of their current situation came to her. Reluctantly, and not a little fearful, the mature girl loosened her grip on her bow staff. If it was to save her little sister. You beeping moron. Let go of her now. Jiro's sudden shout knocked Momo from her defeatist thoughts. Although it wasn't because of the words said. No, what struck Momo was the strange urgency that colored the punk rock girl's voice. Almost like a warning. Someone skipped her etiquette lessons, the villainess mocked, before lightening her voice to an almost sing-song quality. And someone definitely forgot their position here. The woman's hand stopped right by her captive's mouth, talon nails ready to give these goody two-shoes a crash course in the harsh realities of the world of heroes and villains. It might not physically scar them as much as her own had, but it would sure leave just as many mental scars. And that was when Momo understood the reason behind the near-frantic warning tone in Jiro's demand. Lily felt so angry she was literally seeing red. Lily now had a mission to fulfill, reach her big brother and help him, and this shitty waste of a sack of flesh was daring to slow her down. Lily felt the sharp fingers as they poked her mouth, and that's when instinct and nightmarish trauma overrode all reasoning. For a moment, Lily lost touch with the adorable little girl she'd been, the one that won the hearts of most of her big brother's class. For a single moment, the mask dropped, and Lily embraced what she truly was, a zombie. Chomp. Gaha. The scream that tore from the villainous lips was not only ear-piercing, but blood-curdling. The remaining villains, who'd moved to Titan rank while their prey was preoccupied, now paused in shock. But it was the mangled, blood-spurting hand of their compatriot that left them utterly petrified. The villainess threw the little cannibal away in a knee-jerk reaction in hopes of avoiding further injury, but the little freak only landed squarely on her feet, as if she were some kind of combat expert. Lily turned from her new position and glared at the obstacle in between her and her big brother. Coating her lips and chin was a crimson river, and to the dread of those watching, they knew it wasn't from her. In a thoughtless act of horror, the little zombie girl spat out two very bloody human fingers. Upon realizing the discarded extremities were hers, the villainess screamed again, her pain-filled mind panicking at the undeniable proof of her disfigurement. Stay away from me, the frightened woman shrieked as she backpedaled. She had to get away from the thing that had been masquerading as a little girl, the thing that glared at her with such unflinching rage. You monster! In a frantic act of desperation, the villainess thought to activate her quirk. If she could disappear, she would have the chance to escape the cause of her suffering, or cause a little bit of suffering herself. Unfortunately for the unlucky woman, Lily decided that the best way to stop any more obstacles from standing between her and her big brother was to do something she'd been told would only ever harm her. Use her quirk. While on paper the ability sounded incredible, it was a double-edged sword. With the power to bring down emitter types instantly came the drawback of only being able to use it for a second before the internal damage to herself began to get serious. But that had been when she'd been alive, when things hurt, before her big brother made all her pain go away. So, the littlest zombie opened her mouth and SSC cree CCCHHH. The high-frequency screech that erupted from Lily's small mouth was so unbelievably powerful, the ground at her feet instantly cracked from the force of the sound waves. But that wasn't all that the scream was going to do. The villainess, who'd been in the process of using her light-refracting locks to disappear, immediately became visible again as she dropped to the ground. The woman clutched at her ears, but the relentless sound drilled into her head regardless. Not even 2 seconds later, she started to convulse in agony. The other villains that still remained, all sharing the misfortune of being emitter types as well, dropped like marionettes with their strings cut. They uttered no cries, made no attempts at escape. Their forms only trembled, their mouths foaming. After 5 seconds, the screech cut off. Utterly shocked at the effect of the little zombie girl's quirk, Jiro waited until even the echoes of the attack were gone before uncovering her ears. The punk rock girl was beyond glad that years of living with a musically inclined family had trained her instincts to protect her hearing like it was second nature. It didn't hurt that earphone jack gave her audial nerves both a major boost and a minor healing factor. That was, Jiro trailed off, blinking at the reality of the three of them having won. So metal. 5 seconds of Lily's scream had devastated the villains, even appearing to affect some of their previously immobilized foes. But then, Jiro finally noticed all was not well. Momo had dropped to her knees, and she was shaking. "Yao Momo!" Jiro shouted, rushing to her friend's side. Just as she sunk down to her partner's side, the mature girl began to throw up, face scrunched in pain. "Are you all right?" Momo made no effort to reply, nor did she act as if she'd even heard Jiro's question. It was quickly becoming apparent that whatever Lily had done, it had also affected the class president. As gently as she could, the punk rock girl helped the mature girl into the recovery position on the ground, away from her own vomit. When that was done, the only thing left she could think to do was to check on the zombie girl. "Lily," Jiro called out when she saw the little girl hadn't moved from where she'd unleashed hell. The punk rock girl was slightly on guard, she'd now seen what could happen if Izuku's zombies decided to bite. "How are you holding up?" When Lily didn't immediately respond, Jiro feared that being separated from Izuku for so long had negatively affected the undead. Had reverting to a feral state been the result of needing her green-haired classmate to function like a normal person? Without speaking a word, Lily turned back to look in the direction of the plaza. She took a step forward, and fell face first to the ground. "Lily." Jiro forgot her fears of being bitten the second she saw Lily fall, running to pick up and cradle the precious little girl in her arms. "What's happening?" "Lily is so tired," Lily answered slowly, making jerking movements. It was a terrifying moment for the punk rock girl, watching as the now dull-eyed zombie girl fought herself as it became harder and harder to move with each passing second. "Lily needs Oni-chan." Jiro followed the little zombie's pointing finger, immediately understanding that Lily needed to get to Izuku to get better. Unfortunately, she couldn't just leave Momo near passed out surrounded by villains, regardless of whether or not they'd already been downed. She'd never be able to live with herself if some pervert managed to wake up before the class president was able to stand on her own. Meanwhile, in the downpour zone. At first, everything had been going well. After Aoyama had succeeded in sniping the vehicles, the flames had caused more than enough shadow, and with his superb acting skills Tokiyami had had the villains cowering in fear. The cowards had barely been able to resist Dark Shadow's sweeping attacks, let alone even think about targeting his two classmates whose quirks were currently disadvantageous. Then, things had begun to go south. Gah ha ha ha. The wickedly boisterous laughter of the assault group's newest leader overpowered even the relentless drumbeat of the rain. "You're nothing but smoke and mirrors, boy." The large villain, who had 3 arms that were as big around as tree trunks, swung his chainsaw sword at the raven-headed teen with reckless abandon. Each swing made its way ever closer to eviscerating the student. Dark Shadow tried to run interference, but it wasn't helping as much as it should have. This worrisome development occurred through no fault of Tokiyami's own. At mid-range, the avian teen should have been considered virtually invincible, Dark Shadow was more than capable of overwhelming offense and unbreakable defense. The problem was numbers. Even with as many villains as the duo had already beaten down, there were still enough foes left that for every miscreant stopped, another would come at the raven-headed teen from another direction. Being forced to avoid a number of such attacks had deadened the fear the criminals had felt for him. That's when they'd redoubled their efforts to subdue him, some even making moves towards his classmate's position. You imbeciles. Tokiyami did his best to remain in character, throwing bluffs as best he could. Abandon your assault now, fools, or I shall be forced to, The worst-case scenario moment finally came. A villain with arms that could stretch from the elbows down had snuck in a long-range punch, catching the avian teen in the gut. As Tokiyami stumbled back, the first physical attack he'd taken in years throbbing through his body, the remaining villains began to laugh. The words the criminals threw out were nothing the raven-headed teen hadn't heard before. Delusional, half-priced magician, son of a bird beeper, but between the pain and humiliation, something snapped. True, wrathful anger surged through Tokiyami, tinged with concern for his near-defenseless classmates. Before he could make use of the red-hot emotion, Dark Shadow re-emerged from his stomach, somehow grabbing his notebook on its way out. The sentient Quirk held the book up, even though it was enclosed in a plastic zip-locked bag for maximum protection. The notebook had become a precious treasure to Tokiyami, as it was a gift from his friend, and it just might hold the best solution to their problem. Wanna try it? Dark Shadow's voice whispered over the pair's telepathic link, a secret the two had never shared with anyone else. The edgelord smirked in reply. Is the little chicken already down for the count? The chainsaw sword-wielding, three-armed villain jeered as he closed the distance to his prey. After an embarrassing and ridiculously drawn-out scuffle, the birdbrain was down and about to be out. The villain's victorious thoughts turned to confusion when his quarry began to shake. I tried to warn you, Tokiyami grit out, picking up his act again. The avian teen had to fake feeling pain from the blow to his stomach as well, Dark Shadow's presence dulling the ache. Now stare into the abyss. The three-armed villain cocked his head, amused that the teen was still on his melodramatic kick. But it was time to say bye-bye to make-believe and pay his pound of flesh. Painfully. Enough with your delusions, the villain mocked, readying his chainsaw sword for a final blow. Wait, what the hell are you doing? Before the final blow was struck, the birdbrain had been engulfed in his own shadow. The completely silhouetted form of the student stood up, and kept going up. The remains of the horde watched with mounting concern as the figure grew in both height and musculature. Before long, the darkened student almost resembled All Might, if the number one hero had been made of licking shadows reminiscent of black fire. When the imposing figure turned its face to the villains, the amassed grunts couldn't help but flinch. Its eyes, they were so much worse than they'd been before. The white eyes from earlier were nowhere to be found, only burning yellow slits in a sea of black that oozed malevolence. But the worst part, it no longer felt like it was human eyes that were looking back at them. Look at what we have here. The shadowy form's voice was distorted, an echo of multiple speakers hissing over each other. The very words themselves itched under the collective skin of the thugs. So many delicious souls to torment. The three-armed villain shook off his misgivings first, beyond pissed that this brat thought they'd fall for the same trick twice. Enough of this bullshit already, the criminal shouted, swinging his buzzing weapon against the neck of the creature looming over him. The attack connected and, nothing. The creature didn't even so much as flinch. What the beep? The whirring teeth of the weapon's buzz-saw blade revved to full speed, and the villain could feel the resistance of it sinking into something in its way, but there was no indication of a successful hit. There was no ripping of shadow or flesh, no sparks or gouts of blood, not even the expected sound of such a weapon biting into its target was produced. It was like the teeth were being stopped short, just shy of touching the creature. It was almost like trying to cut something that wasn't there. Oh, we're going to have so much fun, the creature chuckled, swallowing up the chainsaw sword in a giant clawed hand. Effortlessly, the monster crushed the weapon, revving teeth and all, like it was nothing. Please, feel free to struggle. From their hunkered down spots, Koji and Aoyama shrunk away in fear. Their classmate appeared to have succumbed to madness, and they didn't want to witness him killing everything that ran across his path. That Tokiyami was liberally smashing villains against the concrete ground and into ruined vehicles with a gleeful laugh didn't help their perception at all. Simultaneously, in the ruins zone, all things considered, Hiroshima really thought he and his group of displaced classmates were doing pretty well for themselves. Sure, they'd been separated from their class and surrounded by villains that had infiltrated their school's training facility, but that hadn't stopped them from kicking ass. The criminal's jaw he just broke with a hardened punch was a great example. Having just downed his latest foe, the red-headed teen took a moment to check up on the others fighting with him. Ojiro was effortlessly weaving between two villains with his manly martial arts skills, even using his tail to slide himself between one of their legs to dodge an arm made of stone. Even as he watched, the tailed teen flipped himself up and over, wrapping his arms around both his attackers' necks while using his body's momentum to slam their heads into the ground. Satisfied Ojiro had everything under control at the moment, Hiroshima darted forward and slammed a hardened leg into a villain that had been charging at him. The redhead crouched over the unconscious form of his latest takedown and dismissed any notion of looking for signs of Toru. As soon as the quartet had descended from the remains of the penthouse, the invisible girl had discarded her gloves and shoes, stating she'd be of more use like that. And had she ever been right? Hiroshima was still amazed at the versatility of the unseen girl. So far she'd tripped 4 separate villains that had almost gotten the drop on him and Ojiro, choked out 3 others that had been hanging back to take pot shots with their long-distance quirks, and had somehow started 2 different infighting incidents between different groups of their enemies. The girl was like a ninja, a manly ninja. And then there was Mina. The pink-hued girl was kicking some serious ass, and the redhead didn't just think that because he'd watched her use her manly breakdancing skills to reverse axe kick a guy so hard he spat out teeth. When he hadn't been looking, Hiroshima had to admit that his awesome friend had also gone and learned how to incorporate her quirk into her own unique fighting style. Acid-infused strikes from hands and feet effortlessly flowed after splashes of burning viscous liquid, the corrosive substances excreted from any of the girl's exposed skin. No villain could get close to Mina as long as she could keep herself going and fight through the drawbacks of using acid too much. Which is what had Hiroshima worried. He'd seen what could happen if his friend overused her quirk, even still had a few nightmares. In their current situation, the redhead didn't know if he'd be able to break away if worst came to worst and keep Mina from pushing too far. Gah! The sudden shout of pain caused Hiroshima to jerk his gaze away from his pink-hued friend's breakdance of doom. His heart immediately sank when his eyes found the cry's source. Ojiro had been captured. "All right, you little shits. That's enough." The villain that had captured the martial artist yelled. The criminal's quirk was terrifying to be sure, even excluding the spider-like mandibles the man bore, appearing to be some kind of silken strings that were shot from his thick, gnarled fingers. "Just give me a reason, and I'll beat this kid dry." Ojiro, now bound with his arms and tail painfully tight against his sides, tried to struggle, but the threads holding him only tightened. When it became difficult to breathe, the martial artist was forced to accept he wouldn't be escaping on his own. It was a blow to the tailed teen's pride to be sure, but he hated more the fact that he'd also just endangered his classmates as well. Left with no other options, Hiroshima and Mina quickly relaxed their fighting stances. Both teens knew they weren't fast enough to reach their classmate before his captor either crushed him or drained him. Instantly, the redhead and Rosette were grabbed by the few remaining villains. Roughly, 2 villains snatched Hirošima's arms and torqued them behind his back, pulling a hiss from the teen as they frog-marched him to their arachnid-like compatriot. A distance away, Mina was bodily lifted into the air before being carried over by a villain with multiple pitch-black spindly arms and a face more skeletal than anything. "Say, Kumogao-san," the ghoulish villain wheezed, sounding as half-dead as he looked, "what would you say to dinner and a show?" One of the thin, elongated limbs that had wrapped around Mina loosened, disgustingly trailing up and down her figure in a macabre parody of a sales pitch. The arachnid-faced villain, Kumogao, turned to consider his associate's offer, absent-mindedly pulling Ojiro backward by his silken bonds and grabbing the tailed teen by the back of his neck. Hiroshima lunged wildly at the filth that dared threaten his pink-hued friend so blatantly, his blood boiling at the utterly petrified look that stared back at him from black and gold eyes. Unfortunately, the villains holding the redhead expected such a reaction, and only hauled him back, kicking and screaming. "You drive a hard bargain, Gurubuki," Kumogao drawled after an obviously fake moment of thought. A perverse grin pulled at the villain's mandibles. "But I think that sounds perfect, if you let me go, nay." Snap. Gah. To the shock of all present, the arm of the arachnid-faced villain that was holding Ojiro suddenly bent 90 degrees at the elbow, completely opposite of how the joint was meant to go. The result, an arm so shattered bone could clearly be seen tearing through pulped flesh. The next few seconds passed by in a blur. Adrenaline still coursing through his veins, Kirishima reacted in the blink of an eye. Hardening his entire upper body, the redhead wrenched his arms back, driving his elbows into his captors' stomachs with as much force as he could muster. The villains instantly went slack, their ability to breathe severely limited by the sudden blinding pain radiating from their solar plexuses. Mina wasted no time herself, expelling her most corrosive acid from her entire body as quickly as she could. The ghoulish villain's depraved giggling, which only she'd been able to hear, rapidly transformed into howls of agony. The spindly limbs holding the rosette convulsed once before instinctively throwing the source of their torment away. The pink-hued teen clenched her eyes shut, readying for a rough collision with the ground, which never came as two solid arms caught her falling body in a textbook princess carry. And safe. Snapping her eyes open, Mina realized she'd been picked out of the air by none other than her red-headed friend. Kirishima was now on his knees, having slid from a run to be able to make the catch. "You okay there, horn buddy?" Mina felt herself blush, the care and concern her friend was directing at her too much, and too close, to handle with the butterflies that were currently invading her stomach. Acting before she could think too much on the bewildering emotions she was feeling, the rosette pushed the redhead's distressed face away with a boop to the nose. "Thanks, Kiri," Mina said, before remembering they were still missing two classmates. "Wait, is Ojiro okay? And where's Toru?" "Don't worry, Mina, we're okay," came the exuberant reply of the invisible girl. Looking over in the direction the bubbly voice had come from, the redhead and rosette were treated to an odd sight. Ojiro was standing, half freed from his silk bindings, on top of Kumogao. Next to the tailed teen floated numerous strands of his restraints which, judging by how the threads bundled in two places, were being held by Toru. "Thank you for your aid, Hagakure-san," Ojiro thanked the invisible girl formally. "I shudder to think what would have happened if you hadn't interceded." The floating strands fluttered through the air, allowing the three watching teens to guess their classmate was waving off the thanks. Maybe she was blushing too. "It's no problem, Ojiro," Toru said. "It's what a real hero would have done. I just wish I hadn't had to be so brutal." That comment drew the eyes of the other three to the broken form of Kumogao, who did indeed look as if he'd been brutalized. On top of his wrecked arm there was now a growing bruise across the villain's temple. It was clear that Toru had held nothing back when rescuing her classmate. Enemies defeated, the quartet wondered what they should do next. Did they head for the plaza and see if their homeroom teacher needed help? Or did they hold down the fort, as it were, until rescue came while keeping an eye on their defeated foes? With only one vote for them to head out, the group settled into wait. "Hey Kirishima, are you going to let go of Mina anytime soon?" Back at the plaza, Tsuyu sat back after helping the still weakened Izuku feed his blood to their dying teacher, silently watching the both of them heal. The frog girl noticed two things. The first was Izuku's regeneration had slowed once again, which could be expected due to his recent blood loss, and the second was that his fever appeared to have lessened dramatically. That observation confused her. Repositioning her cinnamon roll's head back to her lap, Tsuyu looked back at the continuing confrontation between All Might and the man-beast. "It's useless, All Might," Shigaraki shouted while the #1 hero traded blow after blow with the enormous monster. The lanky villain nearly giggled at the sight of the struggling pro-hero. With his shock absorption quirk, Nomu might as well be the anti-symbol of peace, no, our very own symbol of terror. All Might paid little mind to the gloating villain, too busy dodging as many blows as possible and trying to force his strength to work properly. It was just his luck he was being shown the truth of Nezu's words like this: He really shouldn't have spent his whole 3 hours on little things better left for other heroes. Keep trying as much as you want, but you'd have better luck peeling off his skin and tearing him to bits, Shigaraki continued, smiling sadistically when he noticed All Might pause for a second. The lanky villain took it as a clear sign he'd gotten the pro hero's attention. But whether or not he'll allow you to do that, now that's another question. All Might smirked to himself, thinking back to the earlier words shouted at him. He always found it funny how villains always tended to bring up the weaknesses in their own schemes whenever they felt confident. Overconfident, as he'd often proved. That works perfectly for me. The symbol of peace shouted as he evaded one last attack before circling around Nomu and grappling him. Heaving with all his strength, All Might delivered an earth-shattering suplex, raising a massive cloud of dust in the process. No, Aizawa shouted as he bolted upright from where he'd lain, drawing the attention of the observing frog girl. She marveled at how fast her homeroom teacher was healing from such crippling wounds. That's exactly what they wanted. The warning compelled Tsuyu to turn back to the fight, where the dust was beginning to settle. She almost wished it had taken its time. Before her very eyes was a sight too terrifying to consider. All Might, the symbol of peace, had been trapped. The mist villain had managed to open a portal underneath where the man-beast should have landed, opening the other side right below the pro-hero. Unimpeded, Nomu had dug his clawed fingers into the number 1 hero's sides, drawing blood. "We need to," Izuku groaned, trying to stand. The action surprised the frog girl, who noticed the green-haired teen was quickly beginning to look pale. "Help him." From his own position, Aizawa was struggling too. The underground hero wanted nothing more than to give his fellow teacher a hand, and maybe a large lecture after everything had been resolved. His labored movements did have one benefit though: they allowed the gruff teacher to realize his arm was no longer sporting broken bones and his decayed elbow was halfway to being fully healed. Aizawa had to admit, Izuku's blood was incredibly powerful. "The two of you will remain here until you're fully healed, Kiro," Tsuyu barked, grabbing both males by their collars. With the frog girl being the only one uninjured of the three, it was easy for her to keep them down. That fact really drove home to the man and teen how useless they still were at the moment. And neither male could stand Tsuyu's glare either. "Gwaha!" A familiar groan caused the trio to turn their heads away from their staring contest. Tae had miraculously reached them, despite her broken state, and was using her good arm to push one last protein bar into Izuku's hands. Izuku took the horribly tasting thing with a grateful look at his dependable partner. "This will certainly help," the green-haired teen said as he unwrapped the bar and tore a tiny piece off. Handing the morsel to Aizawa, he wolfed down the rest. "That is one determined zombie," Aizawa remarked as he popped the measly scrap into his mouth. It was revoltingly bland, like washed-up cardboard, but he swallowed it anyway. Idly, the underground hero made a mental note that he'd understood the zombie girl telling Izuku he needed to eat and heal. The effects of the third bar were almost immediate for Izuku, who doubled over in pain as his regeneration kicked into high gear once again. The clear example of this was his foot, which now only lacked a couple toes and a lot of skin. For Aizawa, there was a few seconds delay, but then the gruff teacher felt his stomach suddenly feel full. Another handful of seconds later and he saw his wounds beginning to heal even faster. Although, why did he suddenly feel hot? Still trapped, All Might continued his struggle against the deadly grip Nomu had dug into his old wound. The villain's claws were causing him tremendous pain. The number 1 hero tried to take a ragged breath, only to spit up blood. The instant it became obvious the symbol of peace wouldn't be able to free himself, Kurogiri enacted the next step in the plan, sinking the two combatants into his portal. Slowly. Well, it seems our trap worked," Shigaraki said with glee, his words earning the attention of the bound pro-hero. "You see, Nomu's job was only to slow you down, render you easy prey for the real attack." All Might resumed his struggling, but his efforts continued to end in vain. The number 1 hero's once insurmountable strength failed in the face of his earlier fatigue combined with the shooting agony being inflicted to his side. "In just a few seconds, that portal you're slipping through will close." Shigaraki's voice grew dangerously more sadistic, the look in his single visible eye surpassing psychotic. "Sure, it'll be gory, but I'm sure Kurogiri can get over dealing with half your entrails. Kurogiri himself was slightly put out that he wasn't able to reveal the details of the plan. He'd practiced in front of a mirror for most of the previous day just so that he could find the right words and mannerisms to give the event the grandiose feeling it deserved. However, in his current state, the misty villain knew using his quirk even this much was already pushing his limits. Speaking now would cost him focus he couldn't afford. All seemed lost, and those witnessing the tragedy unfolding before them not named Shigaraki or Kurogiri nearly lost heart, until a blitzing stream of ice rocketed onto the scene. Spears of frozen water quickly converged over half of the bestial Nomu, impaling him in some places. The surprise attack loosened the monster's grip just enough, and the symbol of peace, not one to neglect an opportunity, immediately broke free and jumped clear of the portal beeping him under. Kurogiri, now spent, released the now useless tear in reality as soon as Nomu had pulled himself out. The misty villain could feel his injuries and exhaustion piling up. Much to his shame, he knew he only had one more use of his quirk in him. He'd need to save that for escape. You really think someone like you would be able to kill the symbol of peace? Questioned the stoic voice of Shoto Todoroki. The heterochromic's flat eyes indicated just how little he thought of the villains assembled before him. Don't be ridiculous. To the dual-haired teens sidestepped Shiro, Sato, and Mezzo, the trio lightly dusted in frost. Even so, the teens seemed ready to fight if the fire in their eyes was any indication. All Might could easily read the intentions of his students, and while he loved their heroic hearts, he knew he had to stop them before they did something foolish. Young Todoroki, I appreciate your help, All Might thanked while keeping his eyes locked on the villains, but you, all of you, need to get to safety. I will handle this. You say that. Todoroki's rebuttal came quickly, not willing to lose this opportunity to shine as a hero with his mother's inheritance alone, but you were really in a tight spot just now. Shigaraki eyed the newly arrived students with absolute hatred, cursing both the brats for interfering and the fodder he'd brought for failing to deal with them. His plan had almost succeeded. The lanky villain was no fool though. With the beating he'd already taken, he knew Kurogiri wouldn't be able to assist him now. However, he also knew that with Nomu at his side, able to single-handedly contend with the #1 hero, he might just be able to kill the symbol of trash himself. These new kids are a real bother, but it doesn't really matter, Shigaraki announced, causing All Might and the 4 teens to either tense up or fall into defensive stances. Nomu. With but a single word, the bestial villain reacted. In a display akin to violent masochism, the man-beast did his best to stand straight, snapping off a frozen arm and leg in the process. What followed was worse than even the most grotesque of horror movies, as raw and exposed muscle and bones began to bubble and pulsate. In the blink of an eye, both missing limbs of the monstrous creature grew back, skin and all. The beast was ready to fight again. What? All Might's shout of surprise at this sudden development was completely understandable. You said his quirk was shock absorption. Shigaraki's vile grin was so large it could be seen peeking around the hand covering his face. I did indeed, the lanky villain agreed with a laugh, but I never said it was his only quirk. All Might's fierce blue eyes shot open at the revelation. Then it really was. You 4, the #1 hero, now knowing his students truly weren't ready for what they were facing, wasted no time in calling the teens' attention. Fall back. Sato and Shiro glanced at each other on the heels of the harsh order. The sugar teen opened his mouth first. But, listen to All Might, Aizawa interrupted. The gruff teacher, now fully healed, appeared exceedingly intimidating with his eyes glowing blood red. Leave this fight to the pros. From where he stood, Shigaraki trembled, in near apoplectic rage. What had just happened shouldn't have been possible. Eraserhead had been tiptoeing at the gates of death not even 10 minutes ago, yet now the damnable underground hero was standing before him as if he was at full health. What the beep? What the actual beep? Shigaraki cursed when he couldn't think of an explanation for such a recovery. The heroes are using cheat codes now. That's not fair. All Might was at a loss as well. The pro hero had been sure not even Recovery Girl could have healed his broken coworker. Aizawa-kun, the pro hero asked, his real question unspoken yet clear. Izuku, came Aizawa's soft-spoken reply. The answer was kept short and simple, leaving no room for error lest the villains hear the name of his problem child. All Might dipped his head in minute acceptance, though he couldn't keep the newly born concern from his face. I see, the number one hero said worriedly, memories of the Asui girl after being healed flashing before his mind's eye. And you're still yourself. The underground hero bit back a growl, immediately hating that the symbol of peace felt the need to ask such a question. There's no time for that, Aizawa bit out, rationally compartmentalizing his emotions so they didn't waste time arguing. You focus on the monster, I'll take the handsy one. Hearing their homeroom teacher's plan, Todoroki and his classmates prepared to join the fight, that is, until Aizawa fixed them with a truly chilling glare. Cowed, the teens ran to the stairs, only to find their classmate Kaminari still recovering from shorting out his brain in a mangled TAE. Still uncertain if the zombie girl would bite if they neared her, Shiro and Sato only grabbed the fried blonde before continuing their retreat. From their new position behind a clump of bushes, Izuku and Tsuyu watched as the battle recommenced. The green duo had come up with a plan, one that required a specific set of events to occur before implementation. Before he'd gone to join All Might, Aizawa had postulated that defeating Shigaraki would end the fighting. The underground hero had then put his focus into capturing and neutralizing the lanky villain. That led to the problem of dealing with the beastly Nomu, who'd so far proven only concerned with fighting All Might and protecting his master. Which is exactly what the plan counted on. If Aizawa attacking Shigaraki drew Nomu to his aid, All Might would intervene and restrain the monster. And if that happened, Izuku would take the chance to hijack the bestial villain by dousing the creature's exposed brain in his blood. It was risky, and his first offensive use of his quirk ever, but it seemed like their best shot to the green-haired teen. The hero in training also didn't want to draw attention to how winded the symbol of peace appeared, no doubt the result of whatever highly dangerous and taxing mission the pro-hero had been on. That was the reason he'd been late arriving at the USJ. How? Shigaraki shouted, engaging Eraserhead in a bout of CQC. The lanky villain learned the hard way after a quick sleight of hands resulted in only a punch to the face instead of the expected decayed shoulder that his quirk was once again being suppressed. His best advantage was gone. How is this possible? Aizawa only smirked behind his writhing capture tool scarf, his red eyes unblinking. Wouldn't you like to know? The underground hero taunted, his words chosen to inflict fear into his opponent. Making his move, the gruff teacher flicked his scarf around Shigaraki's arms before implementing a judo throw as quickly as possible. The pained groan from the lanky villain was proof enough his attacks were leaving marks. In their own clash of the titans, All Might and Nomu continued to trade blow after blow. Then the bestial villain heard Shigaraki groan in pain. The creature attempted to disengage the symbol of peace to assist the lanky villain, but was immediately placed in a full Nelson by the number one hero. The only place you're going, All Might boomed as he locked his arms around the massive villain, as a prison cell. Nomu screeched like a rabid animal as he resisted the hold with every ounce of strength he had. The inability to fulfill either of his primary missions, kill All Might and protect Shigaraki, was a searing spike of pure agony to his brain. Now, All Might was startled when he heard the unmistakable voice of 1A's green-haired problem child cry out, but the pro-hero held tightly to his prisoner regardless. Even what felt like hands and feet crawling on his back wasn't enough to loosen his grip one iota. The weight was so light it could have only belonged to one of his students anyway. Then the symbol of peace watched as Izuku vaulted over his head, bloodied hand extended toward Nomu. The green duo had started to run toward All Might the moment he'd locked his arms around the bestial villain. Tsuyu had leapt first, sticking to their teacher's back to provide an additional platform for her crazy cinnamon roll to make his own leap from. Izuku had utilized the support to the fullest, flinging himself up and at his target with ease. That's when it all went wrong. I've got you. Izuku celebrated as he slammed his blood-covered hand onto Nomu's exposed brain, only for everything to explode in blinding pain. Seeing young Midoriya not only land on the monstrous villain, but also shove a blood-soaked hand onto the beast's brain was enough shock for All Might to momentarily loosen his grip on the monster. Said monster lost no time in reacting to his newest assailant. Powerful hands crushed Izuku's body in a devastating overhead clasp before throwing the green-haired teen away like a used rag. Izu-kun. Suyu screamed as she watched their plan fall apart. The frog girl ran hopped to her cinnamon roll as quickly as she could, not noticing in the slightest that all the fighting had stopped. All eyes were now glued to the ruined teen. Oh no, Aizawa muttered as he took in the sight of his beloved student. Young Midoriya. All Might bellowed, ignoring the blood that trickled from his mouth and side in favor of concentrating on his wounded student. Zuko, rasped the long unused voice of Tae as she redoubled her efforts to reach her master. Zuko. The zombie girl tried to force more words out as she crawled, but her body finally collapsed, unable to continue further. No, no, Shigaraki cried as he was dragged by his feet into a portal of darkness. Izuku spasmed as his lungs fought desperately for air. He could feel that most of his internal organs had been crushed by Nomu's counterattack, and his blood was working beyond overtime to keep him alive. Focusing on the memory of forcing his will through his body like he had earlier, the green-haired teen made his head turn and look at the battle zone. He'd never forgive himself if his mistake had caused Suyu to get hurt. Instead, Izuku saw it. The body of the monstrous Nomu spread out on the ground, twitching. And then Izuku's damaged nerves registered that he had something in his hand, his bloodied hand. Finding it easier to move his eyes instead of his devastated limbs, the green-haired teen looked down and saw. He was holding a large piece of Nomu's brain. Before falling unconscious, the last thing Izuku saw after that was Suyu, crying. Mitsuki Bakugo stumbled out of the office building she'd been trapped in for hours now, her legs wobbly and knees weak. Any casual observer would have agreed that the woman looked ill. If she'd been asked, the Ashen Mother would have agreed and said she felt as if her stomach was about to expel its contents. Gods above, please help me, Mitsuki mumbled as she slid down, taking a seat right on the stairs out front of her previous prison. The distraught look that twisted her face, caused by what she'd just experienced, was heart-wrenching to see. The meeting with the lawyers had started off on unsteady and hazardous footing. It was obvious to anyone that looked at him that Katsuki was unrepentant, but the blonde had still asked for forgiveness as his mother had instructed him to. He'd even behaved somewhat civilly. Or rather Mitsuki's, plan had been simple, and full of holes. It had relied largely on the lawyers being neither too bright nor out for blood. It had become depressingly apparent as the day wore on that neither condition was going to fall in the Bakugo family's favor. Katsuki had followed orders, had bowed and admitted that he'd been blinded by his bloodlust after being thoroughly defeated by Izuku. The blonde had apologized and sworn an oath to never allow such a thing to happen again. He'd added that he hadn't meant to harm his other two classmates, only the one he knew could shrug off such an attack without too much trouble. Mitsuki had believed that if they'd pushed that her son's actions had clearly been meant to be non-lethal in nature, any sentence would be reduced in severity. After that had come questions. The Asui lawyer, Kamishiro, had opened with asking Katsuki why he'd blatantly ignored the signal that ended the exercise. Knowing that this would come up, Mitsuki had already instructed her son on how to reply. Even so, none of the three sitting in judgment seemed convinced when it was related to them that Izuku's punches had been so strong they'd muddled the explosive blonde's perceptions. Yue's Sakamoto hadn't even tried to hide his disgust when the idea of mistaking the buzzing alert for a time warning was thrown in. The Ashen Mother had watched with increasing worry as the lawyers had deliberated right in front of them. There had been no attempts to hide the three's distrust regarding her son. Concerning words such as animal and psychopath had been uttered, even delusional had been heard more than once. Mitsuki was forced to grip Katsuki's arm as hard as she could in order to keep him quiet. Then the Iida lawyer, Hange, had spoken just slightly louder. An idiot that's unable or unwilling to shoulder the responsibility for his actions is worse than the lowest of commoners. The haughty words had been too much for his already eviscerated pride, and Katsuki had growled deep in his throat. Mitsuki had tightened her grip on him as harshly as possible, her deadliest glare directed his way, but it was too little, too late. Kamishiro had caught her son's reaction. The violet-haired woman had thrown the Bakugos a malevolent smirk before everything went downhill. "Calm and easy now, boy," said a large, robust man garbed in white clothes as he guided a trembling Katsuki down the stairs. The two's destination was the white, armored vehicle parked one spot over from where the Ashen Mother had collapsed. Do as you're told and there won't be any need for chains, you hear. Mitsuki looked at her son as he and his handler passed by her. Her Katsuki was about to be transported to a mental institution where he'd be bombarded with tests designed to decide if it was, or ever would be, safe to release him back into society. For the first time, his normally scowling crimson eyes were wide with fear and pleading for help. Her own, however, were full of despair. It was near the end of the meeting that Kamishiro had sprung her trap, coming up with a brilliant idea. Since they only had Katsuki's word as assurance, why not professionally check his mental stability by secluding him away for a month at a special institute? In theory, this would allow a larger window of opportunity for Mitsuki to build her own case to present to a court in case of a trial, a possibility all three lawyers had made plain was still on the table. Meanwhile, the concerned parties would be given the chance to discover for themselves if her son was still made of the stuff of heroes. Mitsuki knew differently though. If left to his own devices, Katsuki would no doubt turn violent, physically or verbally. He'd either say something delusional or, worse yet, attempt to foist blame for everything on someone else. His own words would tie the noose around his neck better than any witness. This was why Mitsuki realized the Asui were so feared. It wasn't for their raw power, their familial Quirk, who was afraid of frogs. It was their villainous cunning and the inescapable influence it had built for them that made them titans of society. Refusing had been impossible, and stalling would have only made things worse. There'd been no other option than to acquiesce and allow her son be thrown into the lion's den. Please, just one more time, Mitsuki murmured as she shakily reached for her phone. Her only lifeline now, her only hope, was Inko. Please Ko-chan, please. Unforeseen simulation joint, staff-only room. When Nezu had arrived at the premises of the facility of his academy that was under attack, he'd found that it was all over, the assault had been stopped. However, the sight of numerous ambulances being loaded with students, and armored trucks chock full of villains, had sent him reeling. It had taken him a full minute to recover, but then he'd ordered all able-bodied first-year teachers to convene in their current enclosed room. How are our students holding up? Nezu threw out his first and most important, to him, question. The quirked animal looked around the room, growing more worried than he'd been as each of his teachers looked away when he locked eyes with them, seemingly too hesitant to answer. Whatever the news was, it was clear he wasn't going to like the answer. Physically speaking, only a bare minimum ended up acquiring injuries that required medical attention, Aizawa started to report as soon as his turn came up. The gruff man showed no uncertainty or unwillingness to speak. As for psychological trauma, we're looking at some difficult situations. Nezu grimaced as he read through the report in his paw hands. While around half of the students had been able to fend off their attackers with a commendable level of skill, it quickly became apparent to anyone with eyes that no one on either side had escaped completely unscathed. The stronger students, more concerned with protecting their classmates and themselves, had been much less mindful of dealing lasting damage to their opponents than anyone could have expected. Even though the self-defense clause irrefutably applied to this situation, the school would no doubt soon have those vultures known as journalists and reporters baying for blood. The lack of restraint shown in some of the wounds reported by the arrested villains was going to be low-hanging fruit for the media to pick at. But of those with physical injuries, Aizawa continued, still commanding the attention of the others present. We have a few that were classified as having needed immediate intensive care. You mean Iida, Midoriya, and Yaoyorozu? Midnight asked for clarification. The R-rated heroine knew the kind of trouble each of those teens could indirectly cause, each in their own way. What are their prognoses? Will they recover soon? Those in attendance already knew the answer to that question in the case of Tenya Iida. After racing to meet with All Might on his way to the main campus, the studious teen had kept accelerating to reach the rest of the staff even as his engines had overheated. The bespectacled student had arrived to a shocked audience screaming at the top of his lungs, his message forcefully clear through obvious pain and panic. When the staff had gone to retake the USJ, taking the Iida with them, Tenya had been visibly shaken upon seeing the state many of his classmates were in. Then he'd succumbed to his wounds and slipped into unconsciousness. Of course, as was now the tradition, the cavalry had arrived too late to be of much use. Snipe had, thanks in part to his quirk, been quick to take out the mobility of all villains that had been in the open, ensuring those already downed could neither escape nor resist. Unfortunately, he'd only had time to shoot a handful of holes into the arms of what had appeared to be the leader of the assault before he'd managed to get away. Tenya Iida suffered second-degree burns to his calves, interior and exterior, and near-melted engines, Aizawa replied, surprising a few who hadn't known the extent of the teen's injuries. He's expected to be recovered and released from his family's hospital of choice by tomorrow evening. With that update, only Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were left, and Nezu really didn't want to dwell on the can of worms those two were if he didn't have to. On an intellectual level, the quirked animal could understand the reasoning behind Midoriya's actions based on the situation as described by Aizawa. All Might had been struggling far too much to subdue the monstrous Nomu, and something had to be done to carry the day. The maneuver had even been a smart one. The fallout of forcefully asserting control over a sentient being would have been minimal if handled cautiously compared to killing one. If only All Might hadn't lost his grip on the villain. Momo Yaoyorozu was another story entirely. The young lady had been hurt as a result of a quirk that by all rights shouldn't have been viable in the first place. Poor Midoriya was now going to have to deal with the QRA breathing down his neck when it came to light he was controlling zombies that were fully capable of utilizing their quirks. If that weren't bad enough, the mature teen, if not her parents, would most likely seek retribution of some sort for the mishap. Although, all things considered, the Yaoyorozu family should probably be more grateful than anything. Their heiress had survived the assault with her honor and virtue intact. Which was saying something considering it turned out that the group of villains that had populated the disaster zone she'd been sent to had been comprised of mostly convicted or suspected rapists. Momo Yaoyorozu on the other hand appears to need only a couple days of recovery. Aizawa pushed on, sighing as he clarified, Recovery Girl says the machinations of the inner ear, as delicate as they are, will always take more time than anticipated to heal. There were nods of agreement at this. More than one at the table had accidentally been caught in one of Present Mike's sonic scream attacks and remembered the annoyingly long time it took to recuperate. Midoriya will require significantly more time than any of the others, Aizawa finished, offering no further information. Nezu failed to contain his flinch. Izuku Midoriya, while an unbelievably powerful healer of last resort, had been earmarked for longer than his attendance at UA as one who was weaker in regards to the actual combat side of things. Despite that fact, the green-haired teen had proven himself more than adequate during the assault. He'd shown skill at every range and level of conflict, provided combat support, and even downed himself quite a number of dangerous criminals. But then, there was the caveat. It was always so easy to forget that regenerators like Midoriya weren't actually immortal, much less unbreakable, until something like what happened to the hero in training proved it once again. Inko Midoriya had been exceedingly difficult to deal with over the course of the previous incident her son had been involved in, so Nezu had no reason to believe now would be any different. Her reaction might even reach hysterical at this point. The quirked animal wondered if the homely woman would team up with one of the more influential parents this time. What about 13? Present Mike suddenly asked, then looked at his longtime friend with evident worry. What about you? The congregated pro-heroes plus principal turned to Aizawa expectantly. The underground hero only narrowed his eyes, knowing full well what was on the minds of those watching him. While 13's injuries are incredibly severe, there's no evidence of any that could be considered life-threatening. But Recovery Girl did suggest a long vacation, Aizawa said, allowing a minute of silence before giving in and sharing the information his coworkers wanted to hear. As for myself, I recognize that I'm currently under the control effects of Izuku's blood. There doesn't seem to be many adverse side effects so far, and all of the potentially mortal injuries I'd accrued have mostly healed. More than one pair of ears noted the slip in the underground hero's speech. Never before had the man ever referred to one of his students by their given name. It was proof enough as to one of the effects of the regenerator's quirk. The gruff teacher frowned at the inquisitive stares he was receiving from his fellow teachers. In the end, however, he decided not to allow his newfound appreciation for his green-haired cinnamon roll of a student to color his response, had he just referred to Izuku as a delicious pastry. Great, now he was hungry as well as tired. Maybe that new pharmacy down the street sold cinnamon-coated melatonin tablets. I'm aware that my objectivity concerning my students is currently compromised. Therefore I will defer to Nezu's decision in regards to the following actions that will be taken, Aizawa stated, showing that even if his bias had been clouded, his capacity for logical thinking was working fine. It didn't ease the minds of his coworkers much, however. I still wish to finish my report though, so at the very least you have a clearer image moving forward. Nezu was willing to take the good with the bad when it came to his underground hero teacher. Aizawa's survival was a priceless blessing, even if for the foreseeable future he was compromised by the quirk of one of his favorite students. It was too bad that those in power would be apt to take even the most inconspicuous of words from the green-haired teen as an abuse of power. Among those students most affected on a psychological level, Aizawa changed topics, getting tired of the stares he was seeing. He actively ignored the handful of flinches his coworkers made at his words. It appears that Ochako Uraraka, Toru Hagakuri, Tsuyu Asui, and Minoru Mineta are in dire need of counseling and psychiatric evaluation, the last one for an entirely different set of reasons. Not one of the pro-heroes present argued with the idea that this was an issue that needed to be tackled quickly. It was unreasonable to expect students, especially first years, to deal with such trauma alone. Even active members of the Hero Society, who faced horrors like this on a daily basis, were required to go to therapy every other week in most cases. These kids who hadn't even started learning the ropes would definitely need help. To make a prickly situation even worse, after losing one student only just recently, another had succumbed to the stress of the situation and went as far as to propose his female classmates surrender themselves to the attacking villains in the hopes of increasing his own survival chances. This transgression would have to be handled with the utmost delicacy, as the young women in question were completely within their rights to press charges for such suggestions. If not addressed with due haste, it was likely that righteous fury would spread to the school. And if that wasn't bad enough, Mineta's actions alone would give the media another field day to enjoy. There'd be unending questions stemming from the diminutive student, stretching from UA's school acceptance role to its admittance policy. What about the kid with the weird shadow entity in his stomach? Vlad King spoke up now. The creases running across the blood hero's brow showed the man's worry about the episode of madness the teen had reportedly fallen into as described by two trembling students and countless mauled criminals. Tokiyami, I believe his name was. Aizawa would have waved away his fellow hero course homeroom teacher's concern, but he was too tired to do so. Instead, the gruff man just sighed as he recalled the medical reports of those that were pulled from the downpour zone. Under all the blood, oil, grime, and mud, the worst the villains received were a couple of broken legs and dislocated shoulders, the underground hero replied, heading off any more distrust for one of his students. In the end, he caused much less overall damage than Todoroki, who nearly caused 24 cases of frostbite. Tokiyami was largely acting to intimidate. He never truly went berserk. If Nezu hadn't had a massive migraine forming since the minute this meeting started, he'd have had one starting now. It always boiled down to the same thing. They preached to their pupils to always go beyond, but whenever a student was actually forced to go plus ultra, the event always generated backlash and mistrust from the public. The problem this time was over a dozen students had been forced into such a situation. Recovery girl's nurse's office. Seemingly dead to the world as he laid on his hospital bed, the boy with the cursed blood slumbered away in a comatose state. According to Recovery Girl, scans indicated that nearly every major internal organ had been crushed under the monstrous pressure the hands of the Nomu had produced when he'd been smashed and thrown away. The green-haired teen's ribcage had also been almost completely pulverized, along with his spine having been twisted beyond the mortal scope of those without enhancement quirks. By all rights, Izuku should have died at the USJ, instantly. The faintest of grunts escaped the lips of the bed's occupant. The sound was soon followed by the barest of flickers of eyelids trying to open. In an instant, Tsuyu was by the side of the one who'd come to mean so much to her. Earlier, the frog girl had been losing the battle against hysteria when Izuku had lost consciousness, refusing to leave his side even in the face of Recovery Girl's stern assurances. Her friend's heart had started to beat again and his regeneration was working at its normal pace. What had been most worrisome after that had finally sunken in had then been the fact that his fever had remained until only moments ago. Izu-kun. Suyu was quick to take hold of her cinnamon roll's hand, tears building once again in her eyes. A potent mixture of relief and fear bubbled up in the drained frog girl. There might have been less to worry about, but it had been discovered after the fact that both Tae and Lily had stopped moving at some point during the assault. The two zombie girls had been carried to the nurse's office like corpses, since no one could get them to wake up. Recovery Girl had been about to surrender them to the local morgue if it hadn't been for the two snapping open their eyes when she'd picked up the phone. The frantic searching of dull red eyes had clearly been a sign that the two had been looking for their master, so the elderly heroine had left them alone. The QRA had then called and, tactful as ever, had requesting that, if possible, they be given custody of the still responsive but immobilized zombies. There'd been open remarks of the battery of tests being prepared for the girls, but Nezu had put his foot down. The principal had made it unequivocally clear that both Tae and Lily were to remain under the watchful eye of his academy until the Quirk user who'd created them gave explicit permission concerning their fates. The end result was a nurse's office more crowded than it had ever been before. Tae and Lily together occupied the bed next to Izuku, appearing much like lifeless puppets, and across from the green-haired teen's other side rested Momo. The mature girl was still recovering from the aftereffects of Lily's quirk, and Recovery Girl was not looking forward to meeting the academic recommendation student's parents. Su-chan, Izuku hoarsely answered back. Swallowing thickly, he opened his eyes fully and was happy beyond reason at the sight of his beloved frog girl being the first thing he saw. How long have I been out? The young hero in training felt strangely sluggish, and a lingering pain still coursed through his entire body. It was similar to the typical aches of the common cold though, not like the sharp agony of broken bones. It was strange. The green-haired teen could also tell his mind wasn't fully recovered either. The grogginess he'd had to fight to even ask such a simple question just now rivaled that of oversleeping for hours on end. Oh no, Izuku thought to himself through the fog of his mind. What if it's been days since I blacked out? 4 hours, Suyu managed to choke out through the emotional whirlwind she was experiencing. The unexpectedly short answer pulled a gasp from the awakening green-haired teen. I see, Izuku managed to say through his muddled thoughts. He was glad he hadn't worried people about his health for any long period of time. Suyu's current state was concerning though. It's a good thing to... Whatever else Izuku was going to say was cut off as Suyu suddenly began to hit him in the chest. The green-haired teen yelped from the unexpected aggression, but none of the strikes actually carried enough force to hurt him. He was more focused on the tears flowing down the frog girl's cheeks. You idiot, Suyu croakily screamed while banging on Izuku's chest, you scared me. You owe me, you owe me. The green-haired teen could make no sense of the words spoken, or why he was being hit, but he decided to do the only thing that came to mind instead of just sit there. With great effort, Izuku managed to wrap his still weakened arms around the sobbing frog girl and draw her into a hug. Her reluctance affront, Suyu begrudgingly sank into the embrace, her sobs turning to sniffles and small gasps. After a few minutes of this, she was able to find her voice. You didn't answer, the frog girl stated shakily. You wouldn't, no matter how much I cried out. Your heart stopped for 2 minutes. Izuku inhaled deeply, a margin of understanding of the frog girl's action sweeping through him. His injuries must have been really bad this time. I thought you wouldn't come back, Suyu continued, letting everything she'd bottled up come rushing out. I thought I'd lost you. And I hadn't. Before I. An inkling of what the frog girl was trying to say sparked in Izuku's mind as the fog finally cleared. Like kindling, the inkling caught some indefinable thing in his chest on fire. It throbbed. He didn't know what it was, but he did know what he had to do now. It might be too soon to tackle such emotions, but the idea of hurting his beloved Suyu was worse than anything he'd experienced so far. So, right there, the green-haired teen manned up, and forced himself to take responsibility. I'm not going anywhere, Su-chan, Izuku said softly, caressing the frog girl's back as she settled down to the occasional hiccup into his chest. And I won't leave you alone either. I think I love you. The green-haired teen knew that treading the path his words might have opened so early in their lives was bound to be difficult and full of pain. The love he'd just declared would no doubt be put to the test over and over again. But as he looked at the girl in his arms, he knew it'd be worth every second. He would gladly strike down any adversity for her sake, and had proven just as much hours ago in fact. And after all, he could always bounce advice off of Tae-chan, right? I think I love you too, Suyu murmured from her position. Craning her head back so she could look up at the idiot who she'd fallen for, the frog girl glared through puffy eyes. But you still owe me. You owe me for life now. Izuku merely answered with a warm smile, accepting that the short girl in his arms was probably going to be taking the lead in their relationship. He could live with that. A soft rapping of knuckles on wood drew the attention of the green duo to the room's door, which now stood cracked open. Peeking inside was a softly smiling Inko Midoriya, whose watery eyes showed just how relieved she was to see both teens together and alive. Now don't stop on my account, Inko whispered in a motherly voice, chuckling as the two teens stiffened in embarrassment. Walking fully into the room, the homely mother crossed over to her son and pulled out a bag full of homemade cuisine from behind her. Su-chan, could you help me feed him? I don't trust these dinky IVs. Nodding eagerly, Suyu wiped away her tears and smiled at the mother of her boyfriend. Boyfriend. They were together now, right? Shaking away the thought for later, the frog girl slipped from Izuku's arms to help the homely woman prepare. She was grateful for how welcoming the Midoriya matriarch had been and was determined to prove herself worthy of such support. Inko herself was wondering where the rest of her son's classmates were and why more weren't coming to his aid. If she knew her baby like she knew she did, then she was sure he'd done something recklessly heroic again to have ended up suffering such terrible injuries yet again. Surely that deserved some solidarity. Just as that thought was bringing a frown to the homely woman's lips, Jiro and Tokiyami entered the room, arms full of snacks of every nature. The sight immediately calmed the green-haired woman's mind, and she thanked the heavens for finally giving her son such steadfast friends. Back at the staff-only room, while Inko had gone to check on their children, Beru had gone to deal with UA's administration. The Asui matriarch was quite ready to demand a pound of flesh, and a soul while she was at it, for every child that had been injured due to the gross negligence that had allowed such a travesty to occur. As things stood at that moment, most of those that claimed the title of pro-hero in the room were trying not to cower before the frog woman in fear of her hateful glare. Nezu and Aizawa appeared largely unaffected however. And what excuse do you have this time? Beru's tone could have cut steel. Her words were so sharp the more tense of the teachers all flinched at her question. The frog woman suddenly wished All Might had still been there so she could watch him squirm as well. Alas, the symbol of peace had excused himself, citing his injury needed tending to. None whatsoever, Nezu replied, his own voice stern and serious, though no less pained for it. We simply weren't prepared to face such a coordinated strike. And to our deepest shame our students were the ones to pay the price. The glower that Beru was giving only intensified at this response. Those caught in within its sights not named Nezu or Aizawa wished they were anywhere but in that room trapped with the Asui matriarch. Unfortunately, they all knew that not dealing with the frog woman now would only make things worse later. Case in point, her firm represented the Yaoyorozu family. I'm afraid that these years of relative peace have ravaged the strength of our security measures, Nezu continued undeterred, regaining the attention of the angry frog woman. The budget for such was shifted over time toward different areas that appeared to need the funds more. And might I point out, these reallocations were all suggested by the school's economic advisor. Beru felt her eye twitch at this. Of course the quirked animal would bring up that one specific detail. Her firm had suggested the woman in question to UA to begin with. At least the wrathful mother knew whose head was going to roll first before the day was up. We can play the blame game as much as you want, but that doesn't change what must be done now, Aizawa suddenly stated, standing from his seat to hand the Asui matriarch a manila folder he'd been holding. His co-workers might have wanted to stop the man, but none had the courage to move. And I believe you can help. The frog woman grabbed the folder with more force than strictly necessary, wondering why the gruff man wasn't struck by fear like the other spineless excuses for heroes in the room. All it took was a moment to lock eyes with the underground hero for it all to make sense. "You don't deserve that blessing coursing through your veins," Beru hissed coldly, opening the folder without waiting for a response. "I know," Aizawa replied woodenly in the face of such a dismissal. He was rewarded with a loud tisk from the now preoccupied frog woman. The information in her hands was a lot for Beru to take in all at once, almost too much. On one hand, what the words in front of her said made her want to call for even more heads to line her chopping block. On the other, she knew her top priorities were keeping the children, specifically Izuku in this case, protected. The faculty members of UA weren't the only ones who knew of the media's distasteful fixation on tragedies. A villain, no matter how monstrous, winding up dead at the hands of a student. The leeches would smear the green-haired teen's name just for the ratings alone, never mind them doing their actual job of reporting the truth. She'd seen it happen before, and wouldn't allow it to happen again. Beru knew if she didn't act quickly, Izuku would be framed for lethal misuse of his quirk against another human being, and his fate would be as good as sealed. The public wouldn't care that his quirk didn't actually have any actively offensive capabilities, just that a hero in training had killed someone. The fact that the villain had been holding his own against All Might wouldn't even register with them either. The Asui matriarch would have to make a few calls now, and while she did that, she'd have to leave the mental health of Izuku and her daughter to her now beloved friend and fellow mother. Nurse's office, a few minutes later. After watching Izuku demolish every scrap of food put in front of him, Tsuyu and Inko had excused themselves from the room. Apparently the homely mother had wanted to speak privately with the frog girl that was now his girlfriend. Girlfriend? That gave the green-haired teen pause. He now had a girlfriend. He supposed they weren't quite official, they hadn't kissed yet after all. That's how it went, right? There was a declaration of intent and then a kiss to seal the deal. Regardless of their relationship status, their classmates were sure to make a big deal of the news. If he were honest with himself, Izuku was kind of hoping for that sealing the deal part. Something to look forward to, the green-haired teen muttered to himself. At that moment, the last of the fog cleared from his mind, and a grimace pulled at his face as the events of the assault on the USJ finally began to process. Flickering memories appeared before his mind's eye, and now, without the adrenaline coursing through his system, Izuku felt like he could truly analyze the facts. The most ominous and worrisome was the one that was impossible to deny. Accident or not, he'd killed. That alone was grounds for not only expulsion, but prison time as well. Putting aside the realization that his dream had died alongside the villain named Nomu, the green-haired teen considered the next problem. Aizawa. While his homeroom teacher had asked to be healed, the moment his blood had entered the man's system, there'd been no real supervision over his quirk's use. Thinking it over, the whole final scene grew more sinister when seen in that light. In those few seconds before the second counterattack, it had been Aizawa who'd proposed the use of Izuku's blood to hijack the Nomu. Or had it? Did the underground hero truly suggest that particular plan to pacify the enemy, or had his blood influenced the call with the alternative goal of expanding its influence? Try to get some rest, Yaomomo. Izuku was snapped from his thoughts by the pacifying voice of Jiro, who'd taken a seat on the bed opposite him where the mature girl had been resting. Toko and I will keep an eye on your duties for you, so just take it easy. Izuku felt the familiar sludge-like heaviness of guilt well up inside of him at the sight of the two girls. He would be taking partial responsibility for Momo's condition as well. Lily had told him about her quirk, dissonant song, soon after her raising. He'd theorized that as an undead, the little zombie girl would actually be able to use her ability long enough for it to be useful, but he'd failed to take into consideration important factors. If he'd done his job and taken the proper precautions, then Momo wouldn't have ended up affected alongside the villains. No matter how he looked at it, he'd failed again. The only saving grace this time was that no one he'd cared about had died. Worry not, Midoriya, Tokiyami added, once more putting on his dramatics. Your responsibilities shall not weigh upon your shoulders either. We will bear their burden for you should your quirk stagger in the face of the immensity of your injuries. After puzzling out the edgelord's meaning, Izuku couldn't help but feel humbled. A monster like himself, who could easily kill someone if he didn't keep his own quirk under control, had no business having friends of such caliber. The memory of taking a backseat while a darker part of himself drove forward during the crisis was still fresh in his mind, and the green-haired teen still couldn't recognize the personality that took charge and nearly killed one of the villains in cold blood. Thanks, Izuku whispered through the emotion his thoughts were dragging up. And then, before he could help himself, he blurted out words even he couldn't believe he'd ever say. Fumikage, Kyoka, for everything. The named pair flushed at the acknowledgement. With awkward smiles, the two left the room. Izuku made a mental note to ask if he'd gone too far too soon. With nothing else to do for the moment, Izuku watched as Momo ate some of her snacks with a look of guilty pleasure upon her face. The sight surprisingly helped to ease his mind. At the very least the class president would recover. And as was its nature, the green-haired teen's mind instantly turned from that happy thought to more troubling ones, such as what would he do if his classmates demanded he step down as class vice president? Or worse, what if someone tried to hit on Suyu? She was cute beyond all reason, so it was bound to happen eventually. Izuku-kun. Snapped from his thoughts once again, Izuku blinked before turning to the office's doorway, where Ochako now stood looking around at the room's occupants. Are you feeling better? The green-haired teen gave the brunette a small nod. From what he could remember while being in the backseat, he should be grateful for the rosy-cheeked girl. She stopped him from becoming an executioner when he had that missed villain dead to rights. Deciding to act on the side of caution, he didn't comment on it though. If he wasn't ready to confront the moment of his murderous thoughts, he doubted his classmate was. I'm glad, Ochako exclaimed with a smile. Carefully, as if to avoid getting too close to the two motionless zombies, the brunette stepped closer until she was standing by Izuku's bed. What happened to them? It wasn't a lie to say Ochako had been worrying herself sick over her green-haired classmate, more like an understatement. The brunette felt somewhat responsible for his injuries since she hadn't given him any real support during the assault. That guilt mixed with the admiration she felt when she remembered how much of a badass he'd been, leaving her stuck between showing her gratitude and hanging her head in shame. But when Ochako had heard what Izuku had done for Suyu, she couldn't help but fantasize. What if it had been her in the frog girl's place? The thought made her stomach tingle, and not in the way her quirk did. Tae-chan and Lily-chan, they're really low on active blood right now, Izuku tried to explain. He could still feel the ever-present connections he shared with the zombie girls, but they were incredibly weak at the moment. They needed to feed, but with his own health risk, it just wasn't possible. If they try to move again, they risk a second death. Probably. Ochako smiled, but not for the reason Izuku was probably thinking she was. The rosy-cheeked girl was ashamed to say it, but she was a little happy to hear about the state of the zombie girls. She really liked her green-haired classmate, but as he'd said the day they'd met, it was only natural for people to fear what was bizarre and unnatural to them. And while Lily was the cutest thing ever, Tae gave the brunette the creeps. If he had to let go of the two, then Izuku would no doubt be distraught though, which also didn't sit well with the anti-gravity teen. She'd just have to comfort him then, as a friend of course. A friend who was interested in seeing if the connection they'd built over their experience at the USJ could lead to more. After all, in Ochako's mind, the green-haired teen was fair game. He might have saved Suyu already, and more than once, but now she'd been saved too. And with the frog girl being just a little on the pushy side, her own chances of gaining Izuku's attention just had to be higher. It wasn't like the green duo had already expressed their feelings for each other right. All she had to do was make her own move before it was too late, discreetly, without stepping on any toes. So, they're ready to move on? Ochako asked hesitantly, hoping it sounded like she was honestly curious and not like she didn't want the zombie girls around. Tae-chan doesn't seem to want to go, Izuku replied firmly, fighting a frown. The brunette had to remind himself that his classmate hadn't directly attacked his partners, just asked an innocent question. And Lily, she's waiting for her father to come back. Words aside, Izuku wasn't naive enough to believe the situation he found himself in was as simple as it looked. Years of being bullied had forced a near-encyclopedic knowledge of body language into his head, and the brunettes made it clear that his undead partners made her nervous and she wanted them buried. For her part, Ochako accepted the answer easily enough with a nod. Thinking she'd navigated that conversational trap well enough, the anti-gravity teen decided to move in and make a quick play before the other girls in their class caught on to the true potential of the boy in front of her. "I see," the brunette gave her best smile, tilting her head a certain way her parents had always told her was cute. "Say, do you think we could maybe hang out later?" Izuku stared at Ochako in wide-eyed shock, flabbergasted. Ochako took the look as a good sign. The green-haired teen was surprised anyone would be interested in him, meaning no one had claimed him yet. "I just feel guilty about what happened, you know. I stopped you from capturing that mist villain and all," Ochako explained away, fidgeting under the flimsiness of her excuse. "And I've heard of this place with really good mochi and so." There was no way to keep the frown from his face this time, so Izuku didn't try to hide it. He didn't want to believe that the rosy-cheeked girl was proposing what he feared she was. "You mean?" Izuku paused, unable to keep his voice from wavering. A sudden sense of dread descended upon him. Like a date. Ochako's suddenly blushing face could have matched Kirishima's hair in intensity. The brunette felt so happy that her classmate had caught on so quickly. Maybe getting with him wouldn't be as hard as she'd thought. Pushing away her nerves, the anti-gravity teen gave a determined, firm nod. "No," Izuku immediately answered, shaking his head. He softened his frown. "That can't happen." Disappointment hit Ochako like a freight train, literally rocking her back on her heels. Had she pushed too far or too fast? "Huh," the brunette gasped. Why not?" "Because he's already mine." The unexpected declaration from Suyu coming from directly behind Ochako caused the anti-gravity teen to jump into the air with a rather loud "eep." "What?" Ochako asked, shocked at the discovery. "Already? How? When?" Feeling bad for his normally bubbly classmate, who now looked devastated, Izuku went to answer when Suyu moved first. Faster than the green-haired teen could react, the frog girl wrapped her arms around her definitely boyfriend in a hug and pulled his head down to her sizable beeps. With his head buried in a pleasant prison, the hero in training didn't see the poisonous glare his girlfriend directed at Ochako. The message was clear to her though. Back off. Ochako knew she'd been beaten, that the cinnamon roll had been taken. The bright future she'd envisioned for herself and her parents, free from their financial woes, turned to dust before her eyes as the green-haired teen's fate was sealed with another. It would have hurt less if the boy in question hadn't returned the hug he was being given, clearly enjoying the attention. I understand," Ochako managed to choke out, doing her best to deal with the rejection. Oh, who was she kidding? It was too much to take. "I'm sorry." With that, the now sniffling brunette darted out of the room, fighting back tears and the sting of defeat. While she knew there was no point in dwelling on what had just happened, it still hurt. She needed to be alone. From her bed, Momo had been calmly observing the whole scene, unsure of what was going on. She'd never gotten around to learning to lip read, so the mature girl felt the need to ask for some clarification. "What happened?" Momo asked, speaking at a completely acceptable level. Even so, she still couldn't hear anything over the ringing that hadn't left her ears. "Is she okay?" Realizing their class president was still deaf as a result of Lily's quirk, both Izuku and Suyu couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Now they'd have to try and explain the misunderstanding, and their relationship, to the mature girl while she yelled at them. "Did you say something?" Momo questioned, seeing lips move but only hearing ringing. "Is Lily-chan all right?" Izuku held onto a faint hope that Momo's parents wouldn't sue him for this. And if they did, he idly wondered if Suyu's mother would kindly represent him in court. While the rest of the hemisphere slumbered under the peace of mind brought by heroes like All Might, Recovery Girl remained awake, locked away in her office. For the 10th time that night, the elderly heroine found herself poring over her private notes on the boy with the cursed blood. Every fiber of her withered being was turned to understanding the quirk that had her tasting the beginnings of a new era in medicine. She mustered every ounce of medical knowledge she had gathered over her decades of life, but to her continued frustration, the more important answers remained shrouded, dangling just beyond her reach. What makes this Quirk actually tick? Recovery Girl muttered to herself as she once again began to read over the files from the top. If she could have just cut a chunk out of the green-haired teen, then she'd have been able to study his blood cells in optimal conditions, but ethics, morals, and the principal himself wouldn't allow that at all. I will make you reveal your secrets. The declaration was fierce, but quiet. Glancing at the other end of her office, Recovery Girl eyed the still sleeping forms of her patients. Earlier, the elderly heroine had been forced to demand Izuku stay an extra night for additional observation. The idiot had acted rashly and plunged a pair of syringes into himself to get the blood needed to revitalize his undead partners. Instead of waiting for qualified hands to return, he'd ended up draining too much too quickly and had left himself weak and lightheaded. Thankfully, Lily had returned to her chipper self almost immediately. Unfortunately, TAE had seemingly been forced to use her entire injection of blood to repair her broken body. The elder zombie girl had fallen back onto her bed almost instantly after the last of her wounds had rejuvenated, debilitated once more. And as of now, that's where she'd been left for the time being until her master could safely give her more sustenance. As Izuku had fretted over Tei's listless state, and his inability to assist her further with Recovery Girl breathing down his neck, Lily had almost immediately fallen into hysterics once she'd realized what her actions had done to Momo. The littlest zombie girl had attempted to plead for forgiveness from her big sis, drowning in guilt. The result? Lily currently found herself trapped in a hug, both a body pillow and a therapeutic mascot for the Yaoyorozu heiress. Never before had the elderly heroine actually been grateful for parents to be too busy to come and check on their child. Explaining any of this would have been such a hassle. HMPH. I need more data. Recovery Girl returned to her musings, assured none of her guests had woken up. The whiteboard before her, however, was still as sparsely filled as it had been. How has there never been a precedent for this type of thing before? The board was truly a messy thing to look at. One side was covered in scrawled half-words or ideas of a promising nature such as tissue reconstruction, or mimetic and transmigrant properties. The other side was also covered in scrawl, but the tone was much less encouraging. Terms such as extended usage overheating and indiscriminate fuel consumption were underlined or circled in thick red. The elderly heroine shuddered at the sudden thought of what would happen when she eventually had to reveal Izuku's true condition, the real reason he shouldn't be allowed to leave. The reckless child may have consumed the equivalent of 9 whole days' worth of nutrients in less than an hour, but he'd still ended up losing 5 kilograms of weight just to fully recover from the injuries he'd sustained at the USJ. Even an imbecile would have been able to recognize that such dramatic weight loss was a sign of something more dangerous lurking behind the scenes. And after witnessing one of the school's many heavy steel doors get reduced to a tiny metal ball after only hinting that Izuku might still be in some level of danger, Recovery Girl really didn't want to have to report her official findings to Inko Midodria. Ever. Hello there. The sudden sing-song greeting caused the elderly heroine to jerk in her chair, before spinning and harshly shushing the newly intruding pink-haired culprit. Mei Hatsume, only now realizing what time it was, winced in apology. Sorry. The spastic inventor, fresh from her work studio, was once again, as was becoming her habit, spending yet another night on campus grounds. She'd won such a privilege from Power Loader and Nezu by agreeing to keep her inventing to safe babies during off hours and working part-time as a messenger for the whole of UA's staff. It had become such a common sight, beginning of the school year or not, for the Pinkett to be seen in nearly every office delivering letters and packages that most of the faculty saw her as part of the official campus services now. Here's your weekly delivery, ma'am, May announced, now using a more subdued voice, for her that is. The package this time was a bag, and the inventor guessed by its weight it most likely held medical magazines or booklets. I tried to deliver it earlier this evening, but you were like, super busy. While exasperated at the girl's timing, Recovery Girl decided not to judge in favor of returning to her mental wranglings. It was at that moment that May decided she now had the perfect opportunity to take a look around and study the machinery in the nurse's office. The Pinkett had wanted to see if any of the designs could be used to improve her own babies for the longest time, but her amber gaze fell on the glaring surface of the elderly heroine's whiteboard. "Oh, I see you're continuing the work of Nanoman over there." The excited shout pulled back on the attention of Recovery Girl so fast the old woman almost gave herself whiplash. "What?" Recovery Girl asked loudly, looking at the student before her like she'd grown a second head. Realizing what she'd done, the elderly heroine lowered her voice. "What do you mean?" Instead of answering immediately, May continued to examine the whiteboard. The crosshairs that comprised the Pinkett's irises and pupils twitched, the only outward sign the girl's quirk had activated as she'd been bewitched by the board's contents. "Can you believe it's been 10 years since he began his medical nanotech research?" May said absent-mindedly, the not answer earning a frustrated sigh from the pro-heroine beside her. "How did you manage to get around the singular function programming issue?" Not expecting a question, or more precisely, not expecting a question that wasn't about why she had a whiteboard covered in a student's quirk data, Recovery Girl was momentarily thrown off balance. Realizing she somehow hadn't been discovered, the elderly heroine let out another sigh. Programming issue. That still didn't mean the pro-heroine had any idea what the Pinkett was talking about. "What are you talking about?" May only pointed to the board, nodding her head as if it held all the answers. Recovery Girl knew for a fact it didn't. "Well, Nanoman never managed to overcome the flaw of his nanites being too small to program with more than one task. But it looks like you've gotten yours to handle both mimetic functions and tissue reconstruction," May clarified, missing the distraught face of the elderly heroine behind her. "Must have been quite the challenge. Ooh, really is the best, isn't it? Although, I see how that would increase the fuel consumption problem." Recovery Girl was torn. Part of her wanted to take the blabbering girl by the shoulders and shake her until she shut up and started making sense. Another part of her was thankful she now had a potential lead for her research. Even though Chio admitted she couldn't remember ever hearing about the hero the Pinkett kept referring, that could easily have been because he was support class, underground, or just never earned much of a reputation. In any case, there would definitely be a file on him in the national database. "I guess you're also having the same problem Nanoman had with overheating too, huh?" May continued, unperturbed by both the fact that her audience of one wasn't responding to her and that she probably could have woken the dead with how high her voice had risen. "It's too bad you can't just make them carry some coolant." A rather abrupt beeping coming from her waist cut the young inventor off from speaking further. After checking the offending pager, May quickly excused herself with a short flurry of what might have been words before leaving to move on to her next task. Once more the only one awake in her office, Recovery Girl returned her gaze to the whiteboard. After a short while, the elderly heroine decided to get on with it and check on this Nanoman. Maybe she'd just gotten one step closer to her goal after all. The next Monday at UA, late morning, the 19 students of Hero Class 1A, plus 2 fully healed zombies, had finally reunited in their classroom. While their classes were still to be put on hold for 2 weeks, the heroes in training had been asked to convene at their homeroom in order to receive their first experience with one of Hero Society's lesser-known, but unquestionably important, necessities. Therapy. After surviving the assault on the USJ, 1A had been ordered to accept and complete mandatory sessions in order to work through the trauma their ordeals had undoubtedly left them with. And if they were honest with themselves, more than one student was grateful for the opportunity they'd been given. "Please, there is no need for atonement between us," Tokiyami assured the still fidgeting forms of Kota and Aoyama. The two less combat-oriented teens had just tried, for the 10th time, to express their regret for reporting their avian classmates' actions in the downpour zone as an episode of madness. "That my performance fooled even you means only that I can be assured of my ability to affect lesser minds in the future." Their attempted apology accepted, or waved off, they couldn't tell which. Kota and Aoyama stood watching as Tokiyami returned to his place in the small group of classmates that was comprised of Izuku, his zombies, Tsuyu, and Jiro. Neither teen would ever be able to forget the moment their avian-headed friend had become engulfed in his quirk and they'd believed he would kill them in his rage. They would also never allow themselves to forget how they'd completely disregarded his continued effort to save them. "I'm telling you guys," Mina suddenly exclaimed, hopped up and jumpy enough her volume caught the attention of all present. Toru-chan here was like our own MVP. Silently to herself, Toru was wishing her friend would cut it out with her antics, and was thankful when Kirishima pulled the excitable Pinkett down into the chair beside him. The invisible girl hadn't said anything, but she'd spent the entire weekend locked in her room, unable to take her mind off what she'd gone through. The horrible images she'd witnessed in the ruins zone repeated themselves endlessly in her head, making sleep impossible. What was even worse, she'd found, was what would happen if she pushed the images down hard enough. Her thoughts wouldn't leave her alone, oh no, instead, every possible worst-case scenario would start to play out before her eyes. And these scenarios didn't stop with her and Mina merely being captured by the villains. Above all, Toru had to do everything in her power to ignore the fact that during all the madness going on in the ruins zone, while Kirishima and Mina and Ojiro had fought so hard, she'd thought more than once of just running away. Is this really necessary? Izuku asked, plaintively referring to the wheelchair he'd been confined to. The green-haired teen was fairly certain he'd have been able to move perfectly fine if he'd had a cane, but Recovery Girl, and then his mother, and then Suyu, had insisted. My foot works just fine now and you will follow the doctor's orders. Suyu cut her cinnamon rolls protests short as quickly as she could, unfortunately causing him to wince at her tone. It's for your own well-being. And please, think about how I feel. I really want you to get fully healed. And then we can, go on a date. Hero. While harsh, Suyu's words struck a chord in Izuku, pulling a smile from him. The green-haired teen had to remind himself that his well-being impacted someone else's happiness, besides his mother's, now, and he needed to act accordingly. Okay, Izuku replied, locking eyes with his girlfriend as he acquiesced to her demand. I'll stay in this thing. You're right, love. The small affectation was enough to melt Suyu into a puddle, simultaneously causing her heart to thud in her chest and a dopey smile to blossom across her blushing face. Almost as if directed by instinct, the frog girl leaned in and gave her lovable idiot a hug. The green duo found it surprisingly easy to ignore the catcalls and whistles they received from the rest of the class for their PDA. Midoriya, Asui. Iida's stern shout chopped through the air just as vigorously as the noticeably uncomfortable speedster's arm did. This is no place for that kind of behavior. The reprimand went unheeded as Izuku and Suyu continued their heartfelt embrace. Realizing he might be forced to physically separate the two, especially due to Izuku needing to uphold standards as the vice president, Iida took a step toward his fraternizing classmates. Only for Tae to step forward to intercept. GGRRRRR, the growl from the normally docile zombie was so menacing, Iida stopped dead in his tracks. Gulping down his sudden case of nerves, the stern teen turned to 1A's class president for support. Yaoyorozu-san, Iida called out, doing his best to hide the quiver caused by Tae's glare, isn't this a clear violation of the Academy's code of conduct? Please do something. Momo, who'd been engrossed in her phone while sitting next to Lily, looked up to see what the fuss was about. Even with her hearing still slightly impaired, the intelligent young woman quickly understood the gist of her classmates' concern after glancing at the verdant couple still sharing a tender hug. Well, Momo trailed off, failing to hide her slight annoyance at being interrupted during her shopping of a new dress for Lily. The actual wording of UA's code of conduct does not expressly forbid the establishment of romantic relationships so long as no lascivious behavior is openly witnessed or any students involved suffer academically. Iida wanted to be incensed. Allowed or not, the behavior was unbecoming of an educational environment, but he'd reached an impasse. Instead of arguing the rules, which would have been unthinkable, the stern teen limited himself to strongly gesturing in the direction of the hugging pair. In response, Momo glanced at the two once more before leveling her bespectacled classmate with a deadpan stare. Are you saying you're truly feeling bothered by an innocent hug? Momo tried to keep any semblance of mockery from her tone, but she knew that her habit of covering her mouth with one hand when she was trying to hold in a laugh gave her true feelings away. Following their president's lead, most of 1A turned to Iida with looks of judgment. Momo's words weren't wrong. It wasn't as if the green duo were French kissing, or worse. What was there to fuss about? The speedster belatedly realized once again how foolish he was being for continuously assuming that UA would have the same expectations and regulations as his middle school. Even so, I'm not the only one. Desperate to prove he had some kind of point, Iida pointed his peers toward a distraught Ochako, who looked at the newly formed couple through watery eyes and barely held back sniffling. Fortunately for all involved, whatever attention the distressed brunette would have gathered was lost when the room's door slid open. Aizawa entered his classroom for the first time since the events at the USJ, and many of the students noticed something different about the gruff pro hero. He seemed livelier than ever before. "Everyone, to your seats," the order was met with immediate and absolute obedience. The only case of reluctance came from one frog girl who lingered in the arms of her love for a half-second longer. "As I'm sure you've been made aware, there will be no classes today, tomorrow, or for the next few days. Instead, this time will be used for a special type of instruction directly related to the incident you all experienced recently." The statement was met by acceptance and nods all around. Believing their time without schoolwork could be used as a vacation would have been stupid. Two of their number had been severely hurt, and others were still noticeably shaken by what they'd gone through. The students of 1A knew very well they needed help. Taking in the encouraging sight of his students' grave looks of acknowledgement, Aizawa turned and observed his beloved source of headaches and paperwork. His savior. "Izu, Midoriya," Aizawa called, failing to cover his slip of the tongue as well as he would have liked. "Your presence is being requested at the principal's office. And no, you're not in trouble." Despite such reassurance, Izuku still had to swallow down a lump in his throat at the instructions he'd been given. For a monster like himself, there could be any number of scenarios awaiting him: an expulsion, suspension, demotion to another course track. All of these and more were within the realm of possibility as far as he was concerned. Since only the last option allowed him to continue attending UA, where at least he could see his girlfriend every day, course reseating is where the green-haired teen put all his hopes for the coming meeting. "I understand," Izuku said, holding tight to a facade of confidence so as not to worry Suyu and his friends. Looking at the frog girl, the hero in training gave her a reassuring look. "I'll return shortly." The green-haired teen's comment, directed squarely at her, nailed Suyu to her chair. Those who didn't know the frog girl wouldn't have been able to tell, but she'd been just shy of standing and following her love to his fate. Knowing that making a scene wouldn't help anyone, 1A's amphibious student slumped in her seat. As TAE took control of Izuku's wheelchair and moved the green-haired teen toward the door, Aizawa unconsciously raised a hand to ruffle his problem child's hair. The gruff underground hero needed his student to understand he had nothing to fear from this visit to Nezu, that he truly deserved to be called a hero. Then his reaching hand was slapped away by the dark-haired zombie girl. Gralaga, Tay's warning groan, as opposed to being unintelligible, seemed to almost be a concerted effort to mask speech. More than one observer of the confrontation between teacher and undead was surprised. "TAE, I wasn't trying to steal him from you." Aizawa found it was impossible not to respond to the zombie girl's blatant flippancy. Her insinuation was too insulting. By the time the gruff teacher realized the rest of those watching couldn't understand the undead's words, it was too late to take back his own. "Izu ni is ours," Lily chirped, suddenly joining the fray. The littlest zombie skipped to position herself in front of the wheelchair, causing Izuku to bury his head in his hands in embarrassment. "So we'll be the ones to protect him." Back at her seat, Suyu facepalmed at what she and her classmates were witnessing. Why had she ever considered her cinnamon roll defenseless when he had two zombies, and now an underground hero, ready and willing to keep him safe? Unfortunately, around the frog girl, the rest of 1A seemed ready to begin a whole new round of gossip regarding the green-haired teen. To tackle such an issue before it became one, Aizawa addressed his students as soon as the door had closed behind Izuku and the two zombies. "Before anyone thinks about spreading rumors concerning mind control or quirk misuse," the pro-hero started, fixing the remaining members of 1A with a rather intense glare, "you should know I suffered a potentially fatal wound during the USJ assault, and it was under my direct order that your classmate used his quirk to heal me." Most of his students gasped at such a revelation, although Aizawa noticed a few glaring exceptions. Asui had obviously been aware of this fact, so her lack of outward reaction was to be expected. The looks of comprehension and understanding from Jiro, Yaoyorozu, and Tokiyami were appreciated. The three clearly trusted his decision was the best course of action at the time. It was Ojiro's pinched glare that gave Aizawa pause and set alarm bells ringing in his mind. Obviously, I won't be able to function with my normal impartiality for a time, Aizawa continued, quietly hoping his acknowledgement of the situation would give pause to any other negative reactions. That being said, during this time that you have neither classes nor a teacher, I will still be leaving an assignment for you to complete. There was more than one groan at this news, but another stern glare from the underground hero settled those students right down. In fact, that there were so many determined expressions looking back at him instead of disgruntled actually surprised the gruff teacher. It was almost as if many of 1A actually desired something to focus on during their 2-week hiatus. The first day we are back on schedule, each of you will be expected to turn in an essay centering on your own actions during the USJ incident, Aizawa revealed. Start with the choices you made, their consequences good and bad, and what you perceive you need to improve in yourselves in order to prevent the adverse ones from occurring in the future. Suyu sank down at her desk, not because she felt that the task was a massive waste of time or unduly forcing her and her classmates to revisit their trauma, but because she and Izuku had already completed it. To be fair, her boyfriend had actually compiled an extensive document cataloging every possible detail imaginable that he could remember. Already it was quite a temptation to copy it to get herself some extra points. Now, to the reason you're all here today, Aizawa said, finally calling attention to the elephant in the room that was weighing down so heavily on those present. Starting today, you'll all begin attending specially designed occupational therapy. It'll go for the rest of the week, and it's on the same level as what pro heroes receive. There were no cheers, no outcries, no blusterings of toughness or fortitude. Instead, solemn nods and grateful expressions were what greeted Aizawa's announcement. And if some members of 1A were internally skeptical, then they put that aside for now. No one could argue the fact that their class as a whole needed help dealing with what had happened. For today only, your sessions will be held in the groups that you were separated into at that time of the assault. This is in the hope that you can find support in those you fought beside and bonded with, Aizawa explained. The news earned the rare smile here and there, those who felt unable to express themselves alone feeling relieved. Starting tomorrow, individual sessions will begin and continue for the rest of the week. The entirety of the following week has been given to you as free time to heal in any healthy way you see fit. As Aizawa continued into the finer points of their sessions and how they'd work, Suyu began to feel the stirrings of guilt. She really didn't want to spend her therapy time with Kaminari, instead she'd have preferred nursing her boyfriend back to full health, mentally as well as physically. Nezu's office. The first thing Izuku noticed upon being wheeled into the principal's office was not that All Might and Detective Tsukauchi were also unexpectedly present, but that all three adults were directing kind smiles his way. The green-haired teen tried to speak, to unload the burden that was eating him up inside, but a raised hand paw from Nezu silenced him. The very first thing you need to know, Midoriya-kun, is that you are not a murderer. The emphasized assertion struck Izuku deep, lifting a weight that had been crushing his soul. If he hadn't been in the presence of three adults of significant importance, he thought he might have just floated away. Beside the green-haired teen, Tae and Lily stood silently, observing their master's emotional roller coaster and staying ready to offer their help if needed. Here, Tsukauchi said, handing the still reeling Izuku a manila folder. You'll want to read this as well. Please remember that while we all agreed it would be cruel to withhold this information from you, it is still confidential, Nezu picked up with an amicable tone, beaming at the teary smile of relief that had grown on Midoriya's face as he opened the folder. The beastly villain you defeated was in actuality a victim of a horrendous experiment. He'd had so many quirks smashed together inside of him that his body could hardly tolerate it. As the words of the quirked animal flowed over him, Izuku continued to read the documents he held in his hands. He took extra notice of the numerous mentions of a lack of humanity presented in the villain, who in each progressive photograph looked more and more like a bioweapon than a person. And that says nothing in regards to his mind, Nezu continued, noticing how the green-haired teen was breathing easier now. The damage he received from you only paralyzed him, but he was nearly brain dead long before he stepped foot into the USJ. Izuku sighed in relief, already in a much better mood, as morbid as that thought was. He hadn't killed or maimed someone, only crippled an unfortunate monster born of some scientist's madness. As of now, the being known as Nomu is being held in a special block of Tartarus. Nezu finished up. There, he'll be studied in the hopes he or his physiology might contain some clue as to who perpetrated such crimes against him. Having read all the information that was pertinent to him, Izuku handed the manila folder back to Tsukauchi. It was a lot to take in, but the green-haired teen's analytical mind was already blazing into action. I see, Izuku said as he vacillated between the wonderful idea of not being a murderer and thoughts of the beastly Nomu. Was there any permanent damage? The innocent question was by nature well intended, Nezu was sure of that, but the quirked animal immediately had the desire to stress that his student's concern was rather misplaced. The villain had been more of a beast than a man for a long time after all. One wouldn't think so, given the hyper-regeneration Quirk observed, Tsukauchi replied instead, raising a hand to stop any further questions. However, since Nomu didn't seem to have much of a mind of his own to begin with, there hasn't really been anything observably lost by him missing a chunk of brain. The three adults watching noticed the exact instant the last of Izuku's tension left him. They also noticed when Tae began to pat his shoulder and Lily hugged one of his arms in comfort and support shortly after. So, Izuku could hardly force the words out, he was so close to sobbing. His eyes were already pouring tears shamelessly. I can still be a hero. The trembling question snagged on the good moods of the three adults present, two of which found it hard to swallow that the teen even now would doubt his heroic worth. The third of the trio. Of that there was never any doubt. Young Midoriya. All Might suddenly boomed, jumping to his feet. Nezu winced at the abrupt and high-volume shout while Tsukauchi stifled a roll of the eyes at his friend's fervor. You are one who has time and again shown what being a hero is all about, what heroes should aspire to be. To Izuku, the veritable wave of energy that was All Might's passion nearly drove him deeper into his wheelchair. The green-haired teen was still a little hesitant to believe the number one hero's speech, however. He seriously doubted anyone would look at him and feel inspired. Beside their master, both Tae and Lily eyed the symbol of peace with flat looks, neither convinced nor amused at the muscular man's antics. If anything, All Might pressed on, giant shoulders unexpectedly sagging as his once resonant voice hollowed out, it is I who needs to re-examine his will to be a hero. What? Izuku shouted, confused and shocked at All Might's words. Now the number one hero really wasn't making any sense to the green-haired teen. While observing the man and teen as they fumbled around each other, Nezu watched on as curiously, Tae's head tilted to the side, as if cocked in understanding and processing what was being said. The quirked animal made a quick mental note of the odd behavior before becoming distracted by the goofy faces Lily was sending his way, obviously wanting someone to pay her some attention. The principal obliged with a stuck-out tongue and puffed-out cheeks. Heroes are meant to endure in the worst conditions on the battlefield, and when working with others put teamwork first, even if there's no chance for lengthy communication. All Might explained his position, intent on making it clear to the young man before him that he was not in any way at fault. Not only did my weakness allow the Nomu to escape my grasp, but my hesitancy at your actions directly resulted in your near death. I should have known what you were trying to do with your quirk, trusted you even if I hadn't, and not let my guard down against such a threat. The praise and humility from his childhood idol was an overpowering balm to Izuku's soul. The green-haired teen felt the stirrings of a true smile pressing at his lips, the first since he'd fully realized what he'd done to the Nomu. But there's something else that I need to confess, Izuku revealed with a wavering voice. He wasn't sure how to put his problem into words, though, how to ask for help. I let something dark guide my thoughts at one point. I had to eliminate. The once peaceful and relieved atmosphere that had suffused the room was swallowed up by the anxiety and anguish radiating from the green-haired teen. Izuku felt as if at any moment he'd fly apart. He didn't want that dark side of himself to surface again, but everything he'd ever read or studied said ignoring it would only spell trouble for the future. The three adults in the room exchanged glances, each unsure of how to word their opinion on the matter. It would come as a surprise to the teen before them, but what he was describing happened more often than he realized. It is a grim reality, but what you experienced is just a part of fighting evil, Midoriya-san. Tsukauchi spoke first, feeling as if he had more personal experience with what Izuku was trying to describe. He himself knew what it was like to have to resist pulling the trigger to put a definitive end to some of the darker villains out there. Both heroes and cops face the exact same thoughts whenever someone or something endangers those we care about. Really? Izuku asked in shock, the detective's assurances oddly making him feel slightly less apprehensive. So feeling that way doesn't make me evil. The adults shared pained smiles at the hesitant question. Unlike the situation with Bakugo, they knew better than to judge such a character flaw so early in a student's development. Especially when said student was clearly and viscerally repentant. Midoriya-kun, neither your quirk nor your disposition to protect others should ever be considered evil out of turn. Nezu took the chance to speak his mind now. The quirked animal knew, after extensive research into the green-haired teen's background, just how much self-hatred the kid held. It is the nature of the intent behind our actions that determines the alignment of our persona. Even today, soldiers still exist. They kill, but by and large they are not evil at heart. For the second time since entering the principal's office, Izuku was sent reeling. He could almost feel his mind attempting to expand its conceptualization of morality, on what needed to be done, and what had to be done. Perhaps a change of perspective would do young Midoriya some good. All Might's sudden suggestion pulled the green-haired teen right out of his musings. Seeing that the symbol of peace had graciously redirected the conversation to the other reason the four of them, plus zombies, had gathered, Nezu once more took the reins. I couldn't have said it better myself. Midoriya-kun, we also called you here for another purpose, the quirked animal said, glad to see he'd easily been able to catch the full attention of his student. The detective here would like to offer you an invitation. You and your partners both, I mean. Tsukauchi, if you please. Of course, the detective agreed, smiling congenially at the green-haired teen. Izuku Midoriya, after your mandatory week of counseling, and for the remainder of your allotted free time before 1A's classes resume, I would like to personally invite you to intern at my department. If Izuku was forced to take any more shocks that day, he was sure even with his quirk, his heart would give out. Equal measures of elation and fear shot through his veins as he processed what the detective was offering. On one hand, being recognized, by the police no less, felt great. On the other, the whole idea felt too much like a nudge to abandon UA so the academy could avoid further problems for him to feel comfortable. Seeing that the green-haired teen was at a loss for words, and that his face was rapidly changing between a rosy blush and a sickly pallor, Tsukauchi could only guess at what his potential intern was thinking. Fortunately, he was good at such guessing. It would be purely extracurricular, of course, the detective continued, carefully modulating his voice to make it clear this was an offer earned, not being forced. And you'd be under my direct supervision. Think of it as an opportunity to train your quirk in new ways and uses while also doing some good for society. Nezu nodded to Tsukauchi's words, more than willing to pull a few more of his student's strings if it were for the teen's own benefit. And there was no doubt in the quirked animal's highly intelligent mind that Izuku would thrive under the detective's tutelage. And don't forget Midoriya-kun, understanding the job of the authorities as a pro-hero is one thing, Nezu added, before hamming up looking contrite. But this academy can only teach so much about the actual inner workings of a CSI department. Seeing as how you seem to prefer the intellectual approach over the physical, I would highly suggest you consider taking this chance to learn the ins and outs of criminology and forensics from the pros. The combined efforts of the detective and principal were too much for Izuku's trepidation, and the green-haired teen's concern about being pushed out of UA dissolved into a significant, grateful smile. The hero in training finally accepted that he was truly being offered something great. I understand, Izuku replied, mind already turning to thoughts of what tools the internship would add to his approach to heroism. I accept the offer, thank you. Tae and Lily nodded along with the words of their master, the idea that their beloved Izuku was taking another step in having a less direct approach to things sitting well with them. The green-haired teen himself was cognizant of the fact that this opportunity was a good way to keep his promise to his girlfriend. Izuku knew the frog girl would probably kick his ass if he ever allowed himself so close to death's door again, so this was a good step away from that. Then it's settled. Nezu's cheerful exclamation seemed to wash away all of the dark thoughts and worries that had been suffocating the room. All present were glad that Izuku would remain a student whose only stigma was the use of undead as partners. Now then, you may return to the therapy session being held for your USJ group. Since that particular group also involved Asui-san, I've asked if it could be suspended until you return so that you might support each other. The principal's statement, accompanied by a not at all subtle wink, caused Izuku to blush so furiously he could have rivaled a tomato. Of course there'd been cameras in the nurse's office. Of course their declaration of love had been recorded. And of course, it wasn't like they wanted their relationship to be kept a secret anyway. Speaking of which, All Might cut in, once more belting out his words at the top of his lungs. The symbol of peace leapt in front of the green-haired teen before Tae could wheel him out the door, taking out of his pocket what appeared to be tickets of some sort. Here, take these. It's the least I can offer as a means of apology for how my failures affected you. All Might extended his gift out to Izuku so the teen could take them, but Lily beat her master to the punch, snatching the small squares of printed card stock with her tiny hands. Nezu wasn't the only one who noticed the zealous look of protection in the littlest zombie's eyes. It was as if the brunette had to be absolutely sure that the very symbol of peace himself had no chance of posing a threat to her master. Those are VIP passes to a local theme park, All Might continued without missing a beat, doing his best to bury his disappointment and hurt at Lily's actions. I'm sure you and your girlfriend will be able to make the most of them. Thank you so much, sir. Izuku replied, a full-blown smile brightening his face. He felt incredible, such a concerted show of support felt like a true blessing from the gods. With no more business keeping them there, the green-haired teen and his zombies left the principal's office. Finally able to relax, All Might allowed himself to deflate into his emaciated form. That was harder than I thought it'd be, Toshinori sighed, pinching the bridge of his bony nose. And you're sure it was a good idea to lie to him like that? Technically, it wasn't a lie, Tsukauchi countered, knowing full well that while the Nomu was officially brain dead now, it was almost better than his previous state of being a mindless puppet. I'm more worried about this beast being proof that he's returning after all this time. It would be for the best if we did our best to keep Midoriya as far from involved as possible, Nezu added, joining the two men's conversation. Speaking of, what of your successor Toshi? Toshinori sighed again, thoughts of the weight he was being forced to place on the young blonde's shoulders still tormenting him. It was just, he's not ready. The three simple words stilled the room, their despondent truth throwing a chill on the celebratory mood straightening out Midoriya's situation had left. But, Toshinori grit out, feeling cornered now that his nemesis had shown his hand, but there's no more time. The boy will inherit my quirk, and my burden, today. A hero of heroes, an academy principal, and a detective, united in purpose, all nodded as one at the gravity of the words spoken. They'd hoped for a better scenario, one where young Tagata wouldn't inherit such a burden until after his graduation. But this was the reality of their situation. War was coming. Nezu's office, later that evening. The sun had long since descended as Nezu looked over the files of the 1A students, all of them updated with the preliminary reports from the group therapies. The information generally amounted to nothing more than superficial analyses of course, and would therefore only be used as the basis for the individual counseling sessions. Still, what he read made the quirked animal grimace all the same. I had truly wished that this wouldn't have come up so early for them, and as a result of such a crisis, Nezu muttered to himself as he appraised what the talks had revealed. The first group of interest had been, unsurprisingly, comprised of Midoriya, Asui, Kaminari, and Uraraka. After some thought, the Iida boy's file had been included in the batch as well due to his otherwise early departure as a result of the group's effort. The electric quirk user had made it plain from the beginning that he'd left all of the planning during their time in the flood zone to Asui, citing overwhelming nerves. The blonde had admitted to being unable to think of anything useful in that time, and had vehemently stated that he'd gone along with the Frog Girl's strategy to take down the aquatic villains that had surrounded them. From Hound Dog's notes, Nezu wouldn't have needed to have been in the room to pick up just how intimidated by the young Asui the boy had been and still was. Assurances aside, Nezu had known from Electric Teen's admittance that he wouldn't be shining in the courage department without experiencing the serious training Ua provided, so there was no doubt in the quirked animal's mind that the Frog Girl had given her classmate a little push to follow her plan. Since it had been the logical thing to do, and successful in the end, no further action was planned for the young Asui in relation to that. The next in the group to speak, Uraraka, had been noted as originally being reticent to divulge any useful information, although between her teary eyes and broken voice Hound Dog would have had issues regardless. In the end, the counselor had been able to piece together that the brunette believed herself weak and undeserving, as good a place to start as any. The Hound hero had capped the girl's file with multiple recorded instances where the rosy-cheeked teen had stolen glances at Midoriya, before throwing a glare at Asui each time afterward. The second Iida-san's entry was as short as expected. The stern teen had limited himself to one question regarding Midoriya's methods, and upon receiving a guarantee from Hound Dog that everything had been above board, had left it at that. Nezu hadn't been able to help but feel relieved after having read that portion of the file. He'd feared the brother of Ingenium would have henceforth boxed the green-haired teen into his own preconceived notions of good and evil, previous bonding experiences notwithstanding. Young Asui's responses boiled down to one simple goal: find Midoriya and go from there. The Frog Girl had shown remarkable fortitude in keeping herself together while supporting the green-haired teen, but her tunnel vision concerning him had proven to be something that needed further study. Perhaps it was a lasting effect of her healing. Midoriya, however, had taken the cake. Not only had the green-haired teen provided an enormous accounting for himself, but he'd also submitted a mountain of information on everyone else as well. Maybe I should consider claiming the boy as my successor. Nezu pondered as he flipped through the dozen or so pages Hound Dog had been forced to transcribe and condense from the ramblings of the impossibly intelligent teen. According to the summary of Midoriya's evaluation, the attack had been so poorly planned that, had 1A been even a fraction more cohesive in their thinking, the students themselves would have been able to take down and arrest every one of the villains without even needing a teacher. 7 whole pages after that had been dedicated to strategies that implied an intimate knowledge of at least how the rest of his classmates acted and where their strengths lay. Following that, and most importantly, Midoriya had taken care to highlight perceived weaknesses of his classmates. The details contained within this section were startlingly accurate in the quirked animal's opinion, and he'd had to make a mental note to add the green-haired teen's own reports to the documents being compiled for the individual counseling sessions. Compared to all of that, the other groups had comported themselves more or less as expected. Yaoyorozu and Jiro had immediately demanded a restraining order on Mineta for his actions, and the boy had retaliated with disparaging remarks against the young women for attacking him at the start of their confrontation with the villains. The group consisting of Tokiyami, Kota, and Aoyama had devolved, once again as Hound Dog discovered, into a storm of apologies. The avian teen had reluctantly accepted more than a few of these regrets before putting his foot down. Todoroki had been a slight surprise when he'd expressed guilt for overreacting in his quirk usage. He'd believed his effort to protect his 3 classmates Shoji, Shiro, and Sato spat in the face of their own strength and skills. However, the heterochromatics words had been brushed off by the trio of males, who'd been more grateful than anything. And then there'd been the Ruins Zone group. Nezu had to stop and take a moment, rubbing his eyes before once more going over the reaction Hound Dog had received from Hagakure of all students as a result of asking the invisible girl how she felt. The poor girl had burst into tears and loudly sobbed as she'd admitted to what she'd felt throughout the entire ordeal. Initially shocked speechless, Ashido and Kirishima had reportedly leapt to their friend's aid, offering hugs and words of encouragement and support. The Pinkett had even gone as far as to call her invisible bestie, twice as courageous as herself for facing down such fear in the middle of the hostage situation they'd found themselves in. That Ojiro kept himself distant and remained largely uncooperative the entire time was almost just as concerning as Hagakure's overly visceral response. It could have been so much worse, Nezu said as he finished reading over the report, unsure if he was stating fact or trying to make himself feel better. The grim truth was undeniable: a good half of the students of 1A required serious therapy. And the single week they'd been given might not be enough for some. The quirked animal switched gears, and considered another troubling revelation of the group counseling. The adorable and seemingly innocent Lily had been largely unaffected by the whole mess. The savagery of her final actions had in no way been hidden or downplayed by either Yaoyorozu or Jiro, but to ask the zombie girl, it had been an acceptable, albeit regretful, course of action at the time. To her, she'd simply needed to get to Midoriya by any means necessary. And here I was hoping to find some respite in all this, Nezu quipped to the empty office. The principal of UA knew that though the assault on his academy was over now, the battle had just begun. The media was already demanding there be an official press conference so the public could have an explanation on what exactly had happened and why it had happened. While that in itself would be extremely unpleasant, the quirked animal was thankful that, at the very least, thanks to the efforts of Tsukauchi and Beru Asui, they'd managed to dodge quite the deadly bullet already. For now, Izuku would be safe from both exposure to the media and being pinned for a crime that's very validity was murky at best. The sudden ringing of Nezu's desk phone filled him with no small amount of dread. Just the same, the quirked animal answered the infernal device. "Hello." Nezu spoke with his best disarming voice, believing it better to start off charming than combative in most situations. The principal's normally beady eyes shot to the size of dinner plates as he took in what was being said, and his fur stood on end. "What, you found Takeo?" For the first time in a long while, Nezu felt his heart swell with good news. Finally, a long-standing circle could be closed, and he would at long last be able to reunite his best friend with his child. "Principal Nezu, is it true that a student in the heroics course nearly caused the hypothermic death to over a half-dozen people?" It wasn't that the question was improper or entirely fabricated that grated on the already tested nerves of UA's long-standing head, causing him to bear a constrained grin many failed to realize was his version of a snarl. It was the fact that too many like it had already been asked over the course of the press conference. The media had unfortunately exceeded their expectations. Any and every opportunity to paint the victims of the USJ assault, his students, had been and was being taken. "I believe the situation involving the students caught in the conflagration zone has been explained," Nezu answered, turning his piercing gaze to the reporter who'd taken another shot at twisting the truth to paint a more horrific picture than the press had received. "Has the New Japan Times lowered its quality so far they're willing to send incompetent journalists to cover major incidents now?" The man who'd thrown the accusatory question stepped back, face puckered as the barb sunk deeply into his pride. Before another troublemaker could try their luck, the short but imposing figure of Beru Asui cleared her throat, the reverberating noise impressively deep enough to cause a lull in the chatter of the gathered crowd facing her and the two UA spokesmen, Nezu and Aizawa. "If what you all are still incessantly asking about is whether or not the students of UA, who were facing a life-and-death situation, purposefully used lethal force in response," the Asui matriarch trailed off, shrewd eyes flicking from reporter to journalist. Those in attendance waited with bated breath, the famed frog woman's words tantamount to the figurative, final say. Then rest assured they did not. The ensuing explosion of whispers and grumbling allowed Nezu and Aizawa a moment to collect themselves. They'd been at this for hours already, and it was taking every bit of situational and social acumen they had to keep the vultures circling around them from sniffing out the truth, the much darker and disturbing truth. "And what about now?" a brave, or stupid, young woman with a notebook full of scribbles asked as the crowd noise eventually died down. "How can the public be sure exposure to such violence hasn't caused detrimental effects to the students' mentalities? What if they snap?" Unable to hold his peace any longer, Aizawa reached out and grabbed the table mic sitting in front of him. The sight of the normally reserved and prickly Eraserhead willingly offering information caused an instant, heavy silence to fall over the baying press. If she wasn't still cross with the man, Beru would have been slightly envious. It would be the height of irrationality to expect teens, no matter how skilled or mature, to come out of an event like the assault on the USJ without trauma, the gruff man said solemnly. As such, UA has already enrolled the entirety of Class 1A into pro-hero level therapy. Whether it was due to Racerhead being the one to deliver the news, not wanting to interrupt the rarity of hearing the underground hero speak openly, or being too stunned at the proactive move to think of how to twist it to their advantage, the horde known as the press remained silent. I won't lie and say these sessions will fix everything, only an idiot would believe that kind of ruse, Aizawa sighed, making sure his genuine, taking a moment, was clear to see before continuing, but they are the only way we can do right by our students after failing them so completely. Miraculously, a reporter simultaneously gained the ability to exhibit manners and raised his hand instead of belting out another question. Blinking slowly at the odd sight, Aizawa nodded in the man's direction. For those here and at home unfamiliar with pro-hero therapy, what do these sessions usually entail? Glancing at Nezu for a moment, only for the quirked animal to subtly nod his head, Aizawa grumbled before accepting that his uncharacteristically impulsive move had locked him into the role of press handler, for now. At least he didn't have to worry about his dry eye or chronic fatigue at the moment thanks to Izuku Midoriya. After an initial group session, students have been separated for individual counseling, where Emergency Counseling Office 5. Why do I get the unsettling impression that you see yourself as a monster, Midoriya-san? Akane Tsunmori had known that she and her coworkers hadn't been given an easy task. Trying to get teenagers to talk about their thoughts and feelings was difficult enough on a good day, but after something like the attack on UA's USJ facility, they'd only known to be prepared for anything. And she'd thought she had been. But this kid, Izuku Midoriya, after only 15 minutes, she was seriously worried. It was hard to decide what had her more incredulously distressed. The fact that a person who by all appearances and description was a sweetheart who had always done his best to protect and save others held on to such a debilitating self-image, or the knowledge that it was their society that had caused it. Is it that obvious? Izuku asked in return, raising an arm to rub the back of his neck. I mean, what else am I supposed to think? I can't use my quirk without something terrible happening afterwards, and tragedy follows me wherever I go. Tsunmori had made note of many of what Midoriya called tragedies earlier, the events that he refused to fully forgive himself for. The hijacking of Tae Yamada's body after failing to save her, mistakenly ordering Lily Hoshikawa to relive her harrowing final moments, and assuming quirk-related control of first his girlfriend and then his teacher under duress were only the most glaring and recent of these. Honestly, it was a wonder the kid hadn't fallen apart by now. Midoriya-san, Tsunmori said, drawing her green-haired patient's attention from whatever self-made hell he was torturing himself with, surely you know of someone who sees you as a good person. Originally feeling a little out of her depth at the sheer size of the mental minefield she'd had thrust upon her, the young therapist had decided that finding an external anchor for the troubled teen before her would be a good first step. Someone who saw and treated him positively could stand as a marker to adjust his own skewed self-perceptions against. The contemplative look that sank into the green-haired teen's countenance didn't raise Tsunmori's hopes, however. Izuku appeared to struggle with finding an answer, when the hitherto silent zombie girl suddenly groaned in support. You're right, Tae-chan, there's Mom of course. And, Su-chan, Izuku's musing was accompanied by wide-eyed realization. Su-chan, maybe I'm not. If someone like her, if she can, love me. Normally, Tsunmori could watch on as her patients cried out whatever emotion overtook them during a session calmly and impartially. Normally, the pure and unabashed happiness and relief looking back at her didn't feel like a knife to her heart. Yes, Izuku Midoriya might have been far from fully recovered from the USJ attack and a lifetime of adversity and discrimination, but as the green-haired teen gave his accompanying zombie girl a shaky hug, Tsunmori concluded that the boy had at least finally started walking on the right path. A press conference. That's not to say our only focus is the fallout of the attack, Aizawa clarified, stopping to take a swig of water from the bottle by his mic, unused to speaking for so long. We've also taken the initiative to examine our students' actions, and where deemed appropriate, asked the counselors to probe further. The surrounding reporters and journalists seemed unsure of how to process so much freely given information, especially from an underground best known for treating them like the plague. It was slightly disconcerting to those who'd had years of experience as the dogs of the media. Meanwhile, their younger compatriots were spooked by their elders' collective unease. Nezu breathed a slight sigh of relief. The Asui matriarch's stratagem of herding the crowd to push Aizawa's buttons until the usually quiet man spoke up of his own accord had finally worked. The quirked animal hated manipulating his teachers like this. It felt too much like the experiments those monsters masquerading as scientists had forced on him, but there were few tactics even he, with high spec, had been able to put together that would have worked nearly as well. Maybe he'd give the gruff man a few days off as an apology. The moment of reprieve came to an end when an older woman holding a tablet stepped forward. Her hesitance to speak was clear, but the bland look Aizawa gave her was neither dismissive nor confrontational, so she coughed once, to break the silence, and spoke up. "Mr. Eraserhead, what kind of actions would warrant UA's attention? Were there students who acted outside acceptable behavior?" That got a reaction. The red-eyed glare directed at the woman cowed what little bravery she'd managed to scrape up, and she shrank back under the weight of the underground hero's judgment. Snorting at the journalist's weak condemnatory audacity, Aizawa leaned back before speaking again. "Outside acceptable behavior. What a litigious way of saying, taking liberties. All you need to know is that when push came to shove, the students of 1A didn't stand around and ask themselves, 'Emergency counseling office too? Why Midoriya-san, Asui-san? What made reaching him so important? Why not, say, Todoroki-san or Yaoyorozu-san?'" Mika Shimotsuki, once more, examined the decisions of the young woman before her. Tsuyu Asui had showed amazing mental fortitude throughout their session, taking the crisis she and her classmates had suffered rather well, especially after ensuring her newly minted boyfriend had gotten out of danger. Principal Nezu had been concerned about her tunnel vision regarding the green-haired teen, however, fearing it could be a lasting effect of the largely unknown quirk of the resident, for lack of a better term, necromancer. Stickler for the rules that she was, Shimotsuki was going to make sure she'd covered every possible angle before turning in her first report on the amphibious teen. "Because I love him," Tsuyu answered calmly, words ringing with her honesty. She saw no reason to mask her feelings here. She was sure the dark-haired brunette sitting opposite her had heard such stories before. It wasn't unheard of for pro-heroes after all. I think I loved him even before the training incident actually. And I knew he'd act impulsively to save me if I didn't do something." Shimotsuki nodded as she listened to the now familiar answer, noting down the frog girl's ironclad insistence that her feelings were real and established before the assault occurred. If these responses showed no sign of changing by the week, then the bun-headed therapist was confident she could assuage her current employer's fears quite handedly. But also, Tsuyu spoke again, pulling Shimotsuki's attention from her thoughts. The older woman's naturally wine-colored eyes snapped to her patient. "I didn't and still don't trust Todoroki-san or Yaomomo. Not to take the lead in the kind of situation we were in at least." A thin eyebrow raised in professional curiosity at such a blunt statement. According to records, both Todoroki-san and Yaoyorozu-san are exemplar students with high intellect and powerful quirks, Shimotsuki said slowly, testing the waters. This might have been it, the moment the frog girl either slipped and revealed a hidden truth or finally gave a proper explanation for her behavior. Going by that, either seem like equal or even superior choices to partner with. I wouldn't go so far as to say Midoriya-san isn't intelligent or capable in his own right. His track record speaks for itself, but to me, he just doesn't seem the optimal pick. Instantly, Shimotsuki found herself the recipient of a cold and unblinking stare. The frog girl's visible judgment was disconcerting, not to mention unbelievably discomforting. The bun-headed therapist swallowed as silently as she could. "Would you elaborate on your reasoning, please?" Thankfully for her professional pride, Shimotsuki was able to keep her voice from wavering. She wasn't able to suppress the feeling of her skin crawling at the frigidness being directed at her, however. "You weren't there," Tsuyu stated simply after a minute more of staring. She ignored the sigh of relief from the older woman across from her. At the most critical moment, those two failed to act. Maizu-kun, he didn't. I made my choice, and I still stand by it. Shimotsuki was no fool. She'd read the reports just as all of her coworkers had. Class 1A's recommendation students had shown some of their shortcomings for sure, shortcomings that could be forgiven as they were only first years. But the complete faith in Midoriya weighing the amphibious teen's every word was surprising. Thankfully, it didn't sound manipulated, forced, or artificially engendered in the least. No, Tsuyu Asui might have a case of tunnel vision when it came to her boyfriend, but the green-haired teen might have just deserved it. A press conference. Beru Asui had a headache. Scratch that, the powerful throbbing behind her eyes right above her sinuses definitely qualified as a migraine at this point. And there was still an hour of this press conference left. The stern woman had never missed having her staff handle the media as much as she did now. Over the course of the conference, the gathered men and women had proven themselves exhaustive and utterly hell-bent on finding any hint of impropriety or wrongdoing on UA's part so as to have a reason to castigate the academy. It was maddening. She might have still been upset beyond belief with the staff of the school at the moment, but even she acknowledged that UA was a large part of what kept their society as peaceful as it was. The fevered pitch of attempts to twist, and even fabricate, events to cast a negative light on the academy were almost more than she and her initial response team had planned to face. Almost. Allowing Eraserhead a moment to rest his voice, the man had spoken the praises of his students' decisions far longer than even the Asui matriarch had expected. The frog woman grabbed her own mic and pulled it forward. Once again, the roiling noise of the crowd died down in anticipation of her words. Beru expertly held the expectant silence a moment longer, reminding the reporters and journalists why there were many reasons she was one of the most feared women in Japan, not an active pro-hero or villain. While Principal Nezu and Eraserhead's words have all been more than truthful so far, we must acknowledge the fact that these were high school students involved in the assault, not adults, Beru stated flatly. It was a fact that the press seemed to always forget when UA was in the news for less than pleasant reasons. Their quirks are still growing, as are their understandings of their full abilities and limits. Now, are there any questions that aren't thinly veiled attempts at painting UA or its students as potential villain risks? A single beat of silence. That's all the frog woman's reprimanding granted before the cacophony started up again. Asui-san, is it true that students were taken hostage during the crisis? How did they make it out alive? It wasn't the best segue, but Beru would take it. Watching the Asui matriarch take command of the crowd, Nezu was thankful once again the fearsome woman had agreed to lend her aid to his school. Her ability to direct the attention of the ravenous press to where she wanted it, or at least away from where she didn't, was masterful. And much appreciated. There were many things the assault on the USJ had brought to light, besides his and his staff's foolish complacency, and one he'd rather keep out of the public's eye for as long as possible was the underlying tensions that had sprouted up in 1A. Those would need to be dealt with internally before there was a chance of them being used to their enemy's advantage. Emergency Counseling Office 8. Ojiro couldn't have been having a worse day. The black-haired man sitting across from him had been resolute in pursuing a line of questioning that, while the tailed teen objectively knew was important, wasn't pleasant for him. Explaining himself wasn't something he wanted to do, but the martial artist teen wasn't sure how his therapy had turned into this, but since he was here now, there didn't seem to be any option but to cooperate. Moving on couldn't happen without opening up, he supposed. Ojiro-san, please, I would like to help you, but if you don't explain, I will have a difficult time doing so, the therapist maintained. The black-haired man carted a hand through the large bang that divided his face in two, allowing the tailed teen to realize he had a prosthetic left arm, or at least, hand. Now, why do you hate Izuku Midoriya? Ojiro bit back his initial snap response, knowing it'd be no help here. It seemed he had no choice, especially if he wanted to clarify this misunderstanding. Genoza-san, I don't hate Midoriya-san, Ojiro replied with a heavy sigh, the tension that had kept his shoulders stiff suddenly slacking. I hate his quirk. When no answer came from the man sitting across from him, the martial artist looked up. The gaze staring back at him was one filled with patient and encouraging question. 2 years ago, my master lost her title to a challenger with a similar quirk. He took control of a student during the bout. Reliving the memory again caused familiar pain to lance through Ojiro's heart, and he grimaced at the ache. The coward used the student as a shield, forcing my master into an impossible situation. She was all but forced to lose. On the pad in his hands, Nobuchika Genoza made a separate note to check into this master of his patience. There was something the teen still wasn't telling him, though it was clear that he wasn't describing a villain attack. At least he was finally making some progress. Witnessing Midoriya-san hide behind the corpse of that poor girl was difficult to accept at first, but I might have been able to get over it with time. Ojiro trailed off, breathing slowly as he worked through the cumulative emotions that had clouded his thoughts for so long. But then he took control of one of my classmates, intentional or not. And I know he didn't take advantage of her, but still. And the fact that his actions were to save Asui-san from death. Genoza cut in, glad that he'd been given a route to show his patient the reality he seemed to be unable to accept. Or that your teacher, and most likely you as well, only survived the USJ assault because he used his quirk. Can you ignore these truths? Ojiro winced, tensing up again at the gentle chastisement. His tail twitched in a rather aggressive manner. No, I acknowledge his involvement carried the day, Ojiro replied, continuing before Genoza could feel they'd made headway. But I'm also aware that my homeroom teacher is now in danger of becoming Midoriya's puppet if he's not properly supervised. Genoza kept his sigh to himself. It looked like he had a lot of work left to do with the tailed teen. A press conference. As the Asui matriarch continued to skillfully lead the enraptured reporters and journalists through the separate events of the USJ assault, highlighting some and glossing over others, Nezu took a moment to think over the reports from his students' group sessions once more. The quirked animal found his thoughts again drawn to the disturbing report of the one student who'd truly acted negatively during the attack. Allowing a little of high spec to activate, the principal felt his stomach clench as his impressive memory couldn't recall any positive notes being made on the teen in question either. Aizawa himself had only marked down a hint of potential shown during his traditional quirk apprehension test, the barest needed to avoid expulsion. How had such a cretin made their way into his academy? Were Aizawa's findings regarding Aldera only the tip of the iceberg? Had other schools been fabricating whole files for their applicants in a bid to heighten their own esteem? It sickened him to admit it, even to himself, but Nezu wasn't one to ignore the facts of reality when they were presented to him. There was building proof that more than one institution over the years had actively worked to dupe him and his esteemed academy. He felt like such a fool. Regardless of the results of the student in question's therapy, the quirked animal was sure that he'd have to bring up their continued enrollment at UA to the staff. While he knew how he felt about the situation, he owed it to his teachers to allow them a chance to weigh in before any decisions were made. Really, all he could ask them was, Emergency Counseling Office 13. Why did you do it, Mineta-san? The question was simple enough, but to answer it in a way that didn't see him expelled, Minoru Mineta knew he'd have to employ brainpower he scarcely believed himself capable of. It was a ruse. The purple ball-headed teen nearly cried out as he attempted to cover for his cowardly behavior. I know I'm no saint, but that didn't give them the right to knock me out before I had a chance to explain what my plan had been. If the purpose of his rambling was to convince the long, dark-haired woman across from him of his intentions, Mineta was doing a terrible job of it. Really now? Kyoka Tezuka grunted out, her harsh eyes doing a poor job themselves of covering how unhappy she was with her assignment. Then please, explain to me in detail this plan of yours that would have gotten you out of the situation you all found yourselves in. That way we can clear this whole misunderstanding right up. This was easier said than done, as anyone with 3 working neurons would have had the ability to read the midget like an open book and discern what his true intentions had been. Mineta was frozen in shock. He truly hadn't expected to be asked to elaborate on his proclaimed master plan. Shaking himself, the purple ball-headed teen cleared his throat with obviously fake bravado. Well, the hesitation lasted for only a second, but it was enough for all of Mineta's bluster to instantly die. I just needed them to distract the villains for a minute. See. Then while they were busy I would use my quirk to immobilize. One look at the sharpening eyes of the frightening woman across from him was enough for Mineta to realize he'd beeped up. Why did you apply to UA? Tezuka asked suddenly, the question feeling like being splashed with acid to the purple ball-headed teen. What part of heroics drew you in? Mineta swallowed thickly. He really didn't like where this conversation was going. Not in the slightest. A press conference. Nezu allowed his thoughts on the second wayward member of 1A to end, turning his mind instead to the lucky break that they'd been given in regards to one of the more debilitated victims of the USJ assault. The quirked animal felt slightly bad about being grateful for the negligence of one of his students' parents, but in this case he'd been forced to accept it as necessary. As it stood, whenever either of the affected students' parents found an available space in their schedule to make it to UA, their child would already be fully healed by Recovery Girl. Any possible complaints regarding such could be immediately shown as having been needless. What worried Nezu more was the possible future reaction of this student to also having been exposed to 1A's possibly soon-to-be second fallen classmates' actions. Those accusations wouldn't be written off so easily. But as long as they got through this press conference without the particulars of that situation coming to light, the quirked animal was confident in UA's ability to handle the coming fallout without involving the media. Still, Nezu had to wonder how the young woman was doing now. Emergency Counseling Office 9. Riza Aoyanagi stared at the mature-looking teen sitting across from her with slight apprehension. The young woman wasn't just 1A's academic recommendation student, but also the heiress of a powerful family. As much as she hated to admit it, more caution than she'd like had to be exercised here. "And how are you feeling now?" Aoyanagi asked respectfully. "I mean, in regards to what happened during the incident overall, not your recently healed injuries." Momo Yaoyorozu took a deep breath, trying to focus her thoughts. Her mind turned back, considering the feelings she'd experienced during those terrible moments, and the judgments she'd laid against herself since that time. She'd briefly considered hiring a personal therapist through her family, but when she realized even Ida was breaking with tradition and accepting the principal's offer of assistance, she decided to show solidarity with her classmates and do the same. "I feel ashamed," Momo finally revealed, believing these the best words to describe her feelings. But like a dam bursting, once began, the words continued to flow. "I was always taught to remain calm and focused in any situation, to keep doubt from my mind, face adversity with logic and determination, and find, without failure, the best solution to the problem at hand. But when the situation called for all of that, I failed. I failed so completely that the person I was protecting had to protect me in the end." Aoyanagi hadn't expected all of that. Her hand could barely keep up with all the notes she was taking. "I allowed my childish pride, and the belief I had everything under control blind me. My poor Lily-chan, she had to go feral, hurt herself, to save me because of that." Momo barely took a breath. Aoyanagi was puzzled by the mature teen's words, but her patience continued before the older woman had a chance to ask for clarification. "To think, she was forced to resort to such a thing. All because I hesitated to act." Yaoyorozu-san. Aoyanagi hesitated, suddenly unsure if her patient remembered the grim fact of this, Lily's, situation and hating she'd have to be the one to remind her if she didn't. But it needed to be done if necessary. "You are aware the being known currently as Lily Hoshikawa is deceased, aren't you?" The older woman began to fear the worst, that her patient had experienced a full-blown mental break as a result of the villain assault, upon seeing the heiress stare back at her like she was crazy. Deceased. The question sent alarms blaring in Aoyanagi's mind, only to be dispelled as the mature teen continued. "Ah, right, you mean that she's a zombie now." "Yes, I'm well aware. Midoriya-kun granted her a miracle by bringing her back from the dead, allowing her to enjoy a little bit more time amongst the living." The sudden look of unfathomable giddiness and longing that contorted the heiress's face sent a different kind of alarm blaring through Aoyanagi's mind. "Ah, she's just so tiny and cute," Momo exclaimed in absolute delight. "Just the thought of her possibly only having a limited amount of time before she finally continues her final journey makes me want to hug her so tightly." Aoyanagi gave a nervous chuckle at the otherwise mature girl's exuberance. The older woman reminded herself that the girl was rich and the heiress of a powerful family, meaning that she couldn't just write her off as crazy. Maybe highly eccentric would work for now. A press conference. Nezu and Aizawa left the press conference with downcast eyes, returning to the principal's office with little issue. The quirked animal was grateful that his fur was already white, it easily hid all the new grayed hairs he'd just gotten. The underground hero, on the other hand, was once again thankful for the blood coursing through his veins. He wouldn't have been able to last through all that hell without its strength. Finally, that's over with, Nezu sighed, reaching for the coffee pot he'd set a timer to start around the time of the conference's projected end. It was still warm. That felt more like a witch hunt than our last few, if you ask me. It could have been worse, Aizawa replied, surprisingly pulling out a cookie from his hardly worn suit. Much worse. Dancing with the devil had never been a more proper analogy for a situation in the underground crow's opinion. He'd lost track of the number of times he'd felt his student's blood calm him down when he'd otherwise have snapped at an errant reporter or stubborn journalist. Unfortunately, now he had to deal with an extreme case of hunger. Maybe he should allow some sort of refreshments to be served in class in the future. He couldn't imagine it'd hurt in keeping his energy levels up. It'd surely help Izu, Midoriya as well. Don't remind me, Nezu said with a heavy tone, still unable to understand the mindset of the press officials they'd just faced. No matter how much effort I put into it, I just can't seem to understand the need of the media to fault the innocent when something catastrophic happens. While it was true between himself, Aizawa, and Beru Asui, they were able to successfully keep the reporters and journalists away from the darker truths of what happened during the USJ assault. The visceral bloodlust the men and women had radiated at the idea of getting dirt on his academy had been exhausting to deal with. No matter how many times they'd tried to redirect them, questions inevitably returned, trying to pin the responsibility for everything on the academy or vilify its victimized students. In the end, however, between Aizawa's rare, calm statements, his acumen, and the Asui matriarch's craftiness, they'd managed to navigate the tides in such a way as to shift the blame successfully onto All Might and all the resentful villains that had no longer been able to commit their crimes as easily as they once had. Succinctly, that had meant that there had been no way to actually blame anyone but the attackers. Hopefully they'll leave our students alone now, Aizawa added, taking a bite of the treat in his hand and finding it unbelievably tasty. He was surprised to feel this way, as he hadn't thought of himself as one with a sweet tooth prior to this. 1A needs peace and time to heal, especially with what we're going to put them through soon enough. At UA's cafeteria, Tenya Iida was lost in thought, unable to enjoy the fabulous smells swirling around him as the results of his first therapy session finally settled in. The truths of his heart had been rightfully brought to light, and he stood as his own harshest judge. Am I really, Iida muttered, grimacing at the implications of his therapist's words, that wrong? Deciding to forego his family's traditional pro-hero therapy counselor for UAs had been an easy enough decision for the stern teen. He'd already been given, as he saw it, preferential treatment twice before due to his family's prestige, but this time he'd wanted to experience something with his classmates, to bond with them in some fashion. And at first it had been exactly as he'd expected it to be. The first issues tackled were his feelings of failure and cowardice. Realizing that he'd arrived too late with the cavalry came as a mighty blow to the diligent teen's self-esteem, especially since he'd already felt like he'd deserted his classmates to fend for themselves by accepting the role of retriever in such a tactic. The consummate professional they'd been, Iida's therapist had quickly asked him if such ideas meant he no longer felt worthy of attending UA. The shock of such a question, followed by his vehement denial, had apparently been exactly what the man had been looking for. Then the session had shifted tone, and its topic had left the studious teen feeling uncomfortable with himself. Why didn't I trust him? Iida asked the empty air as he continued his aimless walking. Those precious seconds could have meant fewer injuries my classmates would have had to suffer. A few cleverly placed innocent questions had revealed an ugly truth to the speedster, one he fervently wished wasn't the case. When it came down to it, he didn't trust Midoriya. It had rankled the bespectacled teen's sense of heroism to admit it, but his therapist had assured him that realizing a problem existed at all was the first step in addressing and overcoming it. And it was a problem, a huge one at that. No respectable hero could operate while antagonizing, let alone mistrusting, their peers. The larger problem was, he didn't know why he felt the way he did about his class's vice president. Maybe I should ask Tensai. Iida sighed in defeat. Abruptly, the speedster caught sight of a familiar face in the crowded lunchroom. As that, Uraraka. Without consciously noticing, the bespectacled teen had walked himself across the entirety of the cafeteria to the wall-length bay of windows looking out at the campus grounds beyond. And there, sitting by herself at one of the bar and stools and looking out with a teary face, was none other than Ochako Uraraka. Despite his usual lack of understanding of the fairer, Iida was easily able to tell that his normally bubbly classmate was showing signs of being depressed. In fact, she looked quite ready to start crying at a moment's notice. Uraraka-san. Iida's unexpected voice caused the girl in question to let out a startled yelp. The anti-gravity girl held a panicked look in her eyes when she turned around. "Are you all right?" Ochako wasn't all right in the slightest, but still allowed a relieved sigh to escape her lips. For a moment she'd thought that Izuku had found her, and was about to offer her emotional support. The very idea was unbearable considering in a way it was the cinnamon roll's fault she felt like this. His, and the clearly possessive Tsuyu's. "I'm not," Ochako whispered, failing to find the energy to even lie. The blunt honesty would either scare Iida away, or gain her some much-deserved consolation. "But thanks for asking." If the brunette had been asked, she would have said she expected her tall classmate to politely excuse himself and walk away. Or he might have said something stupid and out of context as usual. It was to her surprise then, when he slowly slid into the stool beside her. As troubled as Iida was, he felt that leaving a classmate in such obvious distress, truly a deplorable state of being, would be simply too wrong to abide by. He was neither their class president nor vice president, but even so, he still felt as if he should offer some sort of support to a classmate in need. "Do you wish to talk about it?" Iida asked in an uncharacteristically low and calm voice, his usually arm-chopping nowhere to be seen. "Is it related to the therapy?" Ochako blinked, needing a moment to think. The anti-gravity wrestled with herself. Should she unload her woes to her stiff classmate, or keep them bottled up until she exploded? She'd already hidden her true feelings from her therapist once already, and she was regretting it now. In the end, the decision was rather simple. She decided to talk. After all, there was no one else she could confide in. Mina would have probably laughed before gossiping about her. Jiro just wasn't girly enough to understand her problems. Momo would have grilled her for every little detail but then offer no real solution. Tsuyu was obviously out of the question, and she couldn't find Toru. I'm heartbroken." And with those simple words, Ochako introduced the poor unsuspecting Iida to the world of love drama. Bunta Pier Mighty Theme Park, noon. The giant, light-bedazzled gates of the local theme park stood imperiously before the green-haired couple of Izuku and Tsuyu, causing both teens a sudden case of trepidation. With only one final step forward, they would officially begin their first-ever date, and both were incredibly nervous. This state hadn't been helped in the slightest when Inko and Beru had been told of the date's existence. Both mothers had been delighted at the news, going so far as to provide extra funds so the duo could eat and drink without worry. It was almost like the older women had wanted the teens to stay to their heart's content. "Ah!" Tay's soft groan was accompanied by a gentle nudge to the duo's backs. The zombie girl seemed to have decided that both were awkward enough to have stayed standing by the entrance until the park closed unless given aid. Izuku snorted at the impression his first partner gave off, unable to completely dispute it on his side. While beyond accommodating to the date, Inko had insisted the two take a chaperone, Tae being the obvious choice. Izuku had intended to leave the zombie girl at home, but his mother had insisted, for security if nothing else. It hadn't done his argument any favors that his first partner had shown clear reluctance to leaving him alone. Luckily, Inko had, upon his acquiescence, then graciously provided a little extra in the way of date money in case the park staff charged for Tay's admittance. So Izuku couldn't complain too much. Lily, however, had been left in the care of Yaomomo, who'd taken the news almost too happily. The mature young woman had vehemently stated that their date didn't need the burden of a child distracting them, which would have been more believable if she hadn't been crushing the littlest zombie girl to her chest with a hug at the time. I know, Izuku murmured back to Tae, not feeling even a hint of irritation at the zombie girl for her support. It was just, he felt like he looked too unassuming. His casual clothes weren't anything flashy and, just like his school attire, made him feel like he faded into the background. In comparison, Tsuyu's green and white lace blouse and jeans combo did everything to pronounce her beauty to the world. The dichotomy of their appearances left him with the fear that other boys would attempt to hit on her during their date. Just the thought sent an uncomfortable flash of anger surging through his chest. "Relax, Izu-kun," Tsuyu said, hugging his arm. The innocent action, to the green-haired male, couldn't have been more sinister, pressing the frog girl's surprisingly ample beeps against him. Izuku's heart stuttered. "Let's go enjoy ourselves, hero." Taking a deep breath, Izuku allowed the knowledge he was loved and accepted envelop and empower him. His therapist had been right earlier. He did have at least 2 people who cared deeply for him, and he wasn't going to ignore that anymore. Marching forward, the 3 made their way to admissions. As expected, the ticketeer demanded payment for TAE as well, but even the fat man's rude attitude couldn't touch the high spirits of the young couple. Unbeknownst to the verdant couple, another pair had been tailing them since their departure from the train station minutes earlier. "They have entered the gates of fun most amusing," Tokiyami declared in quiet flair to his current partner, out of the common person's perception by standing discreetly in the shadow created by a 3-dimensional advertisement for the theme park. The avian teen's large eyes cast about, keeping a lookout in case a pink-hued bundle of trouble decided to poke her head out. "Have you finished with Kiri?" "Damn it, man. I'm just asking if you know where Mina is right now." Tokiyami slumped. That answers that. Unlike her partner, Jiro was having a harder time completing her first mission of the night. After finding out the cute couple, plus Zombie, had planned a date night, the punk rock girl had decided to follow them to ensure nothing ruined their outing. Since Mina had seemed rather restless since the USJ went down, the musician had feared the Pinkett would strike at her favorite targets today of all days to quench her need for fun and laughs. To head that complication off before she became one, Jiro had thought to employ the assistance of the one person she knew who could keep up with the excitable acid user, Eijiro Kirishima. All the redhead had to do was tell them where Mina was, and then they'd know whether or not they'd need to worry about Izuku and Tsuyu while they had fun at the theme park. So why was the manly man of 1A being so difficult? "What do you mean, why am I asking you?" Jiro hissed into her phone, feeling her nerves fray at her red-headed classmates' constant questions. Who else would know where she is? No one's been able to get a hold of Toru in days. Tokiyami sighed from his shadow. This was getting them nowhere. What was worse was that the longer they waited for Jiro to finish failing at interrogating their classmate, the further Izuku and Tsuyu got lost in the bustle crowd of the theme park. Leaning backward toward the punk rock girl, the avian teen silently held out his hand for the phone. The proffered appendage hung between the 2 partners in surveillance for a moment, one now looking at the other with a disbelieving raised eyebrow. Knowing they didn't have much time, Jiro quickly gave in and handed the device over. "Kirishima," Tokiyami intoned, deep voice causing the redhead on the other end of the line to suddenly tense. "Surely you have perceived the marked change in Mina's behavior since our survival of the USJ assault. Seize these times of liberation from our studies and aid your longtime friend in recovering fully from an experience you in part shared. Is it not the manly thing to do?" There was a beat of silence. Jiro held her breath, unbelieving that her normally edgy classmate had been so straightforward, for him, with the redhead. Also, Midoriya and Asui are currently traversing the rigors of their relationship's first couple's engagement, and we don't want Mina to interfere. Thank you. Before Kirishima could have attempted a response to the sudden information, Tokiyami had hung up the phone and handed it back to Jiro without another word. The punk rock girl blinked at what she'd just witnessed. Originally she'd thought her partner had just tagged along because he'd had nothing better to do, but now it was pretty clear to her that the avian-headed teen was dead set on allowing his close friend the opportunity to enjoy his day with his princess. And hey, it was the least they could do for the guy who'd unknowingly saved so many of them during the class's crisis. "Do you think Kirishima will be able to pull it off?" Jiro asked, breaking the silence that had overtaken the pair. Tokiyami shrugged, looking as unconvinced as a teen with a raven's head could. "As much as I wish to place faith in our stalwart classmate, I do believe it would be remiss of us to not take up the role of discreet escort for now," the avian teen replied. Stepping from his shadow, Tokiyami checked his wallet, realizing only now that the theme park was a bit pricier than he'd originally expected if he wanted to both follow his friend and cover his partner's fare as well. Budget's gonna be a little tight, it seems. While too low for what passed as a normal person nowadays to hear, to the punk rock girl, the obvious slip in speech pattern had been clear as day. "I'm paying my own way, don't worry," Jiro assured, hoping to lighten her partner's concerns. It was only fair. She had her own reasons for carrying out this plan after all. "It's really too much for one person." Tokiyami merely nodded, accepting his partner's choice. Together, the two waded through the growing crowd and entered the bustling theme park. Somewhere in Chiba Prefecture, Eijiro Kirishima stared at his phone in bewilderment, still processing what his avian-headed classmate had just said. It was true that Mina had been acting a bit different than normal lately, like the Pinkett would vacillate between having too much energy with no outlet and just shutting down. He knew he hadn't seen her this jumpy since the week they'd had to wait for their letters from UA, but after the USJ, he'd thought it had been a normal reaction. But Tokiyami was right. Helping Mina out, especially since they'd shared part of the battle for survival, was the manly thing to do. Sitting around wasting time like he'd been doing was a discredit to everything he'd been working toward. Feeling a familiar rush of passionate determination, Kirishima turned around and grabbed the shoulders of the Pinkett in question, surprising her out of whatever funk had had her staring blankly out into the distance. The redhead's sudden excitement smothered the small squeak that the acid user unconsciously let out as she refocused on him. "Mina, let's ditch this place and go somewhere else." Large pools of unique black and gold blinked in shock and puzzlement. The Pinkett didn't quite understand what her friend was saying. They'd just gotten to the arcade a few minutes ago, hadn't they? Where was this coming from? "What d'you mean, Kiri?" Mina asked, a perplexed look screwing up her face. "We haven't even played out our usual gaming circuit yet and you already wanna leave." Those eyes did something to Kirishima as he stared into them, but he pushed the weirdness away in favor of helping his friend get back to normal. And he knew just the thing for her. I know, and I promise I'll make it up to you later," Kirishima said while using one hand to bring up his phone. After clicking through a few web pages, he found what he was looking for, and they were in luck. "But just look at this and tell me the arcade can't wait." Mina stared into the glowing screen for a second before the colorful images and words registered in her mind. The instant they did, the Pinkett let out a whoop and snatched Kirishima's hands up faster than he could follow. "Why didn't you tell me our favorite classic action movie series was coming back to the local repertory theater?" The massive grin on Mina's face was infectious, and soon enough the two best friends were ducking out of their favorite arcade and racing towards their favorite second-release movie theater. Their evening would soon be filled with the binging of the classic tale that all started with a man being sent to the past to stop sentient machines from taking over the world. As the two ran, Kirishima's eyes widened as Tokiyami's last piece of information finally hit him. Izuku and Tsuyu were on a date. Bunta Pier Mighty Theme Park. As was to be expected of a theme park that catered to the public, the general, theme, was of course, the #1 hero. Rides were designed with the man's image, attractions honored his status as the symbol of peace, and even the prizes at the game stalls had been modeled after the pro hero. There were two speeds to the establishment, too fast-paced and intense, like the near-illegal roller coasters, or boringly dull, like the video tributes dedicated to the exploits of the one and only All Might. It quickly became obvious why the pro hero had been able to give such expensive VIP tickets to the green-haired teen so easily. Once upon a time, the boy known as Izuku Midoriya would have loved to have gone on each and every ride in the park multiple times until closing time. But, as that boy grew up, both physically and mentally, his interests shifted and changed as he was marked and put his mark on life. And then he got a girlfriend. "Are there any rides or attractions you want to go on?" Izuku asked his girlfriend with a sweet smile, lightly squeezing her hand. The Verdinette's desire to please the frog girl was obvious, and clearly well received. "For the rest of the day we have all the time in the world to be together." As the duo locked eyes, the world fell away, no longer mattering. Izuku realized he was happy, overjoyed at being allowed to simply be with Tsuyu. As for herself, Tsuyu felt like melting at the ardent attention she was being given so freely, attention she'd once only dreamed of receiving. Unfortunately, being knocked in the stomach and sides by children rushing by you tended to break those special moments in time with your loved ones. And so it was that a gaggle of screaming and laughing kids in matching uniforms stampeded by, interrupting the green duo's second of eternity. Huffing at being brought back to reality, Tsuyu decided it would be a good time to tackle an attraction. There had to be at least some that lent themselves to quality time between couples, right? Taking a look around at the theme park, and all the all-might catering being done, the frog girl decided on one of the few she could see that wasn't centered on the pro hero. What about the House of Terror, hero? Tsuyu asked. In her mind, the frog girl was already building a plan. Clichés were a thing for a reason, and what better than a haunted house to give them a bit of a scare so she'd have the perfect excuse to cling to her cinnamon roll. And maybe, if he weren't careful, he'd end up touching some sensitive places. Anything your heart desires, it shall have, Izuku's overly flirty answer, something the green-haired teen had wanted to try at least once that night, caused a number of looks from bystanders. Most were amused at the clear example of a young man putting the moves on his girlfriend. Others projected their annoyance as their own dates looked at them expectantly immediately after the scene, though Tei's harsh glare from behind the green duo was more than enough of a deterrent against those antagonizing few. Hidden behind an ostentatious cotton candy machine that was shaped like All Might's hair, Tokiyami and Jiro shared a nod. Both agreed their froggy classmate had made a sensible decision. Her plan was obvious, and the end result was favorable for a romantic outing. Between Izuku's natural tolerance to scary things and Tsuyu's capable acting skills, there was no way anything could go wrong. Entrance to the House of Terror. The plan had gone to shit. Staying well back from the garish attraction, Jiro and Tokiyami face-palmed at the theme of the haunted house. It just had to be zombies. Even Mina wouldn't have found the turn of events funny. Su-chan, Izuku's voice wavered between sweet and annoyed as he took in the sight before them. Maybe we could choose something not exploiting a side effect of my quirk. Tsuyu could only croak in apology as she nodded in agreement. The attraction was almost built to be a horrible mockery of her boyfriend's individuality. Not only did the structure appear to be in less than perfect condition, even for what it was supposed to represent, but the poorly depicted undead painted across the decrepit facade were too painful to look at for long. And was Tae glaring at the, hopefully, unintended insult to her existence? How about? Tsuyu hesitated, nervously eyeing the map of the park in her hands. She was afraid of picking another flop. The shooting range. Immediately, the frog girl's mind was filled with another ingenious plan. She remembered an integral part of her boyfriend's fighting style revolved around guns, of a sort. He'd be able to win her a prize easily enough if she asked, and as a reward, she'd just have to give him a kiss. But, would he even want to be reminded of fighting while on their date? I can do that, Izuku answered, dumbstruck smile washing away any of the frog girl's concerns. Do you want a plushie? Hero. Tsuyu nodded in happiness, both that her new plan was already in motion and her boyfriend had so quickly forgotten about her accidental blunder. As the green duo made their way through the crowd toward their new destination, the rocking gothic pair watched them go with dual sighs and slumping shoulders. Well, Jiro started, feeling relief and worry in equal measure. That could have gone worse. But after avoiding one potential disaster, Izuku would now have to deal with the universally understood to be rigged shootings games of a theme park. Agreed. Let us hope the wings of Providence continue to cast their shadow upon our friends, Tokiyami added, dark shadow emerging from his stomach to pat the avian teen on the back. And that the Rosette Terror continues her blessing of absence. After allowing plenty of distance to build between them and their charges, the pair followed. No matter how heavily rigged it was, there was no way the shooting range could be too bad. Shooting range booth. The attendant stationed at the shooting range was seething. As any logical person would realize upon consideration, this particular park game only made profit for the owners when players paid and didn't win anything of high value. Being stationed in an all-might themed theme park, however, denied the operators the most common method of assuring such an outcome, i.e. cheating. Eventually, the owners had come up with a way to get around this restriction though. Since the average citizen of Japan never had cause to handle firearms on a regular basis, or build up the skill set to effectively use such, the shooting range had been redesigned to force players to aim at incredibly small targets placed above the prizes they desired to win. As an additional measure, the targets became progressively smaller the more expensive the prize became as well. The number one prize, for example, a life-sized plush doll of the symbol of peace, had a target smaller than the size of a bottle cap. In a dubiously acceptable twist to further turn things in the house's favor, the guns provided, BB guns, had been built with the worst material and specs possible. The sights were all slightly bent, the internal springs were comprised of a heavy metal that created extra, jerky recoil, and the frivolous molding on the ends of the barrels were thicker than strictly necessary, adding disproportionate weight. All of this made aiming incredibly difficult. To top all of this off, no players with quirks that would give their aim a special aid were allowed to participate. And a green-haired teen had just said, "Beep you." To all of that. The attendant had known the boy would be trouble enough when he'd flashed a rare VIP card, granting him a free round of 7 shots. Then the Verdinet had taken his firing stance, and things had gotten worse. His posture had been that of a marksman. Twack! The loud crack of the BB gun's firing mechanism rang through the air for all to hear. The shot missed, but while the green-haired teen had failed to hit his target, the smirk carving its way across his face set off alarms in the attendant's brain. That was the look of someone calibrating their next shot on the fly if he'd ever seen one. Deviation of 6, the teen announced, earning a confused stare from the girl with amphibian features standing at his side. The matter-of-factness of the comment caused a shudder to run through the attendant. Now for the prize. The attendant wanted to vomit. The original target had been the number one prize, and if he lost the limited edition plushie to a kid, on a free shot no less, then his boss would skin him alive. Swallowing thickly at the thought, the man watched as the green-haired teen reloaded his BB gun with practiced ease, took aim, and twack! A hole punched through the center of the target above a large frog plush doll. Crank! Twack! The middle of the target above a medium-sized frog with boxing gloves received a hole of its own. Crank! Twack! The brat won another medium-sized frog, this one with an adorable yellow ribbon, as he added a hole to the middle of its target as well. When the green-haired teen stood back, raising his BB gun to point skyward, the attendant couldn't hold back his sigh of relief. The kid hadn't aimed for any of the really big prizes. He'd still have to explain tonight's losses to his boss though. For the most beautiful girl in the whole world, the attendant's green nightmare said, laying it on thick as he handed the large frog plush to a now deeply blushing amphibian girl. The other two are for Samadare and Satsuki, so you don't have to share. Even though the plushies, all designed after a slightly outdated mascot, sported fat bodies, stubby limbs, and big heads rounded by chubby cheeks, it was clear to the attendant that the amphibian girl found them absolutely adorable. Her hugging the green-haired teen's gift tightly and burying her face into it in a vain attempt to hide her blush was proof enough. Aga! The sudden groan from the tall zombie standing behind the couple startled the attendant something fierce. Sure, he'd been warned about the undead monstrosity just like the rest of the staff, but seeing and hearing the thing was a whole level of worse than just being told about it. "Excuse me," the green-haired teen called out, dragging the attendant's attention to him. The unsettlingly sweet smile being directed at the man didn't belong on the face of a necromancer. "No sir. Would you mind if Tae-chan uses my remaining shots?" What a question to ask, the attendant thought to himself. Although, while the park's rules stated no quirks could be used in any of its games, the undead creature didn't look coherent enough to even lift one of the BB guns. And the brat had decided not to aim for the big prize in the end. Well, his night couldn't get much worse, he supposed. "Yeah, sure," the attendant replied after a few seconds, exasperation coloring his tone. "Why not?" Not too far from the shooting range, at a table partially blocked by a balloon stand, the rocking gothic duo was enjoying nachos and soda while keeping an eye open for possible date threats. They were also amazed by the unexpected display of marksmanship from their friend and classmate. Note to self, never be on the business end of one of Izuku-kun's guns, Jiro murmured flatly, unable to stop her staring even after the green-haired teen was done destroying the rigged game. I feel like he could probably tag a fly on the wings at 100 meters. Don't you? Truly the scope of his skill is as deep as the darkness he commands in the name of justice, Tokiyami agreed, Dark Shadow nodding along with the avian-headed teen. Both user and sentient Quirk had been awestruck by the talent demonstrated. It was even more incredible than shooting Mineta from a moving vehicle. Should he continue, I fear even heroes such as Snipe will see their titles stolen. Jiro chuckled at the thought, before blinking as what her temporary partner hadn't mentioned caught her attention. What? No comment on me using his name? The punk rock girl asked while helping herself to some nachos to cover for her genuine interest in the topic. It was unfortunate, but with their restricted budget, they'd had to share a plate instead of getting their own. Both had awkwardly avoided responding to the food vendor's question about them being a couple. Was his offer of true friendship not clear when he spoke both of our given names? Tokiyami asked in turn, shaking his feathered head lightly as he popped a cheesy chip into his mouth. I for one am honored by his invitation, and it would be the height of discourtesy to refuse the use of his name in turn after accepting his. The silence that descended between the two was oddly awkward for a reason they couldn't immediately see. Perhaps it was due to both wondering if, by accepting their mutual friend's offer, it then made it acceptable for them to refer to each other by first name as well. Underneath such weighty consideration was another thought, barely a whisper to either, concerning what that could mean for them. Are you beeping kidding me? The pervasive silence was broken by the enraged scream of the shooting range's attendant, much to the relief of both partners. Turning their attention to the burgeoning scene, Tae holding a pair of new treasures in obvious delight, at least for her inexpressive face, made it clear what had happened. Apparently, the zombie girl was just as good at shooting and aiming as her master. There was no other way she could have won the large, sparkling unicorn plushie that looked ridiculously fluffy or the small All Might doll now in her hands. Before anyone could stop her, Tae promptly began chewing on the miniature symbol of Peace's head. Jiro and Tokoami couldn't decide whether to chuckle at the sight or worry about it. Forgive me this intrusion, Tokiyami started, dragging the attention of the punk rock girl away from the spectacle before them, but my curiosity refuses to lay shackled any longer. I have been meaning to inquire, but just what significance is it to you that Izuku-kun and Asui-san enjoy themselves tonight? The tensing of her ear jacks was the only indication the question had struck a nerve. Tokiyami suddenly hoped his inability to keep his inquisitiveness under control hadn't just cost him a budding friendship. Jiro had known her uncharacteristic interest would be called out at some point or another. After all, to date her interactions with Class 1A's resident necromancer and vice president had been kept rather minimal, definitely nothing to warrant such steadfast camaraderie. Her interactions with their amphibian classmate had been even smaller in size. The punk rock girl stared out at the green-haired teen for a few moments more before turning to lock eyes with the crimson gaze of her partner. You know, it's okay to cut it with the melodramatic act, right? Jiro's unexpected reply clearly caught Tokiyami flat-footed, though she pressed on without making the avian-headed teen sweat. Would it surprise you to hear that he saved my life once? Already reeling, the punk rock girl's revelation rocked Tokiyami's thoughts once more. Even though he'd been well aware of his fellow master of darkness's noble disposition, he would have never considered his partner might have faced such peril already, outside of what they'd all faced at the USJ. I didn't. Yes it would, her partner's stumbling, and very normally worded, response was almost enough for Jiro to giggle, if she did that sort of thing. The sight of a sputtering Tokiyami was even almost entertaining enough for the punk rock girl to leave the mystery at that, but in the end she decided to have mercy and elaborate. Oh, the sacrifices made in the name of continued cooperation. For the next several minutes, Jiro narrated the tale of a young girl who'd managed to find herself lost in a dark alley, and at the brutal mercy of an armed thug. The story ended with an unknown savior tackling the girl's would-be killer, the girl running away without looking back. When I returned later with a cop, there was nothing, no body of the kid that saved me, and no clues as to where the thug went, Jiro said, explaining what happened next. The amount of blood on the ground was too small to be fatal, so the cop told me to just wait until a missing child report turned up or a hospital contacted the station. The punk rock girl looked up at the passing clouds, smiling slightly as she got to her favorite part of the story. Months passed. The guilt, it ate away at me every day, you know. I know I was just a little girl, but I couldn't live with the thought that I'd run and left whoever was brave enough to step in to face that creep alone, Jiro continued, and then, while my folks were window shopping at the mall, I heard this lady scolding her kid. She went on, demanding he never jump between knives and mugging victims ever again, no matter how quickly he healed up. Tokiyami's eyes blew wide open as his partner reached the turning point of her story. He didn't need a description of the child in question to know it had been their mutual friend Jiro had seen. At the same time, a humbling realization struck the avian teen: Izuku had been committing heroic acts long before ever entering the academy. He was more incredible than he'd ever thought. I had to do a bit of low-key stalking to get his name though, Jiro interrupted Tokiyami's thoughts, causing the teen's avian features to flinch. Stalking. The very notion sparked a slight worry in Tokiyami's stomach. That wasn't a word one used lightly after all. Don't look at me like that, Jiro defended, huffing at her partner's reaction. I didn't do it for long. I stopped once I learned he planned on attending UA. Tokiyami offered only a raised eyebrow in response, silently agreeing to hold judgment until the entire story was finished. It's kind of embarrassing to admit, but I entered UA hoping to meet him if I could, Jiro divulged, looking away. And I planned on telling him he was one of the reasons I decided to become a hero like he'd been that day. I'm still working up the courage for that last one. Staring at the now bashful girl sitting across from him, Tokiyami suddenly realized something. Just as quickly, he decided it was critical that he clarify his epiphany's validity if he was going to keep working with the punk rock girl. You like Izuku-kun, Tokiyami stated, leaving no room for argument. Don't you, Kyoka-san? The punk rock girl stared back at the avian-headed teen way too intensely for comfort. Behind her dark violet eyes, Tokiyami could see the indecision between denying the accusation and "Oi, what's with using my given name all of a sudden?" Kyoka shouted, either dodging the question or too genuinely shocked to care. Ask permission beforehand, or else I might get the wrong idea. Wrong idea. Now Tokiyami was confused. What did that mean? Never mind. Jiro waved the question off as she stood up, looking away. They're moving. Tunnel of Love, early evening. With Tsuyu's choice thoroughly conquered, it had been Izuku's turn to choose an attraction to visit. And he'd decided to go with a classic. The Tunnel of Love was perfect. It was date-appropriate, had little chance of denigrating either of their quirks, and thankfully, had nothing to do with All Might. Although, being one of the few rides that had nothing to do with the prevailing theme of the park apparently meant the tunnel was left with rather simplistic decorations. The naturally occurring low illumination was abused to get away with cheap animatronics, and outdated music tracks ran on static-filled speakers to set the mood in the background. Neither of the two green teens took notice of any of this. We're all alone, in the dark, hero, Tsuyu whispered into Izuku's ear as they gently sailed down the tunnel, Tae contently chewing on her All Might plushie in the boat behind them. The frog girl sported an adorable crimson blush as she purposefully toyed with her boyfriend's instincts. Just what did you intend to do, Izu-kun? The question, coy as it sounded to the green-haired teen, caused a blush to erupt across his cheeks. Instead of ducking away, however, Izuku moved his arm to hug his princess even closer to his body. Two could play, as they say. I wanted. Izuku trailed off, cupping his girlfriend's cheek and turning her to face him. Their eyes locked, stealing his nerves. The hero in training spoke more boldly than he felt. A kiss. The reaction he got was not the one he expected. Tsuyu startled, pulling back to look at him wide-eyed. The frog girl felt the first stirrings of panic flit through her stomach. She could tell her boyfriend wasn't asking for a simple peck on the cheek. In all her daydreams, she hadn't even considered this. Oh, why hadn't she thought about the possibility her cinnamon roll would ask for an adult kiss? What? A kiss? Tsuyu stuttered, failing to push down her nerves. Don't you find the idea gross? This wasn't to say that the frog girl didn't want a kiss as well. On the contrary, She dreamed of having a prince of her own to kiss since her final elementary school days. There was just one problem. Suyu was incredibly self-conscious of a certain part of her anatomy crucial to the activity that most would probably judge as extremely undesirable. Why would the idea of kissing you, the most beautiful girl in the world, ever be gross? Izuku retorted incredulous. The honest response filled the nervous frog girl with happiness. But it also triggered her bluntness. Because of this, Suyu cried, sticking her tongue out. When the pink muscle was as long as her forearm, the frog girl contorted it like a snake, waving it around slowly so Izuku could see how slimy it appeared covered in her viscous saliva. Point made, she popped it back in her mouth, leaving only the tip poking out. Who would want something like that in their mouth? Hero. Izuku might have loved her, more than she could have hoped for, but Suyu was realistic enough to understand there had to be a limit to even his tolerances of the effects of her quirk on her body. She'd made peace with the fact she'd only ever be able to give her boyfriend pecks on the cheek to show her affection. Maybe that's why groping and cuddling got her so excited. Without a word, Izuku captured the tip of his girlfriend's tongue between his lips. Hero. Suyu hadn't expected the Verdunette's action. For a second, the frog girl thought her loving boyfriend had braved the sudden kiss for her sake. Focusing on her cinnamon roll's face, his closed eyes and dumb smile proved otherwise. He almost looked like he enjoyed it. Then Izuku gave a gentle beep to the muscle he'd taken hostage. Kiro. Suyu had only felt the heat now flooding through her insides a few times before, and the memories of what she'd been doing by herself during those rare occurrences only made more heat curl through her veins. Her body abruptly felt coiled, preparing for something far more intimate. The frog girl hardly noticed when her mind grew hazy, too giddy with the knowledge that her romantic life was not to suffer any of the handicaps she'd feared all throughout her adolescence. And then Izuku began to caress her tongue with his own. Ishuku. The shout wasn't one of rebuke. Suyu certainly didn't dislike how she felt at all, it was one of warning. If her boyfriend didn't stop soon, she was going to lose control. Years of repressing every lewd thought she'd ever had and telling herself that such actions were never going to be part of her daily activities outside of maybe once after her arranged marriage had left the frog girl, pent up. Impulses that had been left bottled up one on top of the other were now being shaken loose. Awakening like ravenous beasts, these thoughts and feelings threw themselves against the flimsy barriers of Suyu's self-control. Izuku opened his eyes, peering effortlessly into Suyu's own. The worry and love pouring into her charcoal orbs through the emerald pair above her quickly proved too much for the frog girl to bear. In a last-ditch effort to stop the pleasure searing her insides and frying her brain, the amphibian teen tried to retract her tongue with a sharp pull. Izuku, though, hadn't let go of her tongue, and now their lips were glued together. Wide charcoal stared into half-lidded emerald for a second longer, before finally Suyu managed to return her tongue to her own mouth. Seeing the reluctance that his girlfriend was trying to hide from herself, Izuku took the opportunity to introduce his tongue to her mouth this time. This time, Suyu could offer no resistance, in delight. Each second the kiss continued caused her to lose more of herself in the swirling pleasure of the physical evidence of being loved. Hugging her cinnamon roll back, the frog girl accepted that maybe, just maybe, there was nothing wrong with letting her hormones take the reins just a little bit. 4 boats behind, Tokiyami and Jiro were having a bad time. This is so garish. The avian-headed teen complained, glaring at the slapdash decorations and tasteless, generic animatronics. The setup was so bad that after one look, Dark Shadow had refused to come back out. Please, make it stop. Jiro, finely tuned to sound and vibration as she was, suffered harshly at the hands of the heinous white noise masquerading as background music. Hoping that a distraction would alleviate their torture, Tokiyami decided to press for the information he'd failed to procure earlier. Are you ready to talk now? The questioning look he received told the avian-headed teen his partner had either forgotten their last discussion or was still trying to avoid it. About your feelings for Izuku-kun. Are we really doing this now? Jiro snarked, understandably miffed about tackling a topic she thought she'd made clear she wanted buried. Tokiyami smirked, shrugged at his partner's reluctance. If that was how she wanted to play, he could be just as brutal as their mutual friend when the situation called for it. I can remain silent if that is what you prefer. The reply was clever, painfully so. Jiro would have done anything to block out the cruelty being inflicted on her ears by the tunnel's speakers, anything. And it looked like her partner knew that fact and wasn't above taking advantage of it. She'd have given him props, if she didn't want to strangle him. Fine, Jiro relented, accepting she needed a distraction from the torture more than she needed to hold back this secret of hers. I admit it, I used to have a childish crush on Izuku. I even thought that once I met him at UA I'd ask him out. The avian-headed teen, overly focusing on the punk rock girl's words to block out the tunnel's attempts to brutalize their ears, latched onto two unexpected words his partner had used. Used to? Tokiyami asked, confused but slightly relieved at the distinction. What happened? The look he was given wasn't lovelorn or pained in the slightest. It was almost worse though, sad acceptance. I found out my crush liked things on the cute side of the spectrum, Jiro said, looking down. Something I know I'll never be. And I'd rather see him be happy with Su-chan than have to fake such behavior to even have a chance at getting his attention. As he was finding was common when spending time with Kyoka Jiro, the avian-headed teen found himself confused. Not cute. Why don't you consider yourself cute? Tokiyami asked, a deadpan stare his only answer. I think you are. The instant the words left his mouth, he almost wished he could take them back. Almost. An awkward silence descended between the two, and neither knew what to say to break it. The awful cacophony and decorations that had tormented them suddenly became irrelevant as the thrumming sound of heartbeats drowned out all else. So, Dark Shadow asked, slithering out of Tokiyami's stomach as if summoned by the shift in mood, is this a date now? Back at Ua, nearly sunset. Nezu couldn't believe he'd been so stupid. Speed walking through the halls to get to the main gates as quickly as possible, the quirked animal knew for once he'd made a terrible mistake. He'd been too focused on pondering out how best to help one Toru Hagakure after reading the concerning report of her first individual therapy session. His customary mental acuity had failed to take into consideration a most important fact. Takeo Go was far too sentimental for his own good. Their conversation over the phone hadn't just been disastrous, it had fallen apart. I hope I can make it there in time. Nezu muttered as he tried to not make it obvious he was a strand of self-control away from running through the halls of his own school. He needed to reach the agreed-upon meeting place where Momo Yaoyorozu would be returning custody of Lily to their resident necromancer, and quickly. Why had he thought telling Takeo about that was a good idea? What was he thinking? The large bay of doors signifying the front entrance to the building was just coming into his sight when the ground shook, almost as if a stampede of enraged rhinos were charging forward. That was all it took for Nezu to understand he was too little, too late. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.